Morning.
All right, everyone. We're ready to get started. So down and we get started.
Yeah. That'll work.
All right, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the MediaWiki Users and Developers Conference. I'm James Hare, and I, along with our co-hosts, our co-chairs, are very excited to bring you to Portland this wonderful spring week. I could not be happier with the weather. It was a little roll of the dice, but it worked out for everyone, I think. And so I'm just really happy that we can all be here today to discuss MediaWiki, which is a platform that we've been working together on for the last 20 years. And I think the real magical thing about MediaWiki is it's not the product of any one corporation. We're not here on behalf of a corporation for their product. We are here because we built this product together ourselves. And this week we will be sharing our experiences, our stories with working with MediaWiki and building MediaWiki. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Selfie, Scatter, Wikitech, Wikiworks, Wikibase Solutions, Knowledge Management Associates, and Technosis. And I'd also like to thank the hosting organization, the MediaWiki Stakeholders Group. And the significance of all these organizations isn't just that they helped pay for this week's event, but that these are companies that in their day-to-day practice use MediaWiki to get things done for their customers or for their users. Or if you're NASA, you're using wikis to get people and equipment into space. So I think MediaWiki can truly do anything. So I'd like to hand it over to Cindy Chicalisi, who will be talking about the program.
Thank you. Can the folks online hear? Okay, cool. I'm going to stand here and I'm going to project. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much. As James said, I'm delighted to have you all here. We have been working on bringing together this program for the last months. And so I really appreciate the leadership of James as our conference chair. Jeffrey, I'm just looking at the room trying to find everybody. Jeffrey, who's our social chair. I'm sure you all got plenty of emails from him telling you how to get here and what we were doing. And Brian Hildebrand in the back, the registration chair. And one of the most important roles, Ike Hecht, who has also brought together a record number of sponsorships this year, which is really amazing work that will allow us to continue offering these conferences going forward in the future. And I, the mere lowly program chair who begged you all to submit talks and was super excited this year. Usually the week before the conference, I'm like twisting arms and trying to get people to, don't you want to give a talk about something? And we had enough talks for a full schedule, in fact, spilling over into Friday morning by a month before the conference. So yay, you guys, I'm super excited. Also really excited about our keynote tomorrow, Ward Cunningham, who I have been a fan of for many, many years, more years than I care to admit. And I'm delighted to have him here with us, both attending the conference as well as giving the keynote tomorrow morning. Wonderful speakers, both here in the room, as well as remotely, mostly from, I think all from Europe. So they're going to, I've scheduled most of those for the morning so that we don't keep them up till 2 in the morning to present. So we've got a full schedule for the next 3 days. Today will be talks. We are going to, for those who are here in the room, we'll break for lunch. We'll provide lunch. After the sessions today, there's going to be a happy hour hosted by the Wikimedia Foundation. Did I introduce myself? I'm Cindy Chicalisi. I'm a principal engineer from I'm a principal engineer at the Wikimedia Foundation. I'm also currently a board member of the MediaWiki Stakeholders Group. I've been involved in the Stakeholders Group for many years, which one of our passions, our big thing, is helping to sponsor this conference and to help support the Semantic MediaWiki conference, which happens in Europe in the fall. So, yes, so I am with the Wikimedia Foundation, and I'm delighted that Selena Deckelman, our Chief Product and Technology Officer, is going to be hosting a happy hour this evening across in the Jupiter Next after the end of the conference day. Tomorrow, we will have another full day of talks, starting with the board's keynote, and we will then in the evening, we'll have our conference dinner at the Eastburn.
Yes.
And then, as I said, we will start Friday, which is the Create Camp Hackathon Day, with a few more talks. And then we'll have a more free-form day. What we like to do for the hackathon day is, as people talk, and you'll get a chance. One of the wonderful things about actually being able to attend these conferences in person is the ability at breaks and in the evenings to have conversations with the folks around you. And we're going to try also as best as we can to include those people who are watching us online. And so as you have conversations, as you are inspired, because there will be a number of truly inspiring talks within the next few days, think about what you might want to work on with somebody else while you have an opportunity with them sitting with you here in the room. And so we are going to have a sign up somewhere we'll put where people can write down ideas and we can talk about things, and spontaneously on Friday as well, if people would like to have ideas that they would like to sit down, either have a conversation with somebody about or do a little bit of coding together. That's what we'll do. And so that's how we're going to spend our 3 days together. I'd like to again thank our sponsors who make it possible for us to all be here together. We've got Anil in the front here from Selfie, which I'm very eager to hear from him. And he's our unobtainium sponsor, big sponsor for the event, and he will be talking. I'm looking forward to his talk this morning, and the other sponsors who have all contributed and made it possible for us to be here together. So thank you. I am looking forward to the talks, and we are going to kick it off. The talks are listed. I'm sure you all have seen. You've visited the conference page many times to figure out how to get here. So the program is listed there, and we are going to start with a remote talk. Birgit Mueller, who is the Director of Product Management for MediaWiki, who will be speaking to us from Berlin. And is she ready to go?
I need to get some stuff set up real quick for her, but then yes.
Okay, cool. So any questions about the next few days or anything? Any questions about anything while we get started, while we stall and wait for Birgit? Yes.
Friday, the hackathon.
Yes.
What do we hope to get out of it? What is a win for the end of the hackathon?
For me, the win for the hackathon is always getting people to build connections that will carry them forward between these conferences. So as I said, we have the North American conference, which has always been MWCon now, and this is our inaugural MediaWiki Users and Developers Conference. The North American conference is in the spring. The European conference is in the fall, but we have connections. There are some of us that attend both, and we form these bonds that allow us to, when somebody, you're having trouble getting something to work, or you want to know creatively what would be the best way to approach this in the wiki way. You have a community of people to reach out to that you've not only seen online, because we do have an active, the MediaWiki Stakeholders Group has an active element chat room that people ask questions and help and support each other. But there's something about having that personal connection when you've actually met somebody in person. So even if, now, I remember, I think there was something that Rich needed a previous year, like by the end of the hackathon, it was actually, you had working code.
Yeah.
And that's happened, I think, a couple times.
I benefited tremendously from these hackathons. You can never predict what good things are going to come out. And I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah. So And even if we don't wind up with working code at the end of it, having that foundation so that you know that you can go home and then reach out to that person again. That's really, it's the connections, I think.
Thank you.
Good question.
VE for all was born.
What was born at one of the,
VE for all.
VE for all was born at one of the hackathons, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Lots of good stuff.
I think we're good.
We're good?
Bridget, do you want to say something?
Did that, or we can ask more questions.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Okay,
jeez.
I'm good at
Feel
it.
good.
We need to fill the air. How are you this morning?
How am I this morning? Fine, thank you. I've got a little bit of adrenaline going. I'm ready for the 3 days. Yes.
I might know the answer to this, but what should we refer to this conference? What is the name?
The short name is the MediaWiki Users and Developers. Users and Developers Conference.
Test.
Yes, that. What he said. MWCon is the hashtag. I don't care how you capitalize it.
Can you hear me?
I've seen MWUD as well.
Yes, MWUD I've seen as well. But people have been using MWCon.
Can you hear me? Test, test. Test, test.
I think we're letting out all
Yes.
the expensive air.
Yeah. Can you? Yeah, we heard you there. I think you're good to start. If you can screen share.
All right.
Oh,
Can you see my screen?
Can't see.
Yes, we can.
Can't see you. But
All right, I'm changing that in a second. Can you see me now?
there you go.
Beautiful.
break it. You-
Thanks.
Yeah.
We can see you.
Yeah. I think we're ready when you are.
Okay, you can see me and you can see
Can't hear
the
you.
No.
the screen share.
You just cut out.
All right, cool. Looks good. Awesome. Yeah.
If you can
Thank you
hear us,
for
we
having
can't
me.
hear you.
Can you hear me?
This is working.
Can you hear me? Test, test.
It's the word from the MediaWiki extension for Zoom.
Can you hear me? All right, cool. Thanks, Bill. So let's get started. My name is Birgit Müller, and I'm a director
God,
of
I know
products
she's saying something super
for
interesting.
MediaWiki and developer experiences at the Wikimedia
We
Foundation.
can't hear you anymore. Can you check?
You can't hear me anymore? I can hear the room.
Oh,
Now we can hear you.
yep. Nobody move. It's like an antenna.
All right, test, test, test.
Yes.
Okay.
Woohoo.
Okay, cool. By now you should know how the logo of MediaWiki looks like, but we're moving to the next slide soon. So welcome everyone. My name is Birgit. I'm the Director of Product for MediaWiki and Developer Experiences at the Wikimedia Foundation. I'm in that role since about 10 months, and I'm really honored to be able to open the conference with the first presentation today. And that also gives me the opportunity to say thanks to James and Cindy and everyone else for organizing this conference and giving an opportunity for people to get together and discuss and learn. And I really would love to be able to join in person. I wasn't able to, but at least I'm here online and can talk a bit about MediaWiki. Right, next slide. So I'm here today, of course, to talk about MediaWiki product strategy and the investments the Wikimedia Foundation is making in MediaWiki. I want to give an overview on the journey so far, share open questions, challenges, and first successes, and what the next steps look like. You could see it from the title of the presentation that sustainability is a key theme of this presentation, as it's a key part of product strategy. So this is really about what decisions and platform improvements we may need to make to ensure that MediaWiki will serve us well also in the future. So that's key for Wikipedia and other Wikimedia projects that depend on MediaWiki and run on MediaWiki to sustain, evolve, and thrive over the next decade, but also for the open source project MediaWiki. So we're talking about investing in MediaWiki and developer experiences. I want to give a very quick recap on what the goals have been for me and the new group that we have in the Wikimedia Foundation to take care of MediaWiki for the first year, and then share a few insights from that time and what we are focusing on. So first of all, building up a new function, a new product function, actually a product function for the first time in the story of MediaWiki is its own task. And also bringing a new engineering group together and ramp up the group and get to processes and a functioning working model and making progress together is its own task. So that's why it's here. And when one of the key goals I had been asked to work on is develop a high-level product strategy for MediaWiki that can guide how the future looks like of MediaWiki as the essential platform for Wikipedia, other Wikimedia projects, but also its role as an open source project. Another focus and goal that we put on for this first year of that is to make progress on key multi-year initiatives that are key to enable platform sustainability and evolution. One core example for that is the parser unification, and C. Scott and Matthias are in Portland to also answer questions on that if you have some. Another key goal was to invest in consultancy and code review to enable more people to contribute effectively, with an initial focus on MediaWiki core. And in addition, start tackling a number of open questions from release to stewardship. And I'm sure that you all also have open questions. We kicked it off with research and with talking to many people. We had a lot of questions to think about how may an effective strategy for MediaWiki look like. The future question, of course, for both the platform and the open source projects, the sustainability question, the key needs question. One question that I found super interesting is to ask, what does core functionality actually mean? We asked that in interviews that we did over the past year to many people. We got really different answers to that question, and it depends on the context, right? And some would say core is what is important, and some would argue that core is like more an architecture question, and it doesn't necessarily tell you if a functionality you're talking about is super important, right? It's more like what is more upstream than other aspects. A key question for me and everyone on the group was also, how can we provide easier, faster, and cohesive paths to feature development? So here we are talking about the integration interfaces of MediaWiki and how to utilize these in the best way and how to provide curated pathways. And last, what does effective and responsible stewardship look like? I think one thing that is really key when you start with a new group, a new function, and start thinking for the first time about what would be needed for a moving towards a product strategy for MediaWiki is that you actually establish a presence. So I think like the worst thing that can happen if you have a new group that no one noticed that the group is there. So this is in the beginning a lot about storytelling and having a regular communication with people and engagement with people. So one thing that we did is starting writing and sending out the monthly MediaWiki Insights emails to talk a bit about our work. I think a lot of that is also to work on the reputation of MediaWiki, because MediaWiki is 20 years old, right? So it's a grown, organically grown software that has also many issues, and but old doesn't mean bad, right? It means we will need to work on some things, but it's I think it has proven to be extremely stable and versatile. And so it's more about finding out how we can build upon that and how can we improve that. Listening and explore to learn has played a key role in the first months, and through the interviews, through design explorations. A couple of weeks back, we were sitting together with the principal engineers to talk about feature development and the different integration interfaces and how that looks like and what is the purpose of which one, and what are the different ways to access MediaWiki's data. Helping people be effective in their work, that means simply a focus on code review and consultancy to enable people to contribute effectively to MediaWiki in a way that it makes sense, and a way that they feel we are not kind of, they touch one thing, they touch everything, and everything breaks, but they can become over time more and more confident to contribute to a core software. So over these few first months, we learned a few things. Of course, some things we knew earlier, but I'm still summarizing it a bit here. And also we turned those first learnings into first actions, which I found really nice, basically on the go. Through the conversations, before we talk about the challenges, I think I mentioned it already, but we really need to talk about the strengths of MediaWiki and how we did over the past years and what we did well. And one theme that came through in many conversations that I had was that we made really stable technology decisions. And these decisions enabled us to scale for a top website and kept everything running, right? Like the decision to go with PHP and Debian, for example, which are also stable communities, the core stack of what Wikimedia uses, for example, and then within MediaWiki. The second part that a lot of people mentioned is that we have expertise. So there's always someone who knows how to do something, right? We may not have enough people for critical areas, and we may have single points of failures, but there's always someone who knows how to do something. So you can find it out. And quite some people mentioned that the code quality is much better than 10 years ago. So that's again a reputation thing, maybe. So that people who have followed the progress over the years, that they notice that it's getting better thanks to many initiatives and the work of many people. Okay, coming to the challenges. I just want to name some of the major ones that also kind of are going to lead to actions, or also already have started leading to actions. So first of all, of course, MediaWiki is a large monolith code base, and it's a very entangled system. So understanding the system's behavior is hard, making changes is hard, and onboarding people is hard. And those are all things that are kind of contrary to sustainability, right? Because what you need for sustainability is a software that's easy to contribute to, easy to maintain, easy to onboard people into. So the question is, how do you do that? Moriel, who is one of the principal engineers on the MediaWiki engineering group, she had been leading a exercise where she looked into different user journeys and workflows, and how they are kind of supported and served through a MediaWiki software ecosystem. And one use case here is an unregistered, not yet temporary user edits existing wiki text content, fixing a typo on desktop. So, and all these differentiations are important, because depending on whether someone is unregistered, not yet a temp user, or a registered user, then the behavior may look different, right? So, and she was sitting together with many other people, Cindy is one of them, and engineers across the organization to go through these workflows and talk about how they are served in the software and what is like a system behavior that may be surprising in the workflow, or what may be like makes sense, etc. And these are explorations that we can use when we think about software architecture in the future. And as a side effect, I think it enabled a conversation among the principal engineers in the organization about how things could work in the future, and exploring that a bit. Another key challenge, we have a number of strong contributors with significant knowledge on parts of MediaWiki core, but we need more people who can work on key areas in MediaWiki, especially MediaWiki core, to ensure sustainability of a software. And at the same time, it's hard to onboard people in MediaWiki. So if you want to read more about that, there's a page on MediaWiki.org that says contributor retention and growth on the MediaWiki product insights, where I'm sharing a bit the story about how we're thinking about that and how we're thinking about retention and growth of contributors to MediaWiki core. Also, a really nice project that came out of that work is a new introduction on MediaWiki, the core concepts and capabilities, as well as the extensions as we have for Wikipedia and the Wikimedia ecosystem. And those are videos done by Timo, user Crinkle, and they are also on Wikimedia Commons, and they're on YouTube. So I will share the slides also on comments, and then you can click on the link and find the videos if you haven't found them by then. Then maybe the most important challenge actually is the lack of clarity on direction. So this is something many people brought up, not only in the interviews and conversations over the past months, but also through the years I have been with Wikimedia and getting to talk with people about MediaWiki. What are the use cases MediaWiki should be built and optimized for, and what not, right? That's a product question. What is core functionality? Some things are in core that may not need to be in core, and some things are not in core that may need to be in core. So how do we define that, and what's our vision for that, and what does it need to be, and what does it need to enable? Specifically, the relationship between core and extensions, right, but also other and the interfaces between them. I think that is something we're going to focus on in the next years and explore that more. So how does that translate into architectural needs and decisions is a key question. Then another, what about code review for volunteers? That is something that had been asked for a long time. What about the release process? Are there any improvements? How is it supported? And what about other needs of a wider MediaWiki ecosystem? And I think moving from project to product enables us to step-by-step bring clarity to these questions. So I'm not going to solve all the questions, discuss all the questions in the first months and the first year, but it enables us to look into a direction and go step-by-step. All right. So I'm coming to my first, let's say, what we're working on right now, and how it's shaping, and what is like the development from project to product, right? And MediaWiki has been kind of created and then supported by different people over the years, and also I think a lot of decisions made by, for example, consensus-driven, or like, okay, let's do this because we can, right? As long as it doesn't impact security or performance, etc., but not really looked at it from a more holistic product perspective, and what really the software should be supporting and optimized for. And I think, of course, MediaWiki backs a lot of different projects, right? But in the end, you need to look at what is like the biggest, largest scale and product that MediaWiki needs to support, and that is right now Wikipedia. And so when we look at MediaWiki, it needs to support and scale for more than 25 billion global page views per month. It needs to scale and enable more than 50 million edits per month. It needs to support and scale for open content in hundreds of languages. and it needs to enable a large collaborative contributor base of editors and many technical contributors. So there's a lot to untackle only in that, right? I think here we're talking about performance, we're talking about security, we're talking about privacy of user, we're talking about internationalization, we're talking about ways to expand MediaWiki and to build upon as a technical contributor. We're talking about discovery of content, etc. So there's a lot in only that. And that brings me to the design goal. The design goal in the end is to enable the creation and moderation, storage, discovery, and consumption of open multilingual content at scale by protecting the privacy of its users. If you go to MediaWiki.org, you will find a manual that says what is MediaWiki, and it describes some of that, right? Like what are the major use cases that need to be supported? What is MediaWiki app optimized for? I think it's not yet in a product language, but there's always like already traces in that talk to exactly these points, right? Where we, that show up here as well. And I think that brings if we would think about the platform mission for MediaWiki platform, then the draft could look like something like this: a well-defined, secure, performant core platform product that offers curated pathways. So that's APIs or hooks extensions or the interface we have today to enable volunteer-powered multilingual knowledge creation, curation, consumption on and off the platform at scale and in service of Wikimedia's mission. And the benefit of having such a statement is that when you can you can take pieces out of that, right? And you can focus on it. You can say like, okay, what needs to be done to make it secure? What needs to be done to make it performant? But in the beginning, it starts with well-defined. So it starts about talking about what are use cases where you need to focus on in the beginning, right? That doesn't mean that the software product can't be used for various other things, but it does tell a story about what is it optimized for, right? And what is it designed for, and what is the priority. Okay. So obviously, this is a huge thing, right? When we talk about the MediaWiki ecosystem, core extensions, interfaces, what it backs, what it means, it's a huge scope, right? Currently, as we're onboarding the engineering team, we kind of made some decisions on what we look at first and what we look at later, because it's just like an incredible scope. Just core alone is an incredible scope, and for the reasons I mentioned earlier, it's hard to onboard it, so it takes time, right? And similarly, on the product side, if you want to think about how we evolve the platform towards sustainability to better serve core needs and to enable people who build upon the platform through curated pathways, when we're talking about different areas. And this is how, in the end, we're looking at the product focus areas. So the first one is sustainability, which is overarching also to the other two, but it's worth to be its own pillar in that. And here that is about increased sustainability of the MediaWiki platform. So it's about the social and technical factors. It's about the people and the code to ensure the software serves as well as the essential platform for Wikipedia and other key needs. And the release is a part of that. The second R is software architecture, core capabilities and concepts. So define and evolve architecture of core software to meet current and future needs of open knowledge production and encyclopedic content. The third one is about integration interfaces, how to build upon MediaWiki. So that is about define and evolve the pathways to expand and customize MediaWiki to clarify and streamline feature development and empower technical contributors. So Mateus, who is also in Portland, he's responsible or taking care or focusing on the first one, which is sustainability. And so you get more chance to talk with him about that. Right, moving on. I want to make a kind of, it's not really an excursus because it's like a super critical part of sustainability, but I want to talk a bit about one of the focus areas that we have this year is figuring out how we can enable more people to know MediaWiki and contribute effectively to the software. And as it stands, it's the contribution data to MediaWiki Core from this the foundation fiscal year that starts in July and runs through June. The distribution is between 3 groups. One is the biggest is Wikimedia Foundation, with more than 70% of contributions. Then we have a kind of solid, stable base of volunteer contributors to MediaWiki Core, about 20% right now, and a smaller percentage of contributions coming from Wikimedia Deutschland, 4.6 at the time I took the screenshot. I found very interesting, over the years I talked with a lot of people about their motivations to contribution for contributing to MediaWiki. And that is also a question I have to the group here and the audience, and hope that to learn more about that through Matthäus and C. Scott and others who are here, or if you reach out directly to me. So one thing I noticed while looking at the contributed data over the years is that really the key classic journey of a volunteer MediaWiki Core contributor is that they would join as a contributor to Wikipedia. When they would run into limitations on what they want to do, when they would discover and figure out how to write and run code on Wiki, so they would write user scripts and maybe modules and may run a bot, that type of thing. Then they would start contributing to an extension relevant to the field they contribute to. Or they may start writing patches for MediaWiki config to enable specific configurations for Wiki they contribute to. And then they would do their first patch to MediaWiki Core. So, and that's super classic. Many of the strongest core contributors from volunteer side have exactly that journey and background. There's probably also other journeys and ways to get in, but this is like the one that really stood out, that many people told exactly that story. So for us, one of the goals we had this year is that we want to kind of the change of course, and from decreasing or kind of stagnating contributor number to MediaWiki Core, kind of turn it around and start growth again. And we set ourselves a goal that we want to see a 20% increase in people who have submitted more than 5 change sets to MediaWiki Core. So, and currently we are at the 14.5 growth rate, which is amazing. And so still confident that we can hit the 20%, but even if not, I think just showing that it's possible with code review and support and focus on MediaWiki and the reputation of MediaWiki to turn this a bit around. And also, like on our side, of course, with a new MediaWiki engineering group and new people joining, that also contributes to that number, right? So, and another thing that happened in the data that I found really interesting is I looked at time to first review data, actually not only from last year, but past years. And that has dramatically decreased from last year, 13-ish days on average, to 6 down to 6 days on average. And likewise, really good improvements on the median time. And that number on the average time to first review is the best number we ever had since we have Garrett. So by far. So, and that was really interesting to see. And I think that's a mix of that. You make a systemic investment in it, and you have more attention to it, right? And people start thinking more about MediaWiki Core and what it needs and how to contribute but also some of our volunteers are more active in code review than recently. So there's a number of factors. But I found that really interesting what you can do. And as we know from many surveys and conversations with volunteer developers and also staff developers, where the one thing that really matters is code review, or whether or not someone is actually looking at your work and maybe just say something, right? Maybe just say, yeah, that's actually a good idea, but needs a few things, or that's not a good idea. That's not something you would be doing in the system, right? Just that is already really cool. All right. So I want to talk more lengthy now about next steps. while I'm going over this slide. So I talked a bit throughout this presentation about the different aspects that we're looking at, right? Like reasons why it's needed to move from project to product, what we benefit from that, the focus on sustainability, the challenges with the software architecture and the entangled system, and the needs on improving developers' workflows, etc. So there's a lot in what I already shared about, and that kind of evolved to what we want to focus on in the next fiscal year. So if you go to Wikimedia Meta, there's like a publication of the Wikimedia Foundation's annual plan, and where you can see all of these, also with a short description, but I still just want to go a bit through that. First of all, in the headline, you see the objectives: MediaWiki platform evolution to better serve Wikipedia's core needs. And the second is developer workflows and service to enable Wikimedia's developers. So within that lens, the focus is on Wikipedia, not in sense of MediaWiki only backs Wikipedia, but in the sense of what are use cases, right? Like what is a use case of Wikipedia? It's a use case of scale, high read traffic, for example, right? So you need to think about performance. You need to think about how to enable the collaboration, how to enable the content creation, the consumption, and discovery from a platform perspective, and that is like at the scale which is like incredible, right? So, and I think keeping that in mind when you design is really important. So this is why it has this focus, because that's most important to figure out how to do it at that scale. There's a number of focus areas here. So the first one is the theme 5.1 and 5.4 as well. They focus on sustainability of the MediaWiki platform. 5.4 is not yet on Wiki because we discussed to decouple that from 5.1. So it's going to become its own thing. So, but this is really about what kind of interventions can we do to increase the sustainability of a MediaWiki platform? That could be, for example, refactoring a part of a MediaWiki core code that has a lot of dependencies on, right? And maybe not a lot of people who may know it. So that could be to look at. It contains in parser unification, because it's sustainability if we end up with one parser in terms of like maintainability of the software and the way forward in platform evolution. So there's a different initiatives where we're thinking about, and Matthias can talk a bit more about that later. The second one is simplify and streamline feature development. So here we're talking about software architecture. What is validation between core and extensions? What about the interfaces? We want to zoom in a bit on the hooks and extension registry, but also look at other interfaces in a kind of what I call applied science approach. So it will kick off with explorations, technical investigations, experiments, and then the plan is for the second half of the year to kind of do a showcase implementation so that we can show what type of patterns may be good to apply in a very concrete example. So one example that we discussed during brainstorming is the notifications echo extension in Wikimedia, because it has a lot of the business logic of is kind of an interesting mix between something that may need to be core and something that is actually an extension. And when the extension serves itself as a platform for other extensions who utilize the mechanism. So that may not be bad, but just like to illustrate a bit how we're thinking about it. So thinking about the patterns that will be useful, what is more, what can bring us towards more modularity in the software to make it more maintainable, abstraction layers, etc. And decouple the system a bit to reach, I think, two different goals, right? Making feature development easier in the future, streamline it, but also sustainability again, because it's again about maintainability of the system. So the third one, 5.3, is about support current and future needs of encyclopedic content. So here we're talking about kind of as a follow-up or continuation of a parcel unification, and what that enables us to have Parsoid active then on the wikis. Is that you can think about how MediaWiki models a page and how they could be done differently to, for example, enable the integration of wiki functions and also better integration of Wikidata and other kind of forms of how you compose content later on. So this is super exciting, and that is about one of the core concepts that we have. How does MediaWiki model a page today? And the next one, 5.4, as I talked earlier about, is currently kind of folded into 5.1. We are making it its own kind of goal and priority. And that is what we're doing currently behind the scenes is, as MediaWiki engineering and product, is onboarding and in understanding the release process so that we can officially support and take over for the next long-term support release, which is coming up in a couple of months. And at the moment, it's all about learning from the people who do it today within the organization, and taking notes and thinking about what can be improved on the way forward. And that is, I think, a baseline thing that we need to do as we have MediaWiki, the open source project, thinking about what can we improve and release, and how can we make that better with the level of support we can give it to. And Mateus is product managing releases on the way forward, so you can also talk to him and ask him questions during the conference. And that is kind of for us aligned with the PHP upgrades and thinking about how we can bring these in alignment, and kind of making PHP upgrades at Wikimedia also as a kind of ideally as something like this is like a routine thing that you do at a certain time in the year, and where you get all hands on deck to make it work, so to get a smoother process work. But this is still in the detail and how it will work out in the end. But I think thinking about these two together is really helpful for future. 6.1, now we're going more in the developer workflows area. So the first one, enable efficient decision-making on developer workflows and services. You all work in the MediaWiki ecosystem, so you may know that some things that seem super simple when someone says them can be really hard to do in reality. And this is what this key result is about. So this is really about data that we surprisingly don't have, for we should think we have. For it would be really good to have it. Like, for example, we don't have a machine readable list of all repositories in Wikimedia production. And it's actually not so easy to get to that. It's a quite old fabricated ticket, and there's several challenges and questions to solve on the way to that. But that is something we have been thinking about here. And partially we have data on that are very classic on developer productivity type of data that are kind of not in an accessible way, and just looking at that and making it accessible so that we can make informed decisions without asking a very specific person if they can write a very specific query to get to the data. So this is what about just making it work faster. And the second one is around better serve developers' testing needs. So Tyler from Release Engineering is leading that work. And so that is about exploring, first of all, this is Wikimedia specific, right? So we have a beta cluster in Wikimedia production that actually is serving probably way too many use cases, or trying to serve. And it had been a point of concern in over the past years. So one initiative that we want to do here is looking at these use cases of a beta cluster and taking the most important from the regular developer satisfaction survey, and think about how we can serve these differently and better. And I think it's read up a description on Wiki and follow the MediaWiki Insights emails. We'll talk about more in the next year, but this is really about how can we make testing for experience for Wikimedia's developer better. And the last one is improve sustainability of ToolForge ecosystem. So ToolForge is our platform as a service product for tools that mostly do something on the wikis, or may augment editing, or may help with curation, or may serve analytic purpose, etc. And this is really very related also to the broader MediaWiki ecosystem, because a lot of what it's kind of the tools they use, the integration interfaces, right? They use the APIs and other integration interface to function. And so of a Wikimedia ecosystem, that's a critical part, how technical contributors contribute and provide features in the end to the larger community. All right, I'm officially at the end. I want to thank everyone for listening. I hope you could hear me at all times. I'm not entirely sure how much time we have left for questions, but I'm happy to take any questions or thoughts that you have. Also, Mateus and Scott are here in person in Portland, and would love to hear and talk more about release, what's on your mind in terms of like process, docs, etc. How do you work with MediaWiki? What are your experiences? And I personally would be also very interested in what motivates you to contribute. All right. Thank you, everyone.
To Rich. So does anybody have any questions for Jürgen?
About 15 seconds for screen to catch up in case any remote viewers have questions.
Do you have to see any online? What we're going to do for questions, if you want to come up and be a little bit closer to the mic, you can. Otherwise, I can repeat the questions.
Not seeing any questions online.
Well, thank you, Birgit. We really appreciate you joining us
Muted.
today.
I'll be unmuted.
I'm not sure when she'll hear me.
Unmuted. No, you're muted. No, unmuted.
Thank you all.
Well, thank you, Birgit. And cool. So you're up, Rich.
Which one of yours?
It's the
Evans? This one? Yeah.
and what
Well, also if you don't want to stand in front of charts.
Live stream is going.
Okay, so this is the camera, this live stream.
Oh, that's just, fancy. There's some 3D
Take her to last minute, why not? Go through.
Drum roll, please, on the full screen.
Yeah, let me just,
I can always think of a slightly better way to say something, or it depends on somebody. Exactly.
Okay. So help me get my placement here. So for the people online, I don't want to stand in front of the charts. I don't want to stand too far away from the microphone. So I need some feedback from the online crowd as to whether or not I'm placed properly.
I don't actually see you.
Okay.
Is that a good thing or a bad?
yeah, you need to go back a little bit.
Stand back a little bit.
That's
Actually, yeah. I mean,
front of the poster.
to that side, yeah. That seems like.
Does this work?
Right.
There we go. Yeah, it's, there's just a delay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Evans. I'm the Information Systems Manager at the NASA Glenn Armstrong Test Facility in Sandusky, Ohio. And I would like to talk to you today about how we do risk management at Armstrong Test Facility using MediaWiki, and I'm going to use the phrase plus, and I'll explain that in just a moment.
Hey, Rich, step one step this direction.
Okay.
Don't go down.
We need to put some tape on the floor. So I want to make sure, one of my concerns as I was putting these charts together was that it is not my goal to teach you guys, this is not a training session for NASA risk processes. So what I want to do though is I want to communicate that that NASA has a very elaborate process, agency-wide, a very well-documented specification for how to manage and handle risk. It's a very important part of NASA's overall mission strategy for mission success. So those of you that know me know that I have talked at great length about how MediaWiki, with the right set of third-party extensions, the functionality can be extended, and you can use MediaWiki not only in its encyclopedic function, but also in its electronic workflow capabilities. We add that. And so this is really just an opportunity to show you some detail about how we took a very important process within our organization and we fulfill that process electronically using MediaWiki Plus. So the big takeaway here is, if this is the one message I have here, is that MediaWiki has what it takes to do risk management at NASA, and that is no small thing. As far as an outline goes, I'm going to try to introduce the idea of where I come from, what risk is, why we do it. We're going to talk about our process just a little bit. There's a lot of eye charts. I'm going to try to skim through them fast. Again, I think these charts will be made available online publicly, so don't worry too much if you can't see all the detail. And I keep using the phrase MediaWiki Plus because in my world, when I say MediaWiki, people think immediately of core MediaWiki, that you would just go to MediaWiki.org and download the base software. And what we're doing is what I call MediaWiki Plus. And again, we've identified a number of key third-party extensions that extend the functionality and allow us to do these enterprise workflow applications. So a little bit about my world. So NASA is in many places throughout the United States. Specifically, this is just a map that shows all the different places where where you can visit a NASA center. We're in north central Ohio. We're at a place called the Armstrong Test Facility in Sandusky, Ohio. We operate some of the world's largest space environment test facilities. I've identified just a few of them on the map. And at the end of the day, what we are is we provide space environment test services to our NASA customers and our commercial customers. So we don't test full-scale launch systems, but usually at the top of every rocket that's on the launch pad, at the very top is some payload that somebody's trying to put into space. And so on the left, I've got an example of the Artemis launch system with the Orion capsule on top, and we do the ground testing of the Orion capsule. And on the right, you can see the SpaceX Falcon 9 launch system with the Dragon capsule on the top, and we do testing. So basically, if you're building something and you want it to work in space and you don't want to wait, you want to find out for sure that it works before you launch it, you come to a place like our facilities. As far as risk management goes at an organizational level, everything that I'm going to tell you about risk-wise is defined in a high-level NASA policy document on risk management, and then there's a very detailed handbook. Both of these documents are online. I've linked them both at the bottom. If you are interested and want to become super savvy on NASA's risk management policies and methods, all the information that you need is documented in these public documents. Okay, so point of entry. On the left, we see a typical organizational hierarchy pyramid. NASA is an organization, and so we have top-level organizations and mid-level all the way down to small branch-level organizations. And at the very top, you have agency strategic goals and congressional funding, and the money flows from top to bottom, and the services and deliverables are being provided from the bottom up, shown on the right-hand side. Now, the deliverables, if in a world where nothing goes wrong, right, we don't have to worry about risk because everything just works. But nobody lives in that world, and so risk is a core part of any project trying to deliver to market, to any stakeholder, or anyone that you're trying to make good on a promise to or a requirement. There's always some risk that you have to manage. So there's a couple of high-level statements about what risk is. You can choose the one that you like the most. I like to focus on the fact that it's about documenting and communicating, because oftentimes, when we're on the hook to do something and we have a deadline and we have a budget, we're trying to manage those things as a project, and documenting the decisions that we make and communicating the risk is an important part of maintaining ultimately the success of the overall project. As far as why we do risk, well, there's a couple of reasons I could give you, right? Starting at the top, it's agency and center level policy requirements. We have to, but our customers expect it. There's a lot of moving parts in a large, complex program, and risk management has to be done across all the different stakeholders. You could go down the list, and at the end of the day, right, it's all of the above is why we do risk. It's how we get more resources. This is one of my favorite ones to point out. It used to be that if you had, if there was a budget, you could advocate for what the best way to use that budget was from a value standpoint. The agency is now moving to a more risk-driven model for deciding how to spend limited resources. And so from a top-down perspective, what people are most interested in is how can we mitigate the most risk for the least, how do we best use the money to mitigate risk, maximizing our mission success. On the left, we have this, it's called the acquirer-provider model. And so we're going to keep that theme going forward. And just to show you how this shows up in our world, the people that develop the launch system is one group, and the launch system is a deliverable. The people that develop the payloads or the spacecraft that are actually going into orbit, the Orion crew module, the Dragon capsule, there are different teams. So the people, even though it's the same even though NASA is developing everything on the left and SpaceX is developing everything on the right, within those organizations, you have different groups with different deliverables. And then you have the Armstrong Test Facility in the middle. And our job is to provide these test capabilities. And so if there's a launch schedule and being able to verify that the spacecraft passes all of the tests is one of the prerequisites to being able to successfully launch, then any problems that happen in the testing phase will then ultimately impact the launch schedule. So there's multiple different groups here, and the point is that risk is happening across all the levels. Now this is an eye chart. The purpose of this chart is to show that NASA has three main dimensions of technical project management. This first section inside the blue oval, on the left-hand side you have your system design process, and on the right-hand side we have our product realization process, and in the middle is the technical management process. And if you look at all those items, what I've put a red star on, number 13, is technical risk management. So risk management is just one of almost 20 different areas that are very well defined in the NASA systems engineering process. And you can also see on the far right that risk is accumulating. So we're receiving risk from the components that we are dependent on, and we're integrating their risks with the way that we're providing our services, and all that risk, and that's what that red line on the right is showing, that risk is all rolling up as it moves its way up the organizational hierarchy. Now, that technical risk management has a name, and we call it continuous risk management, or CRM. And so that you can see the CRM, the simplified process diagram is shown as a circle. We're going to talk about those 5 phases. What's important here is to know that at each level of the organization, they are each independently doing continuous risk management. And the risks at one level are feeding into the higher levels. Now, the agency has specified the minimum requirements that all continuous risk management processes must fulfill. What they haven't done is specified exactly what tools and local implementations of those procedural requirements. So that gives us the opportunity at the Armstrong level to decide how we're going to fulfill the CRM process requirements. This chart is just basically showing 3 different ways to see the same thing. In the top left, the little circle, you have the simplest way of seeing the CRM process. Underneath the circle is like the 5-stage waterfall process where each of the stages is identified. And then if you really want to get interested, it kind of unpacks a little bit where you have multiple analysis phases depending on whether you're doing strategic or tactical mitigation planning. But all of these have decision processes, and they all have formal inputs and formal outputs. NASA is an ISO certified organization, and that means that all of our processes need to be ISO business processes as well. So for that, I'm going to do a quick overview of what ISO means. For those that haven't heard the term, ISO is International Organization for Standardization. It's a non-governmental, independent standards development organization. Their main product is a set of specifications for quality business processes called ISO 9000. Now, ISO 9000 is extremely generic. And so, if you're in the space industry, your way of fulfilling ISO 9000 is going to be very different than if you're in the automotive industry or any other industry. So the different industries will come together and create sort of a standard way that industry fulfills ISO 9000. And for NASA and the entire aerospace industry, it's called AS 9100. And so our organization is following AS 9100 process development. And what you can see is we have our policy documents feeding in the process, defining the process in the top left, the low-level work instructions, giving detailed instructions as to how the tasks are completed, and all of that goes into a typical actor swim lane business process diagram that shows different roles and different departments exchanging information and producing artifacts at different points. All of this, and this is the big takeaway from the ISO piece, is that all of this we're required to have evidence that we can show anyone who investigates or audits our processes. We need to be able to show that we're doing what we say we do. And so what that means is that we're looking for some kind of a way of implementing the risk management process in a way that is safe, effective, and reliable in doing what it's supposed to do, but also has traceability and generates the necessary artifacts and allows us to find who did what, when, and where is that information now, and how did it change. And that is one of the things that MediaWiki Core does beautifully right out of the box. Now, those that have seen some of my past talks know that we are heavily invested in Semantic MediaWiki, which is a third-party extension that allows you to, a couple of fun facts is Semantic MediaWiki allows you to store data directly into pages. It allows you to write queries in other pages that finds all the data that you stored in the other pages. And if you take those two fun facts together, you realize that this allows you, this is the fundamental method of basically building a database application. So anything that you might have done in traditional relational databases, you can immediately migrate and implement them in MediaWiki with just a few extra third-party extensions. The particular approach that we take is to say that we use the wiki as a graph-based system. Every one of those dots, the container represents the wiki database, and the dots in there represent pages. And the lines that connect all of the dots represent the data that we have encoded right into the pages that links particular pieces of data in one page to other pages, building this big knowledge graph that we've talked about at length at the Semantic MediaWiki conferences. This allows us to turn MediaWiki into a graph-based database application platform with a form-driven front end and page editor. And I would draw attention to the fact that it's form-driven front end because we don't want, in the wiki community, most people know that there's this thing called the blank page problem. You go to an organization, you set up a wiki, and it's empty, and you say, have fun, make your pages. People are not, within organizations, people are not good at developing pages that are structure filled and feature rich. So what we do is we use templates. We use the page forms extension to create standardized ways of collecting data from our different processes. And once they hit save, the data that we collect from those forms is then rendered or presented through standardized templates. And what that means is that if you visit one of the pages in our wiki, you won't get a page with the visual editor. We don't want our users doing visual editor. We don't want our users source editing. We want them editing with a form. So they visit the page and the form opens up based on the category of the page, and they can fill it out just like they would any other form, within the government loves its forms. And so we process driven, and we develop our forms, we train on our forms, people fill them out, they hit save, and all that information becomes data in the knowledge graph. And then the last bit of this is that once we have built that form front-end graph database, we now have the ability to implement our ISO business processes so that we can basically include the logic into the forms and the templates that kind of carries the user experience from the beginning of the process to the end. So they're doing what they need to do in order to perform their duties. And at the end of the day, there is no stage where the artifacts have to be put somewhere for archive. The data is created where it belongs, it's utilized, it's operationally utilized in place, and when they're done with it, it becomes data at rest for the organization, and we have everything in one place, and we're not trying to do a knowledge management activity at the end of the process. So all the evidence that we're following our processes is contained within MediaWiki Plus. Our auditors come in, and we can show them exactly what our processes are, and the evidence that we're following it's all self-contained within MediaWiki. So to put a little bit of a specific example, I would like to walk through the ontology of a NASA risk model. And there's basically 4 different classes. And if you're not familiar with classes, classes are a feature that is provided by page forms. And it's really just a clever way of conveniently allowing you to make categories, forms, and templates work as a set. Okay, so if you have page forms loaded in your wiki and you go to the special pages, there's an option for creating a class. You can choose the category, the form, and the template. For the sake of sanity, we always use the same verbiage for all 3. So we could create a category called organization, a form called organization, and a template called organization. And we collect things. This is not an exhaustive list, but we want to know what is the name of the organization and who's their parent. And why do we care about this? Because this very simple construct allows us to allow users to create organizational pages and locate them in a hierarchy. So now we can begin to model within the MediaWiki environment our entire organizational structure and the organizational structure of our partners. And so this is the first of the 4 classes, the organization tool. The second class is the idea of a risk statement. Now, risk is going to get broken into 2 different classes. There's the statement of the risk, which is defined as a condition, departure, asset, and consequence. And for the purposes of brevity, all I'm going to say is that the risk statement is not trying to solve the problem. The purpose of the risk statement is to define the problem. Okay, and you can see that in some of these, like the owner of the risk is a property that points to an organization. So we already have our linkage. I just got done saying that the risk statement is not about solving, it's about describing. So now that we've described the risk, we can create a 3rd class, which is the risk response. And again, notice that we're creating categories for each, forms for each, and templates for each. So each of these represents a collection of pages. And so lastly, we round out with actions. And everybody's familiar in the business world with the idea of actions. We want things to be actionable. And so the response is basically the high-level strategy of what we're going to try to do, whether or not we think it's a big problem or a small problem, an urgent problem, or something we got to take care of later. And then at the end of the day, the risk response includes some number of actions that get done. Now, these are the 4. So let me walk you through a real-world example. So this is my attempt to create a knowledge graph. If you guys haven't seen it, the purple nodes represent different organizations, and the links between them represent the data that they contain and the orientation in which it points. So, for example, we have the Armstrong Test Facility is at the bottom here, and its parent is the Glenn Research Center, and Glenn's parent is headquarters. Okay, but we're not the only siblings, or we're not the only children in the family. There's headquarters is also responsible for a human spaceflight mission directorate, and what they're doing is running the Artemis program, which is America's current human spaceflight program. And then you have other organizations like the Rocket Propulsion Test Office, and their job is to supervise the agency's capabilities and make sure that NASA retains and they're managing the agency's ability to fulfill the project needs of other mission projects like Artemis. So this is just an organizational structure. And so from these pages, you can basically think of them like wiki articles. And you can say, oh, I'm at the GRC level. And if I'm reading that article, I can say, okay, well, I can see that it manages something called Armstrong Test Facility, and it's beholden to something called headquarters. Now, at the Armstrong Test Facility level, we have our continuous risk management process, and we can use a form-driven front end, click on a link, and we can capture a risk. Now remember, the risk, all that's doing is it's capturing the condition, the statement of the problem, not the solution. And a risk might actually have multiple stakeholders, because this goes back to document and communicate. So immediately what we do after we've created the risk is we separately create the risk response. There are 2 separate pages. And it's important that you don't conflate the risk response data with the risk statement data, because what we want to be able to do is allow other stakeholders to respond independently. And so by uncoupling the statement of the risk from the risk responses, every organization can have their own response to the same risk. And then you can roll up all the responses and look at it together. So for example, the RPT might be a stakeholder in our risk. The Artemis program might be a stakeholder in our risk. And so you start to see that the knowledge graph begins to flush out really fast. And this is a very simple diagram. Lastly, we add actions. And so at some point, because we have documented our risk and we've communicated the risk, and we have multiple stakeholders responding and analyzing that risk, some of the people have decided to watch. That basically means thank you very much. Let us know how that goes. And other people might say, well, hey, look, you know, this is a real problem. I've got to escalate this above my head. And then you also have people who say, we've got the funding. This is our responsibility. We're going to mitigate this. So we come back to this. And I've just given you the whole ISO electronic form-driven electronic workflow database system. We've gone through the ontology example. So we're back here to our continuous risk management policy or process. And so we've developed an in-house policy and procedure for doing this. We take the agency's CRM process, combine it with MediaWiki Plus, implement our ISO electronic workflows, and all of our data is contained in the MediaWiki database. I'm going to skim over. These are just some high-level examples of what the actual forms look like. On the far right-hand side, I'm showing a zoomed-out view of what the form looks like, and then I've kind of zoomed in to show you what that top block is, where we're capturing the risk title and some other preliminary information. So I can say my risk is my wiki server is running MediaWiki 1.31. Okay, and the effective requirements are that the NASA network requires supported software. They don't like unsupported software, so we have to upgrade. We could say, and I'm going to skip over all this, but you know, this is the task of trying to define at the organizational level what the risk statement is, what the impact is. And then we have another process for validating and analyzing, and that's done by every stakeholder organization. This is an example on the far right. Again, we've zoomed out and we're looking at the total risk response form. It's a summary of what the risk is. We have a likelihood ranking system where we have a 1 through 5 ranking for very likely, likely, possible, unlikely, and highly unlikely. It's the 1 through 5 scale for how, you know, do we think the bad thing is going to happen? We have a consequence chart, which these are all, this is a matrix of consequences. At the bottom, you have cost and schedule. Every project manager knows the concerns of a risk impacting their cost and schedule. The agency has a couple of other categories. At the end of the day, we have to go through these and rank them 1 through 5. And again, we rank them at our level. Our parent organization ranks them, and all of this information can then be aggregated to make what's called a risk-informed decision. I'm going to skip through some of these charts out of the interest of time, and I'm going to pass through, if we had more time, I was going to go through kind of a detailed walkthrough of what the system actually looks like. We're using the MediaWiki graph extension to show a pie graph of our risk posture, what we're carrying. You can see that the likelihood and the consequence, 5 by 5 makes a cube. We color code that in order to say that, you know, things that land in the green are not as bad as the stuff in the yellow, and stuff in the red definitely needs to be addressed. I've obfuscated some of the data here for the purposes of this talk. And again, this is all data driven. So these tables, it's not like we're hitting the visual editor button and going in and modifying the value of the number in that table. Our users are maintaining the quality of the risk data in the risk responses. They're saving that information as separate pages, and then these pages are just high-level dashboard pages that are mining all of that information out of the semantic MediaWiki database and pulling it all together in what we call a dashboard view. Okay. And I'm going to wrap it up by reminding everyone that it was not my goal to impress you with NASA's risk management process, but simply what I hope you understand is that NASA's risk management process is vital to our approach to mission success. And at Armstrong Test Facility, we are fulfilling that requirement with MediaWiki Plus. And I'm here to tell you that MediaWiki has what it takes to do risk management at NASA for the benefit of all.
We have time for a few questions, if anybody has looks like we have some questions. You might want to repeat the question.
Sure.
Thanks for the talk. I thought it was a great talk. My question is around forms. And I perceive it, please, tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm making assumptions. I perceive forms as inflexible. So if you have to evolve your schema or your ontology, how do you do that if you're using a form-based approach and not a blank page approach?
Yeah, well, it really comes down to being an ontology editor and not a form editor. So the forms are just expressions of the ontology. So not many organizations have people who think about web ontologies as part of what they provide their organization. So there's two short answers, right? One is the good news is that the agency's continuous risk management process has been pretty stable for over 15 years. And so the likelihood, if we're talking about risk, right, the likelihood of the agency radically changing the way that they do risk is low. And that means that our forms and the way that we collect data doesn't really change. Now, I don't know how to explain it really concisely right now, but I have other presentations that talk about the benefit of using the semantic web over traditional database schemas. So if you build a database that is a relational database in a traditional database system, and the schema changes, the database programmers all tear their hair out. Okay, you changed my schema, all the tables, all the key IDs, all of that was designed around that. The beautiful thing about semantic MediaWiki and graph-based systems is that there is no schema. The schema is the schema is the data is the schema. As the data changes, the schema changes. It's a very fluid and flexible system. The forms just have to keep up with whatever the data collection is, and then the relational aspect of it is just part of what the knowledge graph, the transition from a traditional database to a graph-based system dissolves that concern of trying to have technical debt on your implementation. Okay, wow.
Them first.
Okay, Brian.
Yeah, so where were you in your ISO certification journey when you implemented MediaWiki, and what were the auditors' responses and thoughts and feedback about the use of the tool?
So we've been very careful not to, we've basically developed our electronic workflows alongside of, in fact, my management just gave a talk last week, and they said that one of the lessons that we've learned is that it's very hard to make the transition to the wiki way, but when you have both feet in it, it works well. What's a challenge is when you're trying to maintain traditional methods and you're trying to also simultaneously implement something different like the wiki approach. And so when we're in a mixed mode is when we're most at risk. And so my management's lesson learned is to make the transition as quickly and efficiently as you can, and don't spend any time trying to do both. Auditors have highlighted our use of the wiki as a best practice. So in the places where we have had audits and we have shown them our wiki-based workflows, they have commented that we are doing things that are notably best practices. Let's go with Daniel.
First, thanks for a very interesting talk. You talked about the MediaWiki Plus, including semantic MediaWiki, page forms, and the graph extension for display.
And so many more.
So I was wondering if you could touch on what those so many more are, or at least the key ones.
Okay, so semantic MediaWiki is certainly essential. Cargo, I think, is an alternative. Back when we made the decision to do this, Cargo wasn't up to speed, and I think today Cargo and semantic MediaWiki have their pros and cons. But you got to pick one, right? You need some way to store data in pages and query it back out. Flex forms is a big one. That's what allows us to do our business process modeling notation. We basically document and maintain our business processes in the wiki. Yes, sir.
Flex diagrams?
Flex diagrams, yes. We are also looking to use flex forms. We haven't incorporated that yet. Flex forms allows us to, will allow us to do electronic work instructions where we actually have somebody performing the procedure. And one of the things that our ISO processes want for quality control is they want to know who the person was who did the study, when they did it, and that it was done without deviation or waiver. And so we have a detailed procedure that we have people doing, and we want them to be able to check the box, check the box, check the box, and Flex Forms will give us that capability. Flex Diagrams allows us to do to develop and maintain our ISO processes in the wiki as well as BPMN diagrams. Thank you. Did I answer your question, Dave? Okay, and then
yeah. So it sounds like overall MediaWiki is a good fit for this process, which is cool. But I'm curious, are there any areas where your users are frustrated by limitations or behaviors of MediaWiki where people are kind of like, constantly complaining about X or Y?
Their X would be speed. Our biggest challenge is there's so much information that we're handling. We're running up against the limits of MediaWiki's template depth. We're running up against every technical limit that MediaWiki has. In many cases, we've had to increase those values, and we're also running on a monolithic system architecture. So we don't have any database replication. We're just basically stuffing the whole application stack onto a single server and, and trying to squeeze all the performance out of it. So I would say that the number one struggle that people have is the speed. It's not unusable, but it doesn't keep up with what I think some of the higher end, more,
And when you say speed, you mean like the speed of queries or like having to do like full page refreshes to like submit forms and see you?
Yeah, sometimes it takes good 7 to 10 seconds for a page to load. Yeah.
And I want to add real quick before anyone gets the wrong idea of MediaWiki. These are solvable problems. Wikipedia is the largest MediaWiki instance on Earth, the largest wiki on Earth, and it is running very efficiently, thanks to the wonderful work of all the geniuses of the Community Foundation. And Confluence is also, if you look at Classic, I'm sure you would know that it's just a piece of junk. So I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea that MediaWiki is unusable. It is very usable, and I know firsthand the amount of dedication that Rich and his team are working on to make speed no longer an issue, or at least to mitigate it.
Yes. Thank you very much, Jeff. And in order to further confirm what Jeff was saying is we shoot ourselves in the foot, right? So everything that in MediaWiki documentation says, be careful that this is an expensive function. Just pour it on. So we have a strategy though, we want to get to Lua. So we have developed everything that we've done using traditional template and parser functions, and everyone has said, yeah, as soon as you move to Lua, you'll gain at least, you'll gain a significant speed increase. We solved that, and I think there won't be any complaints other than that it is not what they're used to, right? So you just what can you do with that, right? So there is a cultural change, but what we have found is that what we don't want is people using we don't want people using the wiki for one and only one process. Our strategy is to digitally transform every process that we have into one wiki platform environment. And so then if you're doing document control, you're exposed to the wiki. If you're doing risk management, you're exposed to the wiki. And then you get, once you have that one activity that pulls you in and you kind of make your peace with it, then all the other ways that we can use the wiki just start to be, it becomes consistent. And so the goal is to find one One workflow that is important to at least everybody in the organization, just to give them that one reason to acquaint themselves with it. And once you get over that, then adoption almost happens overnight. Yep.
Yeah, I would love to continue this conversation all day. I could talk with Rich for several days in a row, but we do have to take a quick break. Please feel free to continue talking to him over break. I'm sure he'd love to. And yeah, let's meet back here in 20 minutes for a Hill's presentation.
Super good.
All right. One quick thing, I've added the next few days' menu onto the conference page. So you'll be able to predict what we're going to be doing. And then for lunch, just a quick shout out that
opportunity, John, any questions. Stop. Get questions.
And, yes.
It does have sound when you're on the creative video.
Yeah.
You put presentation or just leave it.
Oh. You will do that. I'll break it. Yeah. Should I just?
Yeah, absolutely. And now,
Okay, so hold the pause till you figure out what I'm going to say.
My name is Anil Sethi. I hope you can hear me in the back. And we're going to keep this a little bit light. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my background, which is a way to talk about the project that a number of you are helping us work on. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to run a short little video from a previous company that I was part of named Glimpse. And if you have a iPhone, Apple acquired Glimpse a number of years ago for the clinical informatics knowledge. My background's in clinical informatics, and then put some of that stuff into Apple Health Records. So some of our stuff is here if you have an iPhone. So let's just run this. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I want you to look at the content, and I'd like you to listen to the narrator as well. Very. Want me to just run, Ryan? Okay. Background, the past, the present, and the future. This is a bit about the past. Glimpse was, this video is about 8 years old. We'll run it again. The narrator is my little sister, Tanya. I will show you why that's important. I carry her picture because she's not with us anymore. So, Tanya was diagnosed straight into stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. And when the company Glimpse was acquired, I was working in Cupertino, grew up on the East Coast in Maryland, around the DC area. I had 2 sisters. I figure one is up there, one is down here, so maybe it's just geography. So Tanya is younger by 10 years. She was sick, so Hopkins called me in Cupertino and said, come home home now. She's got about 2 weeks to live, which is a effed up sentence. You neither want to hear it nor do you ever want to say it. So I go to Jeff, and Jeff Williams is number 2 at Apple, and he went to Tim. They took really good care of me. We bought Tanya 5.5 more months of life, but she eventually died. She died on 9/11 of 2017. So it's not a day that any of us are going to forget that. So I bring it up because Tanya was seen in her last year of life in 17 facilities because there were other new folks in medical technologies, and I've been doing this for a long time, this cancer care. And I'll tell you a little bit more in a moment. But the long story short is that because she was seen at 17 facilities, each facility thought they had her complete medical record. But if you, on average, do the math, they have 1/17. So it's a distributed information problem. Aha, now we're getting someplace. So that when you and I, through our lives, are seen, and a lot of us are traveling, Mateus and I were just talking about, he's got medical records in Rome, he's got it back home in South America. He's eventually going to have kids. They're going to be all over the place. I was just pushing because he's been married 5 years. And so I was trying to help his parents out, I'm going to have those kids.
Should we try it out?
Yes. Okay. Brian will tee us how do we aggregate it in one place within the threshold of something called HIPAA? You folks have worked in the industry, any place, so there's this somewhat draconian box that folks need to live in. HIPAA says you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. The thing is that the patient is outside of HIPAA. The patient can do whatever what they want. So if Tanya wanted to post her video to some billboard or some website named SaveMyLife.com, she could post everything about her. No individual institution can do that. And even if they could, they don't want to, because the control of Tanya's information is control of a really important asset. So this notion of interoperability that we have, either heard or will be hearing about, it has a disincentive for one institution to share with another institution, because a late-stage cancer patient is actually, let's be crass, that's the $1 million patient. You're not going to just move it. So it's as silly as asking Target to share their CRM data with Walmart. When you think about it that way, that's never going to happen. So let's fast forward. That's the history. Where we are today is a third of you folks in the room are working for this company that I'm part of, and if Pawan will raise his hand, he is a colleague of mine at this 4-month startup, and we are trying to pull together, as Dr. Evans here, I'm just going to call you Dr. Evans because I loved your presentation. You could just translate everything from the MediaWiki Plus to MediaWiki Plus Plus for healthcare. It's distributed. It has rules, it has processes, you have care guidelines, you want to make sure that everyone's getting standard of care. I mean, the analogs are amazing. So we are working now on a project that has 3 long poles in the tent. One is we need to build an infrastructure where hospitals, clinics, radiology facilities, both in the US and internationally, can deploy something behind the firewall. Okay, let's just call it MediaWiki. Then we need to upgrade it to have data structures and graphs and semantics that are healthcare specific. Meaning, like, what do we know about medications that is not PHI, not personal health information unique to a person, but just we know something about acetaminophen. And we know it's called Tylenol, and 200 milligram, and it comes in caplets. So there's a number of attributes to every node. So the categories of the information that we need to put into the semantic graph are like meds, labs, diagnosis, procedures. And if you go down those 4, there's about 17 total. And if you go across meds, it turns out that the top 10 pieces of information are the critical ones that everybody wants. Who was the prescriber? So you have a person. What was the location? What was the date? Okay, now, what was the name? What is the generic? What is the unit, the milligram, the route of administration, oral, whatever. So if you look at the 17 times 10, turns out you've got 170 attributes that make up 80-20 of healthcare. But a lot of them are duplicated because a date is a date is a date. So when you bring it all down, its number is 47. So 47 attributes. If we could semantically load them into a graph that is behind the firewall of Hopkins, where she was seen, and that's where she passed. But she was seen at Sutter and Stanford. You could load it all in, have these thousands of hospitals and 100,000 clinics in the US, and now international, share that information, and a single copy could be shared on some master server, and that's Tanya's selfie. Take a picture, it's not exactly you because the Instagram filter makes it look different. Well, this is the medical version of you. It's your digital twin. And in order for language models and knowledge graphs to operate, because they are algorithms, they embody knowledge from clinical medicine, but they need to operate on something. So a digital something can't operate, it's got bits and bytes, it can't operate on atoms and molecules. So we need to build a digital twin. I'm not sure that's the exact logo, but I liked it, it was cute. The company's only 4 months old, we're in stealth, so it is what it is. So the current project is this. 3 long poles in the tent. I've just been describing how MediaWiki, the medical version of MediaWiki, could be groundbreaking. There's another 2 parts to it. One is how do you build the corpus? How do you build this knowledge graph? That's one. And then how the heck do you get the information in the first place? Because remember that HIPAA thing? That's like a door. But I also said that the patient is outside of HIPAA. So why now? Why is this possible to solve now? Really 2 things that happened in the world in the last 18 months. One is someone taught a machine how to talk human language. So the API has changed from Python and REST to human language. Well, that's huge because the bulk of Tanya's data was not in the database, the SQL tables. It was in documents. One is a radiology report. So if you're really ill, a lot of radiology, imaging is just growing leaps and bounds, and the byproduct, the exhaust of that, is a document, usually 2 pages, and there's this juicy paragraph called the findings paragraph. And it says 6 metastases were found in the right lobe of the liver at this size and location. It's exactly what my sister died from. Hepatic complications. No one dies from breast cancer. It's a non-functional organ. But when you're metastatic, lungs, bone, liver. So now we have a machine that prefers to ingest natural language and make sense of it. Of course, some of that sense is garbage because it will hallucinate. We'll get to that in a second. But look, that happened. So if we agree that in the 80-20, usually 90-10, the bulk of the really interesting information that everybody wants is not in the database because that's billing information. It's charge capture and order entry. It is Salesforce.com, by any other name, to run a hospital. They have incredible power, these medical records companies. I don't know why, because when I walk into a facility, I don't go, do you run SAP or Salesforce.com? I could give a crap. But that's not the case in the hospital environment. These people have incredible power. I'd like to shift the power base. So they have these documents, discharge summaries, pathology reports, imaging reports. That's where the information is. So something happened, and now we can just shove documents into there. I know because I've taken Tanya's, literally her fax pages, and sent them in. And what comes back is an incredible amount of understanding. It's a widget of understanding that I can ask, what is this patient suffering from? And the question was, can you give me the answer in 5 words or less? And the answer was metastatic breast cancer. That's GPT-4, that's untrained. We're about to train it and build a semantic graph, a fact table, not a language model. That's a means to an end. A language model is an API, that's how we talk to it. It models language, but it will, I don't know why I keep looking at Rich, because he's now,
I'm your anchor.
Yaron introduced us a couple of years ago. It was April 6th, 2022, and we were just, he forgot I knew, but I remember. So that's the second piece. The first one, one of them is MediaWiki is the infrastructure. I'm just convinced. Number 2 is we've taught a machine to understand this juicy information. And number 3 is we need to build a knowledge graph, not a language model. Facts, guesses. So I'm just going to leave it that way. So we are on a project currently to take some of the understanding that this company has about clinical informatics and help build the medical version of MediaWiki. Plus, I don't know exactly what that's going to entail, but one of those pieces is Ike and a number of you have helped. Ryan is here someplace. Anyway, yes. Bad to say. Look, this is your health information. We can't just have people willy-nilly just editing it. So we needed to build some sort of a veneer that has security and privacy. Gosh, that should be just a part of MediaWiki eventually, or at least a part of the medical version of Plus, MediaWiki Plus. So that's what's going on. The ultimate goal is this. I'm gonna run something if I can find it.
It's another video.
There's yeah, it's maybe you can help me because
I think for the streaming, I'm gonna stream it from
This-
my laptop, and that should maybe work.
it's just 10 seconds of audio. It is let me just run something.
Today, I would like to introduce you to a project that I am most excited about and is being built by material.
That's it. She's been dead 7 years.
Sorry, it's just audio.
It's just, yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay, yeah. And I'll send these out. Look, going forward, I think it's possible to have an avatar. Of course it is. We got Alexa, we got Siri, we got other avatars. Someone, maybe us in this room, is going to create a voice interface to the knowledge base, but in the middle is your digital twin. So everything you're going to ask of all of this, you know, the Google of healthcare, the knowledge base of healthcare is going to be filtered through your digital twin. So you're not just going to get random links. You're going to go, hey, Tanya, tell me something about myself. And she's going to go, well, you had stage 4, but now you're in remission. Tanya, what was that? This is real. I'm standing in front of the pharmacist at CVS, and the elderly gentleman with the bag, he's taking out his medications, you know. He's going, I think I need one of these. So he calls his wife, hey, what was that blood pressure medicine? Well, now he's going to go, hey, Tanya, what's that blood pressure medicine I was taking? And up on the screen is going to come up, and he's going to go like this to the pharmacist. That's got a QR code. It's going to, all of that. So if you close your eyes and if you think about that possible future, all the knowledge brought together from distributed under the auspices of the patient, which is the only entity on planet Earth. I don't care whether you call it GDPR or HIPAA or whatever they call it in China or sub-Saharan Africa, the patient usually has the ability to aggregate a copy of their records. So that scales. We know this framework. Thank you, sir, in the back. We know this framework scales because it's the largest server farm in the world. I'm super excited that we have the tech. Regulatory overheads are sort of sidestepped. There's something that came out about a year ago called the 21st Century Cures Act. I like that name. Effectively, it says the people who have your medical information that have sort of kept it behind doors, there are no doors that you can't knock on anymore and say, give me my data. So when you have a regulatory solution and a technical solution like OpenAI, I really think that kind of stuff that I've been trying to work on for about 40 years is finally about to happen. My background's in biomedical engineering. I love this stuff. I've been doing startups for a while. the last 40 years, one failed. You learned a lot. One, we took public on the NASDAQ. 4 had exits for WebMD and Citrix. Apple acquired one. But I always feel like that's a warm-up act for what we're about to pull off here. So I am super thrilled to share this idea with you. I think I'll stop there. And if there's some questions or I just want to. We have about 2 minutes. Sir.
So not a question as much as a thought that I had while I was listening. One of the things that we're going through is digital transformation. And when you were talking about the patient being outside of HIPAA and their information sort of being locked, paywalled or organizationally.
I mean, you're a patient.
Yeah,
it's hard. Yeah.
The term that I've discovered recently is digital sovereignty.
Ooh.
And I found that that's a very that digital transformation is and digital sovereignty have to be go together, and the patient has sovereignty over their data
Worldwide.
Yeah.
We have some technologies in the US. We think they're really good. We have some APIs, but when you add up all the people that are affected by that, okay, maybe there's 500 million people on planet Earth. What about the other 7.5 or 8 billion? We don't have these medical record systems in India. They just don't exist. So the APIs don't exist, which means the apps won't work. Something like this will scale. When you talk about sovereignty, I'm thinking about Web 3, because Web 1 was read, Web 2 was write, post, and Web 3 is own. That's one man's opinion. Own means the infrastructure for blockchain transactions. So you have the sovereignty because your record that is in one place could be considered a token. And it's non-fungible because you're unique. Rich is more unique than others.
I'm gonna crawl under the
No, I was very impressed when you told me about the semantic work you were doing, and now I'm gonna bug you because a lot of work that you have figured out is translatable. So thank you for that. But yes, the patient now gets to own. In other words, an NFT. Then you have smart contracts that said the patient says, "I would like to be part of that clinical trial, and you, Pfizer, may pay me $10,000." Going to make it up. It's a low number for clinical trials, but you're going to get to use it for NCT national. That's the number of the trial, NCT 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you only get to use it for that, and it's built into the contract. And now I don't have to worry about someone de-identifying my data and doing things with it because there's a record of our agreement. I think sovereignty sort of is the umbrella term that covers that kind of capability. So somebody in the room will need to work with us to say, I would like to do the blockchain extension or the plugin that then we can add to the medical version of MediaWiki.
There has been work, I don't recall exactly who, but in one of the MediaWiki stakeholders meetings, someone gave a presentation on including blockchain into the edit history of the articles, so that.
That was Hello, right?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, and I was blown away by that, and I'm so that's the future. And once MediaWiki has that blockchain in the edit history, I think that's a evolutionary milestone.
Why that's so important? Because physicians will not trust information that just comes from the patient unless it comes from another attested covered entity under HIPAA. So one physician has the obligation to tell the other physician the good stuff. But when we move from acute care to chronic care, most of that good stuff happens outside the medical environment. It's the digital exhaust and the other 360 days when you're not in the hospital. So how does a patient attest that this really was me, it's not fiction, it's not spoofed? write a little record and you say, I, the patient, to attest to everything, it's written, so it is a record. Your journey is events of a record. And so that makes sense. Pavan, let's make that a feature. He goes, yeah, sure.
We just borrow.
Huh?
We don't have to invent, we just borrow.
We just borrow it. Yeah, that's the beauty.
In the YouTube stream, Bernhard, who's going to be speaking a little bit later, says, this is a big thing in Europe. The Data Act defines frameworks for voluntary donations of private data, for example, for research purposes.
Yeah.
And that the blockchain talk was by Marcus Blazer of Palo Alto.
Thank you to
Bernhard Kubina.
Bernard, thank you. I'll finish with one more thing. How the heck do you get all this data for the patients? You can't just go knocking on the door of all the hospitals, and you can't have 300 million patients suddenly find out. It turns out that for the last 30 years, there's been this underground network called Health Information Exchanges. It was a private subway system only for hospitals and doctors. They transferred records, documents between each other. Obviously, these are tested because it's going from one doctor to another. The people who built the exchange networks, wrote the code, built the servers, the protocols, all of them happen to work for this company. We've been working with these exchanges, consider them like cell towers that connect all the phones, 300 million phones. Let's say there were 75, I'll finish in a second. Let's say there were 75 cell towers that moved the information. That's about how many exchanges there are. We have about 21 that are clients of ours. That means behind the firewall, those 21 hold currently 128 million patient lives of information. I can't see it because I'm not allowed to, but I don't want to. So what we're going to do is we're going to put our machine learning code behind the firewall, train it, then take the model out. No PHI ever, no health information ever gets exposed, but we get to use our partners. Why would they do it? Because when you've got all this information in a health graph or a semantic, I'm going to mix these, and you put the clinical trials, which are documents, and we know we can process them. Now you've got supply and demand in this graph, and you can run trials matches. Our test says that we can onboard a patient, go to a website, selfie.com, onboard the patient. We use Clear to identify. That's another 90 seconds. You don't have to tell us where your records are. You just say consent. We scour the exchange network, find where your documents are in the multiple places, bring them in, put them through our chipper shredder, produce data, refine it according to terminologies and ontologies, because they're standards, like in medications. Then we put it into the graph. Every night we run I'm going to call it a cron job. We just run a match between the patient and the trial. We believe that in real time, we can do this in under 10 minutes. From how do you do to you've been matched. That's the future. So thanks for helping. I'm going to step out and
Thank you.
some more.
James.
Sorry about the audio. No, I'm just going to send out the videos.
We can probably edit the video into.
Yeah, I'm gonna edit the audio into the main video once we.
Over my pay grade, but yes.
It'll be taken care of.
Okay.
Awesome. So, yeah, we're gonna move on to James talking about Beyond Wiki data.
Are you going to talk about semantic? Yes.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Good to see you again. I'm James Hare from this morning. And today I will be talking to you about Wikidata, and I will be talking to you about the software that Wikidata runs on and how you can use the software that Wikidata runs on to create your own similar interoperable databases as part of building an even bigger graph database of the world around us.
Just a little bit.
So to introduce myself, I am James Hare. I am a freelance data developer and consultant. I have a small business with a few clients. I work in collaboration with other companies like Wikitech and with other wiki consultants to build solutions for the problems that their clients are having. A lot of my work revolves around basically taking the baseline Wikidata experience and just building more on top of it, whether it's more useful tools for it or just more data, right? The idea being that we have Wikipedia as our baseline, Wikidata as our baseline, but there is so much more that we can be doing. And my role is in enabling that kind of work. And so what is Wikibase then? So if you're in this room, you're familiar with MediaWiki, and you're likely familiar with the semantic MediaWiki, which is a collection of extensions on top of regular MediaWiki. So regular MediaWiki is like a document management system, and then semantic MediaWiki is adding facts with meaning behind those pages. Wikibase is an alternative way of doing something similar. It's not exactly the same as semantic MediaWiki, it's actually a different solution. But what it does is that it enables you to build, it basically has its own built-in ontology, its own built-in data model, not in a detailed sense, but in a very low-level sense. And then you build your own flexible ontology on top of that. And one of the cool advantages of Wikibase above other pieces of software that do similar things of other graph databases is that it doesn't try to box you into a rigid format. It doesn't try to prescribe the world to you. Rather, it is designed in such a way that, if your data has exceptions, you could add qualifiers, you could add references. And there isn't an assumption that a statement is inherently true. They are just claims, and so it is meant to turn the kind of content you would find in Wikipedia, which is nuanced. It has lots of different positions presented. It has references so that you can associate the individual fact with its provenance. Where was I going with that? So yeah, and so if you want to, for example, say that a dog is a mayor of a town, it will allow you to do that. Whether other derivative systems you build know how to account for that, that's kind of on you. But Wikibase is perfectly happy to handle it. And so this is an individual claim here, and so you can see on the left you have the property, and so every statement on Wikibase, more or less, is you have a property, you have the item, it's on a property about that item, and then its value. And then value, you could have qualifiers, you could have references, you could have ranks, you could have a bunch of things. But basically, in this case, the property is director. The value is Brian Epstein. Start time 1960, 1967. And those are the qualifiers to that particular value. And there's reference that provides attestation to that fact. Does anyone know which Wikidata item this is?
Yes, the Beatles.
Yes. This presentation is based on a presentation I did last year, so it is not the same, but it is quite similar. So you may wonder we have Wikibase, but other than like its features and its support for MediaWiki, why else would you use it? And I find that a lot of the interest in Wikibase comes from the use on Wikidata. They see the large open database that Wikidata has built going even beyond the scope of Wikipedia to include other forms of knowledge that can be represented in a structured format. A more egalitarian system that is not as concerned with, is something prominent enough to be included? It's much easier for something to be included. The structure of the project lends itself to the proliferation of many, many items, which can then be interconnected with other items. And you sort of create more information out of that than you had before. And so Wikidata is a pretty darn cool project. I think one of the coolest things about it is that because the data underneath is represented in a language neutral way, all you need is some way of representing the fact, and then you put human language labels on top of the fact. And so as long as you have the fact encoded in some way, you can instantly represent it in hundreds of languages. Like, for example, this here is from the same Beatles item. This was what was on the last slide, I think. I can't read Chinese, so I'm not sure. But the idea is that, what you see in English, just change the language to Chinese. The English labels are replaced with Chinese labels. So it's not someone going in and translating page by page. It's someone translating the individual concepts as identified with a language neutral identifier. And another really promising thing about Wikidata is that it's sort of a universal app backend, right? It may not necessarily contain all the data for your project, but for example, if you are, if you're building an app and you need, some baseline data, like a list of cities or list of medications, no idea why that would come to mind. Then you put the data in Wikidata, and then you can look it up over its APIs, and not just APIs, but full Sparkle queries as well, full semantic queries where you can ask specific detailed questions and get answers. And so on the left here, you have a screenshot of something called Gov Directory, which seeks to create an open directory of all the government agencies, services in the world. And on the right, you could see the Wikidata entry. The Swedish Medical Products Agency is referenced there on the left. And so if you want to very quickly bootstrap an app of data, you can just build it on top of Wikidata, and rather than have to build out that data set yourself, you have something you can already use. And so you have Wikidata and you have Wikibase, and you have this very large and interesting project with Wikidata. And so you think, you have all this data, why not just put it into Wikidata? And one of the issues here is that Wikidata is a volunteer community, right? It's a volunteer project, and people are dedicating their free time to it, like Wikipedia, right? And the nature of the network effects, there are network effects when growing a startup, or network effects when socializing something for the first time. Also network effects with the growth of Wikidata. And so Wikidata became really big really quickly. And yet the size of the community, or the ability of the software to efficiently allow users to keep up with the inflow of data, it's led to the Wikidata community asking serious questions about what they want their scope to be. Because they are at over 100 million entries, and the core community has sort of tapered off. It's sort of grew to a point. I think it's now at its peak carrying capacity. And so the way I'm inclined to think of it is, rather than have Wikidata be a centralized database, rather than put everything in there, think of it more as decentralized and allow for the growth of other databases that are then interconnected using this common Wikibase ontology. And so I've taken this as a sort of, I've taken the limits of Wikidata as an opportunity to take initiative and figure out what other Wikibases we can build to grow this Wikidata ecosystem. We're going to go kind of like how we have MediaWiki Plus, we should also have a Wikidata Plus. And so I'd like to discuss the 4 Wikibase projects I'm currently in charge of running, varying degrees of activity and varying degrees of importance to my day-to-day work. But I view these as the sort of beginnings of a larger Wikibase federation. So first you have something that's very straight and functional, the Internet Domains Wikibase, which I host on a free Wikibase hosting service called Wikibase Cloud. It is operated by Wikimedia Germany, which is the organization that originally developed Wikidata and Wikibase. And so I use the Internet Domains Wikibase for a couple of clients of mine, and its function is to track domain names, specifically domain names. And where this need came up is that, in theory, a domain name is an identifier for a resource, right? CNN.com is CNN, like obviously. But the problem is, so those who work in semantic web stuff understand and deal with the distinction between URLs and URIs on a day-to-day basis. I think most people on this planet don't, though. And so, you could just think of these abstractly as identifiers without concern for resolution. But in practice, these are resolving addresses. And domain names are not so much names, so much as home addresses. And you could have a house at a home address, but the tenant leaves and a new one comes in. And so I created this Wikibase so that I can keep track of these changes, and so that and the secondary use is that a lot of databases about source reliability, how reliable a given source on the internet is, tend to identify these sources by domain name. So if I have a database built on domain names, I could easily add that data on top of this. So Internet Domains Wikibase just, it just mainly identifies domain names and the organizations they're associated with. And the reason this is interesting, it's funny, I created this project in 2023, and for the longest time I struggled to come up with a really good and compelling example of domain names changing in meaning over time. Then one really high profile example just conveniently landed in my lap one day, and so I just went with it. So probably the single most valuable domain name on planet Earth, x.com, supposedly purchased for over $1 million from PayPal in sometime in the past. Let's see if this laser pointer is really good. So yeah, in the past, this x.com domain was associated with this other product. I think this is x.com, which is a sort of predecessor service. I forget what it did. I think it was payment processing or something like that. This was the original meaning of x.com, 1999 to 2000. And then starting on July 24th, 2023, the associated product, publication, or entity is Q918, which is Twitter, what we used to call Twitter. That's one example, but imagine, for example, examiner.com is another example. It used to belong to one news publication called Examiner, now it belongs to a different publication called Examiner, and they are very different publications from each other. And so that's I think more urgent use of this kind of database to be able to distinguish between those things. And so as we're building out these Wikibases, we have Wikidata, we have mine, there are others people are working on. I figured, what if we had a place to keep track of all of these? So I created Wikibase World to be the sort of interchange of all the Wikibases, right? You have Wikidata and the other Wikibases, and then you have another Wikibase that links out to all the other Wikibases. And this is what I would like to have as the core of our future federation. And this one is a bit less purpose-driven and more function-driven, right? There are some instances, I would say a lot of instances, where you don't quite want to put data on Wikidata, but you don't want to spin up an entire new Wikibase either. And so I operate this as a sort of queue item as a service. Mm-hmm. If you want to create just several Wikibase items, create an identifier for something that didn't have an identifier before, this is your platform to do it. The rules are basically don't harm others, and I'm allowed to delete things if I think you're spamming. And if you're wondering if this is actually used for anything, yes. It's a little esoteric, but one thing I like to use it for is tracking templates across wikis, not just across Wikimedia, because Wikimedia does that themselves, but Wikimedia and other non-Wikimedia wikis. And so it's a sort of meta template tracker. And I have some other niche uses like that as well in mind. and perhaps now my most ambitious project. Years ago, I had an idea of creating a database of bibliographic metadata called library-based, and I shifted those efforts to Wikidata instead. And one of the reasons Wikidata has grown to as large a size as it has is that it's taken on this entire sub-project of tracking scholarly literature as metadata and building an open citation network between these articles. Because before, if you wanted citation graph information about journal articles, you would have to go to a proprietary database, and there was no real good open solution to this. But now there is, and the project is kind of obsolete, and Wikidata is full of these articles, and people are kind of frustrated. So my thinking is, okay, I don't want us bibliographic metadata people to be on bad terms with Wikidata. So I'm thinking, what if we had a purpose-built wiki base that just does bibliographic metadata, and we can go as far as we want? My vision is to grow a wiki base that is as large as Wikidata, if not larger, to capture not only sources that are cited on Wikipedia, but could be cited on Wikipedia or shouldn't be cited on Wikipedia. Really anything that is in a collection in a library anywhere. Like, we don't have this open card catalog for the literature in the world that we should. And this is the open platform I've created for it. And one particular reason for library-based to exist is not just to be yet another ISBN, yet another DOI, but to have a platform to assign those kinds of standard identifiers to works that didn't have them before. Like for example, local community library, with zines and handwritten books, things like that. They don't have standard identifiers. They are not treated as equal citizens of books with ISBNs, and so library-based is a much more egalitarian way of assigning identifiers to those kinds of works, because there is no gatekeeper saying what is and isn't allowed. And so as I'm building out this ambitious wiki-based ecosystem, I think library-based represents not only just a database building challenge, but a technical challenge as well, being able to have those kinds of databases without the resources the Wikimedia Foundation has. And I will say that the progress I've made is that I have 2 Blazegraph servers running the Wikidata query service, and they're load balanced with each other. And operating that kind of query service for a data set as large as Wikidata is, I think, the single largest technical challenge. And if I've taken on that challenge and am so far succeeding, I think the other things are just a matter of getting them done. And it's a matter of making the time available. So yeah, I'm happy to take any questions you have. If you want your own wiki base for your own projects, or you want to build on top of Wikidata, extend it, build on top of the Wikipedia ecosystem in general, I'd be happy to talk, and I'm happy to take any questions you have right now.
Is it, strange question, but would it be reasonable to say that every patient who has a page of the longitudinal health summary, that is a mini publication?
Sure.
It doesn't really fit into the ISBN culture. Could that have a unique identifier such that when professionals want to write an article, they could reference Tanya or James or someone else?
I mean, yeah, I think you could, I think a similar idea, rather than using Wikibase to create a metadata record about a book, a metadata record about an album, a metadata record about a movie, it's a metadata record about a person and their health history. And there are all sorts of when I think about databases of people, I think of all sorts of privacy questions, but I think in concept, you could use Wikibase to create sort of unique identifiers for people. And the nice thing about that is, whether they have a social security number, whether they have the Canadian social insurance number, whatever they have, you could use Wikibase as the sort of neutral ground for that person, so that you know you are uniquely identifying that person and not their twin sister or their cousin or someone with the same name who's completely unrelated.
That's a great answer. I just have a comment, which is not everyone has a social security number in the US. Newborns who have a history may not be given a social security number for years. And so there's a need to go beyond a SSN, and the idea of having every patient in the US having their own unique identifier for whatever privacy and security and other issues has not come to fruition. Though I think it would be valuable to be able to identify a single person, everybody,
Yes.
without having official. This is the sort of the de facto solution.
And say Scott?
Yeah, so can you talk about links and deduplication? So as a, continuing your example, right, there is like a .name DNS, this ties together a couple of your examples. There's a .name DNS, I think, which is supposed to identify a specific person with a domain name record, right? Suppose you had a Wiki-based instance which allowed vanity QIDs for people. I sign up because I'm interested, and I say I'm cscott.name or whatever, and I'm Q, my favorite number at your Wikibase, and then something happens, and I become, and for example, it gets linked to my selfie, right? Yeah. Then something happens, I win the Nobel Prize, and suddenly I'm notable enough for Wikidata. Like, what happens then? Can Wikidata use that existing entry? Like,
Conceptually, yes, since the data would probably be in the public domain, so they could probably just slurp it up. But I think the first thing they would do is they would create an item, and then they would say, you know, and this person is also this person in this other Wikibase. And Wikidata has so many properties for identifiers in other databases, then they're very easy to get approved. So I think the starting point would be the item linking back to the other item, saying, you know, as a conceptual ground, we refer back to this other database. And whatever other items of data people want to include is whatever they include.
this seems to complicate search though now, because now if I'm looking for some information about me, I have to follow all these links to say, this is also this thing on the other site, and that might have a different property name for the same thing I'm looking up. And
right. Actually, one of the goals of Wikibase World is to create a sort of central listing of all the different analogous properties. Like, you know, there's a property called exact match, and there's an item on Wikibase World, or a property rather, and it links to all the other properties on all the other Wikibases. And so I think as part of building out these Wikibases is being able to cross-reference them with each other, and I think Wikibase World will be central to that. Daniel?
We have time.
One more question.
I've poked around with Wikidata a little, and you mentioned external identifiers. You can say on Wikibase instance, whatever, this person is also that identifier. Can Wikibase also pull in the data that is included there? For example, if for some reason I become notable and have an entry on the real Wikidata, which is unlikely, and that links to your instance and says on James Harris, whatever, IMQ892.
Right.
Can it then also show, and based on that, my date of birth is this, and my address is, and all of the, I'm assuming not address, but can it pull in data from other Wikibase sites?
Wikidata would not automatically do that. It's just not set up to do that, but you could build an app that pulls data from Wikidata, then looks at the other identifiers, then pulls from those databases as well.
Cool.
All right, time for another
I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to transition to a remote presentation. Vera Kubina, who asked a question earlier, is now going to talk about knowledge graphs.
Such a boring Well, two of James's examples, one was
Okay. Can you hear me already? Can you hear me already? You can hear me online. Can everybody in the room hear me? I'm just gonna go ahead and start then, I guess. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Unfortunately, I cannot be in Portland. I wish I was. I'm talking to you from Vienna, Austria today. So maybe a short introduction. My name is Bernhard. I'm a managing partner at Knowledge Management Associates. I've been a very active member of the MediaWiki and especially the Semantic MediaWiki community. And we provide knowledge management, consulting, training, and research. And with Knowledge Wiki, we have an open source stack built on Semantic MediaWiki and several other extensions. And I'm also a partner of MyWikis Europe. So if you need European wiki hosting, talk to Jeffrey, who is, I think, with you today. We have a joint venture here in Europe. Okay, so I would like to talk. I would like to present actually a new extension, a knowledge graph extension. But before that, we actually have to define a little bit what is a knowledge graph. We have talked about a little bit before in the previous presentations, and yeah, I'm going to give you a short outlook. So a knowledge graph, the trivial definition is it is a buzzword made popular by Google. There is this blog post introducing the knowledge graph, linking things, not strings, right, on the internet. So the trivial definition is you have an ontology, for example, something like this. An actress is a woman. A woman is a subclass of a person. A person has a birth date. So an actress must have a birth date, even if we don't know her birth date. We can infer that from this ontology, right? And MediaWiki has data pages. For example, Hedi Lamar, Romy Schneider, Christiane Hörbiger, Paula Vesely. They all are actresses that were born in Vienna, but MediaWiki cannot really handle this besides doing the category approach. So there's a category actresses from Vienna, and there you have a list. But all of this ontology part is not available in MediaWiki per se. A more scientific definition is that a knowledge graph mainly describes real-world entities, okay, and their interrelations organized in a graph. It defines possible classes and relations of entities in a schema. So the real-world entities are the wiki pages. The classes are the categories in MediaWiki, and this relationship of entities, for this you need properties, and properties are not available in MediaWiki. You have some other extensions that make this available. That allows for potentially interrelating arbitrary entities. Okay, this is linking, linking of wiki pages, covering various topical domains. So there you have a knowledge graph definition from science. So every knowledge graph is a kind of a knowledge base, a kind of a database of facts. Regular databases like that don't have semantic technology behind them, they connect entities with weak semantic relationships that is kind of emulated by primary and foreign keys in the database. In a knowledge graph, the relationships can be used to query and traverse links for knowledge discovery. I'm going to show you a simple example in a second. And they often contain large volumes of factual information with less formal semantics than ontologies, maybe in the early semantic web days, where so knowledge base is kind of fact orientated, and the ontology is more schema orientated. And you have also talked about large language models. So a language model is not a knowledge model, as you have already mentioned. But they're quite similar regarding their graph structure. Large language models are stored in a kind of a vector database, but they use statistic probabilities to find the right term, the right next term, rather than semantics. And the current strand of research is actually the combination of those two. So I think this is going to be very interesting on how to provide semantics to a large language model, or also derive semantics with a large language model from textual information. Okay, so what is the power of knowledge graphs? Why are they so important? Well, okay, they present knowledge in a machine-readable format in form of triples: subject, predicate, and object. And we have a data format for that, RDF, W3C standard. This forms a network of nodes and edges that are displayed like this. And a very basic example could look like this. We have data about Hedy Lamarr, who is an actor. An actor is a subclass of an artist. Hedy Lamarr is born in Vienna, and we know from the node Vienna that is located in Austria. So what for us humans who can read this English diagram looks very obvious. The interesting thing is, if you query for Austrian artists, so the information Austria and the information artist is not in any way written on the article of Hedy Lamarr, you can get the result Hedy Lamarr even when it's not tagged on her page. So this is basically the real power of knowledge graphs, that you can traverse here and get results even if it is not explicitly stated here. Okay, so how do you do this in MediaWiki? There is a page on MediaWiki.org. I initiated this page. It is about managing data in MediaWiki, and basically you have currently 4 options. In MediaWiki itself, you basically only have namespaces, subpages. You have categories and subcategories for creating structure in your wiki. This is why Wikidata, that was mentioned, and also other projects like DBpedia exists that try to extract structured data from Wikipedia, or try to provide data to Wikipedia. I like to. You can look up this article. It's quite interesting. Interesting comparison. I just want to highlight some of the aspects in regarding to a knowledge graph. Semantic MediaWiki, and this should be your key takeaway, is not something. It's the oldest of those extensions, but it's not in any way obsolete or superseded by the others. It still has a vibrant community, and it has still very interesting use cases. Regarding storage of data, all 4 of those options use the basic MediaWiki database. Only those 2 here have additional storage options, like was just mentioned, BlazeGraph. Semantic MediaWiki offers connectors to several other triple stores, including BlazeGraph and also to Elasticsearch. The property topic, properties are very flexible in Semantic MediaWiki. In Wikibase, they have to be defined before the usage and then are unchangeable, as far as I know. In Cargo, there's not really properties, but tables and table fields, so that this is more the relational database approach. And this new extension is called Visual Data, and you can define properties through JSON schema, which is an interesting approach. For querying, this is actually one of the main benefits of Semantic MediaWiki versus Wikibase. In Wikibase, you cannot query your own data within MediaWiki. So you have to use your API or the triple store, the Sparkle endpoint. In all other extensions, there's a possibility in your own wiki page to query your own knowledge graph, and this is very important in use cases that, for example, Rich showed earlier on. So you don't want always to have to go to the Sparkling endpoint. Regarding linking data, well, you need something like RDF, I would argue, for a knowledge graph. And also, I will show you a short example of how to import other ontologies and reuse other ontologies. In Wikibase, there is the advantage that it's used for Wikidata, so you can reuse Wikidata ontology more easily, of course. So these tools, I would say, qualify for software solutions that power a knowledge graph, a manually curated knowledge graph. These two, I think, would need some kind of RDF representation, or maybe even JSON LD could be something that would qualify them for knowledge graph. Okay, so you have heard about several Wikibase use cases. Wikibase is a great software, basically written or initiated by the same people that initiated Semantic MediaWiki. But there are several use cases, I guess, where Semantic MediaWiki is the better choice. There are others. We have just seen some that are quite interesting, where Wikibase is an excellent choice, but especially if you don't want to cover the knowledge of the world, but maybe your own knowledge in your own organization, for example, or for your own use case, then you should consider Semantic MediaWiki, or at least compare them for your use case. Okay, so what is Semantic MediaWiki? It's an open source project, so you're very welcome to join us and participate. I like this term. It's kind of the Swiss Army knife for data and semantics. Compared to other semantic web solutions, it can do a lot of things, maybe not everything perfectly or as perfect as maybe specialized tools like in a Swiss Army knife, but you can accomplish a lot with it. It is built on the MediaWiki ecosystem, which we all know, and it can be used for much more than just wikis. Okay, so how does it work? If you build your own knowledge base, you start with something with pages. For example, here the page can have some properties, and you can pretty much invent how you name your properties in number of inhabitants, located in coordinates, Wikidata ID, whatever you want to have in your knowledge base. These properties can have various data types: page, text, number, date. Interesting, in Semantic MediaWiki, you can change those data types later, which is very handy. You often start out with text, for example, and then later on you realize, oh, I don't want to have text in the country field. I want to really have wiki pages for the country. So you just declare it as type page, and then you can click on it, and you have your own pages for the countries. External identifier is an interesting data type because it can link to external resources like Wikidata IDs. You can reuse external vocabularies. For example, you can say my property coordinates is imported from schema.geo, and in the RDF representation, it will then show as schema.geo, and others who do not know what your coordinates might be can then have it easier to connect to your coordinate, to your property. A page usually should only be put into one category, in contrast to regular MediaWiki usage, because you have this method of handling data. And it's also category pages should reuse vocabulary. So you can say, okay, with this declaration, my category city is it is imported from schema city. Then also the category gets this schema.org annotation. If you want to use external vocabularies, I've actually done a talk about this in more detail in one of the last MWCons. So you basically just have a page MediaWiki SMW import schema, and then you can define your vocabulary, where it comes from, and you just would have this type declaration here just in a regular wiki page. Very easy to do. And instead of doing local data type declaration, you just use something like it is imported from schema geo on this property page of your property coordinates, instead of the usual set has data type or has type geographic coordinates. So that's pretty simple to do, actually. Also important is linking to external identifiers. We talked about Wikidata and Wikidata IDs a little bit. So you basically define a property, you call it Wikidata ID, you say it's of type external identifier, and you have then this external identifier URI, where you have this $sign where then the value comes, and then you can link directly to Q numbers of Wikidata, or to ORCID numbers, or to German National Authority files, or whatever you other external identifiers you want to link to. If you want to know more about how this is set up, I've written a paper about this from my experiences with the Vienna History Wiki. So if you want to more in-depth information, how we did it there and how we incorporated the schema.org vocabulary, you can look it up. Okay, so now to the knowledge graph extension. Well, of course, we're not the first ones to try, but what it is basically about visualization of a knowledge graph. You can see an example here that is not related to MediaWiki at all. It's a very nice website where you can put in a page name of a Wikipedia page, and it will then display you actually not a knowledge graph, but just the visual representation of pages linking to each other. So here you have the page MediaWiki of the English Wikipedia, and you can see what is interlinked here. And here you have the example of Portland, Oregon. So you might find some interesting other Wikipedia articles there. So, but this is not what the knowledge graph extension is about, but this is the main idea. You want to have a kind of a visual representation of your knowledge graph. So we want the first ones to try this. There have been several attempts, actually. This is an archived extension on MediaWiki.org. You can find all of those. Semantic graph extension is unmaintained since more than 10 years. It requires semantic MediaWiki, so that was really the idea also. But it's unmaintained. There was the extension called Wiki, also unmaintained since around 2017. Also requires semantic MediaWiki, and it can use the title icons. That's also a nice feature here. You can just see an example of that, but it's also unmaintained. Another unmaintained extension, also since 2017, unmaintained, is semantic MediaWiki graph. That has a very nice interface. It has a special page, but no parser function, so you really have to go to the special page. It requires semantic MediaWiki, and then you see here your knowledge graph. So that was a very nice extension, unfortunately also abandoned. This one is interesting because it is actively maintained. It's not semantic. It doesn't need to use semantic MediaWiki. So if you don't have semantic MediaWiki, don't want to use it, check out the extension network. But it doesn't show a knowledge graph per se. It just really shows the links between the pages. So quite similar to this external feature, the external URL that I've showed you. This basically shows what pages in your MediaWiki link to other pages, not more. So no semantic here, but a nice extension that is maintained. There's another extension that was presented, I think, 2 years ago. It's called Interactive Semantic Graph. It's interesting. It's marked as experimental. It is. We've tried it. It's not a ready-to-use extension, so it requires not only semantic MediaWiki, but it is part of the Open Semantic Lab, which is a project of a Fraunhofer Institute. So I recommend to check out this SMWCon presentations about this. It's very interesting, this Open Semantic Lab approach. But it's not something that you can just, if you only want this visualization part, it's not so easy to grab. So this is why we developed or are in the process of developing a new extension called Knowledge Graph that will be maintained. It will require semantic MediaWiki because we want to have it as a real knowledge graph extension, actually as a more sophisticated network extension, if you will. It has a special page and also a parser function. It is highly configurable. created by Thomas for KMA. And it's inspired by the interactive semantic graph extension I just mentioned. So thanks to Simon for doing this. But Thomas, I think, has mostly rewritten the extension. There is a extension page already where you can look into some details. So what does it look like? There's a special page, it's called Knowledge Graph Designer, where you can click on Add Node. And then you have 3 options. Basically, here we say, okay, I want to add an article. You have auto completion here, and you select Vienna. Then it will show you what properties it could find on this page, and you click on Done. And then the first visualization of your knowledge graph will be there. This is just a single page, but you can add more nodes on a page-by-page basis. You can click on a node with the right mouse button, and then you can open the article, and you can jump from your knowledge graph always to your wiki article. There are 2 other options here. One is, I want to show you first also the other 2 options here. You can also just start typing a category name, and it will then autocomplete on the categories, and all of the articles in this category will be then added. Or by properties, which is interesting. I'm selecting here the property country. An interesting approach is to select the property modification date that is there in Semantic MediaWiki. That will basically show you, your latest additions so the most recent edits actually in your knowledge graph. But here I'm selecting the property country, and it will also show you what nodes will be imported, and then click on Done. And then you can see a much larger knowledge graph already. And you can also visually see that this is partly German, I'm sorry, that Rome and Venice here are 2 cities both in Italy, and Vienna and Linz are 2 cities in Austria. There's this similarity here. And you can navigate also to the other cities from this visualization. There are 2 more buttons. Reset is obvious, but the toggle configuration that would show you some configuration options for this visualization, where you can change, border width and sizes and colors and things like that. And you have an export graph button that just does a very simple thing. It copies something to your clipboard. It copies basically the parser function with all the things that you can see, so that you can reuse it on your own wiki page. If you say, I have just compiled something I want to use on a wiki page to show people, then you can just do that. Yes, and of course there's the knowledge graph parser function that is actually the most important thing, I would say, because with this you can use it on individual wiki pages. You can display parts of your knowledge graph, and there are several options. You can here you have the nodes. You can select which properties you want. You don't always want all properties to show. Maybe you want only the country property shown or something like that. There is a depth parameter. You can decide if you want to show the type of the property or not. There are some graph options and things like that. Also, the graph options, that's interesting because we have the option to put in the MediaWiki namespace several different configurations. So you can have your default knowledge graph options, but you can also say, I'm going to do my MediaWiki knowledge graph cities, and there you have other options for cities that you use in your parser function, and things like that. So yeah, this is basically it. What is the outlook? It is not released yet. If you're interested, it is working already. It is just not in a state that we want to release it right now. If you want to try it this Friday already in the hackathon, please write me. I'll be happy to give you access to the repository. You can help us, of course, with testing it, with documentation, with maybe internationalization. We did not have that in yet, really. Also with programming, of course, if you want. I don't know when we will be ready to release it. I will be at the hackathon in Tallinn, Wikimedia Hackathon. So maybe we will work on it there. I don't know yet. Yeah, at the latest, I can promise that at the MWCon Fall 2024, which I will talk a little bit about tomorrow. So that was it. Thank you very much. I cannot see any chat and I cannot hear anyone. So I will go over to the YouTube channel. I don't know if you have questions.
Awesome. Do we have any questions from the room for me?
Too many questions.
So not a question, but just a compliment. The ability to visualize the graph data in the back end of these MediaWiki Plus systems, it never shows up as a requirement for any project, but it goes so far in the ability to communicate that what we're actually doing is next level. And so we have these PowerPoints where we show examples of sample ontologies, simple things, but to actually be able to graphically view the real, the local wiki data as a graph visually is, it can't be overstated how valuable that is. And thank you so much for putting these tools together.
You're welcome. The only reason actually we did it is because we wanted to make your life easier, and so because you're drawing knowledge graphs with PowerPoint, and now you can have it automatically.
I just have a use case to share with you, Bernard. I will back up what was just said. In clinical trials, the FDA is looking to solve the following problem. There's inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria that would put someone into a trial or keep them out. They have lists and lists of inclusion and exclusion. They're not quite sure which of the criteria in each category limits or expands the number of people who would get access to that trial. It is not straightforward to do it by taking something out, meaning if we were able to visualize removing one criteria and seeing how large the acceptance cohort becomes, it is a very much browsing activity. And I think, to back up my colleague here, Chris, this tool would make optimizing the inclusion and exclusion criteria much easier. So I wanted to compliment you and put a use case in your head. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from?
I think there was one in chat from Jeffrey.
There's one in chat.
And the YouTube chat.
Oh yeah, I already answered it. Yes, if you knew and if you modeled that Hedy Lamarr is also an American engineer, then you would get it. Yeah.
Request, Bernard. You showed a screenshot from a website that provides presumably on-demand visual graphs of Wikipedia articles. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. The link down there is it's not easy to glean from the projector screen. Can you drop that into the chat somewhere?
Sure.
White. Some other color, move it somewhere.
Yeah, if you copy into the meeting chat, I can copy that onto the YouTube chat if that would help.
Yeah, just
And I will also share the link to my presentation so you can click on that.
I, for one, am very happy to see more visual solutions as someone who was involved in Wiki, which unfortunately is no longer maintained. But yeah, it's wonderful to see other options kicking over. So thank you. Awesome. Thank you. And for those who are online, we are going to take a break for 1 hour now. And for those who are in the room, we are going to, I believe, lunch is set up right out here. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Hi.
A couple people are still filtering in from lunch, but so you should introduce you soon. We can get started.
I should be.
Hey, you are good to get started.
Exactly.
So whenever you're ready, feel free to get started.
Hi there.
Hey, yes, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
Cool. You are good to get started whenever you are ready.
I am. So, can you see my presentation, the first slide? Can I'm sorry, but this is not working well. I hear
Yes, we
myself.
could. Yeah, we can hear you. I have the room audio muted most of the time, just so we avoid feedback loops when you're talking. So just give me a bit to unmute whenever you ask us a question. Okay.
Okay.
But right
I
now we can see
understand.
your.
Okay. Yes, I understand. Okay. Let's go. This presentation, but I still hear myself. I still hear myself. So this is not working.
Everything looks muted on our side.
Okay, so perhaps on my side, yes, sorry, I I have the live stream on, but I closed it. Should be okay now. Okay. So my presentation is about how to make the most of MediaWiki. A short introduction about myself. My name is Adstrak van Schijndel. I am a long-time MediaWiki user since 2006. I founded Wikibase Solutions in 2012, and last year, when I left Wikibase Solutions, I founded Juggle, and Juggle has my full focus now. And the focus of Juggle is about delivering business solutions with MediaWiki. That hasn't changed, I would say, since 2012. Back then, I felt like a bit like a stranger in the knowledge management conference of MediaWiki. My focus has always been on supporting primary processes of companies. But let's focus today on what I think are 4 MediaWiki treasures. I'm very fond of them. At Juggle, we use them all. This is not a presentation about Juggle, about the Juggle platform. I will show examples from Juggle, but if you want to know the full details and the capabilities of Juggle, you have to contact me. and I can, of course, organize a demo. The four treasures are skinning the new MediaWiki way, using JSON to store structured data, and the Vue framework for user interfaces and the codex components. So I wanted to do a small survey, but didn't know how. So I invented the questions myself and asked ChatGPT to come up with some answers. So the questions are human and the response is GPT generated. But I think it should be, I think it might be a bit optimistic. But I think that everybody agrees that it's important to use core technology and proven extensions. So the question is, who uses slots other than main for storage of structured data? I think 75% is optimistic. Who uses Mustache for building skins? That should be okay. MediaWiki and Codex. And in the next column, we have the importance. So I think that says it right. So let's start with the skins. What is important in a skin, at least for us? It's important to make things look good, easy, reusable components, data and presentation separated. I love it. I love the new way of building skins in MediaWiki. This is a simple page in the Juggle platform, but what you can see is that it has different components. You have the header, you have the subheader, you have the main content, which is of course the main slot. You have a sub-content. So there's lots of places you can put stuff and style them. I'm going to show you this because what I want to say with this is how easy it is to assemble your own skin. This is the main template. So what you see here is how the header, the tool center, the subheader, the nav sidebar, etc. All the components that are in the Juggle skin are defined. And there are really only a few ways to build or fill a component. That is through the MediaWiki, let's say the OpenCSP way, with system messages. So that means that you define the content of that component entirely in the wiki. And also using sub-templates. Here you can see this is probably more of interest for you when you have a look at the presentation afterwards. But this is it. This is everything that this is all the components. And you see data stuff, you see variables, but these are very well documented. So it's very easy. And one of the things that I really love about the new skin is the way data and presentation is separated. And one of the things that I love is how you can handle the table of contents. The table of contents used to be really not nice. It was always there or not. You weren't able to do anything about it. But now it's you get the data of the table of contents. You put it in a component. Here I'll go back, and here you can see where it is. It's in the nav sidebar. It's a fixed component, the data table of contents. You get the data, and you put the data in the table of contents template. So it's really very easy. So that's about using skins. Let's talk about slots with JSON. JSON is very interesting, and You can make data structured and interoperable. So the ability to store JSON on a page is very, very interesting. We use at Juggle four slots. Obviously, everybody uses the main slot, but we use some additional slots, which is, by the way, the same as OpenCSP does, and that's where the slot names come from. The base props, the class props, and the data. And this means that you can put structured data in, you can organize it the way you want. And the way that I want to organize it is that I want for each and every page, I want to have some base properties, such as the title of the page and the class. The class defines what kind of page it is, what type of page it is. And the class defines what properties, what class properties the page has. And those properties are stored then in a different slot, in the class props slot, as JSON, always as JSON. A very interesting additional slot is the data slot that contains data sets, and you can have data sets for just about anything. The main slot is usually wiki text, but you can convert that to JSON, which is very interesting when you have JSON on the page, because you don't have to change the content model, but if you do, if you make it JSON, then you get support, you get presentation. It looks nice, and when you edit the JSON, then you get warnings when you make mistakes. So that's very interesting. Now let's have a look at the same page that we looked at before, and focus on the data sets. Data sets, they are in the data slot. And like I said, you can have as many data sets there as you want. In this case, we have data sets that are added with dupes. I'm going to talk about dupes later, in the view section. But we have an AI assistant on the page. We have a planning dupe. We register the chairs registrations, and they all store their data in JSON on the page. So if you go back, here you can see the presentation. You can see the planning dupe in the middle, and on the right you see the chairs and the registration. These are just examples, as you can imagine, of what it looks like on the page. But the point is that the information is stored as JSON on the page itself. And this JSON is used extensively by view apps like the planning dupe, like the contacts list and the registration list you saw on the page. And using a view on MediaWiki is excellent. It is really very nice. You should know about Vue. It is the JavaScript framework of choice for MediaWiki. And when you read this, I took this from the MediaWiki page. MediaWiki itself is also, the guys at MediaWiki are saying use Vue to create your user interface. And that works very well. We use Vue for our dupes. Well, what the hell is a dupe? We are looking at the same page now, and I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to zoom in on the planning dupe. Here, this is essentially a Vue app on the page. It is not, I'm going back again, it is not in the main content. So if you hit edit source, you don't see anything but the content, because it's part of the subheader. So yeah, it's part of the subheader. So it's just in the subheader component, which means that it appears on every event page. The planning jupes, well, here we are talking about, when we talk about jupes, we are essentially talking about building Vue and JavaScript apps with the Vue framework, which is fun, which is very nice. So I'm going to show you a few things about that and what can be done. So you have a collapsed mode that shows the planning, and when you check, it does things under the hood because it saves the data set. If you look at the expanded mode of the same jupe, so you click on the left top, the chevron thing and the name, then it expands and you get the edited mode. And here obviously you can edit the planning, save it, delete it. And you see on the right side, on the top right, you see 3 icons. For the first is save, the save button, then the delete button, and the most right icon is to link you to go to the schema. And that's where it gets interesting. It says that if configured, you can also link to the profile page. That's not correct. That's some autocorrect, I think, because it's the pre-fill page. You are also able to pre-fill the jupe with data. And that is very interesting because that means that you can say, well, why the hell would you want to delete this data? Deleting is actually interesting because if you delete it, then it's automatically refilled with the pre-fill date. So in practice, it means that you have templates for plannings, for the various types of plannings. You create those templates. They are just pages with the same jupe, so you can use the same planning jupe to create a template, link to that, and it uses that data. So what have we seen? What do we use Vue for? And what do we use JSON for? How do they interconnect? Well, we have a JSON schema, we have JSON data as a prefill, and the jupe always stores its data as JSON in the data slot. And so jupes are surrounded by JSON. The schema is very interesting because you actually define you define your forms, you define the data in your jupe. So but when you get to, let's say, ordinary forms that are created with Vue, you can just put about anything. You can create very intelligent forms by putting stuff in the schema. How about JSON and Semantic Media Wiki? Because you want, obviously, you want to store. Well, I'll go back to this. Here you see a link between JSON. So that's typically JSON that is stored as a data set in the data slot. You can store that as in Semantic Media Wiki, And that is interesting because that means that in your View app, you can do queries, you can search, and you can get your options. And that's also options. A simple example is that if you have a planning job like I showed, and you want to add the person who is responsible, that would typically be someone that lives as a person in the wiki. So that means that you have to search for the. So that's, well, there is one thing that I should say. Our policy is not to have a search in the field, because our experience is that really always you have fixed options. If you are on a project and you want to select a person that is responsible, that is typically someone who is an employee of the organization, or it's so the actual list that you can choose from is always limited. So what we did is we decided to populate the options always beforehand. So there's never some autocomplete in a field. It's always a select. But obviously you need Semantic Media Wiki to get the right options. So there is a clear connection between Semantic Media Wiki and the JSON data, and a connection with the View app. At Juggle, why is it interesting to combine them? Lua can handle JSON very well and can create Semantic Media Wiki properties or sub-objects based on that JSON. And for simple data, it's really just passing let's say the JSON, turn it into a Lua table and pass it to Semantic Media Wiki. So there is no real logic involved there. You really just move JSON to Semantic Media Wiki. And that works well. And with some additional logic, you can implement different save policies to store dataset data, because some data sets have more complex data. So when you look at the planning, we saw the Juke planning, you have phases and activities. And what you really want is to store the phases as sub-objects, but also the activities, so that you have them both. We have implemented different save policies, and one of them is, I'm not sure what it's called, but that stores sub-objects for each level automatically. So that works very nice. Okay, the last one is Codex. Codex is very nice. Yeah, it's power and consistency. We use at Juggle mainly the Codex components, which are let's say the fields, the buttons, all that stuff. And you can use them in Vue or with CSS only. So I would strongly recommend, this is also very interesting, you should really have a look at Codex and use it. So I would recommend the talk of Eric tomorrow. Don't miss it. All right. So are there questions about the four?
Jerome?
But what is the name of the software that you're talking about? Is it Juggle?
The name of the I really don't understand your question, Jeroen, because what I'm talking about is MediaWiki stuff. So the skinning, the view, and at Juggle. So that's all MediaWiki, and that's the point of the presentation, that you should use those MediaWiki treasures, and and at Juggle, we have some extensions for creating dupes and using AI assistants, but that's not the subject of this talk.
What extensions are you using?
Well, the extension that you saw things of, so the dupes, that's the dupe stands for Juggle Cubes, and so these are those view apps that you can as a component can put on your page, and that's the Juggle Cubes extension. That is a Juggle extension that is not open source yet.
Any other questions?
Yeah, this is Eric. Thank you for the kind words about codecs and everything. I guess I'm curious, since you're using some of these new things, my team is working on them. Are there any, limitations or missing features that you came across that you think would be good for us to know about as we continue working?
For codecs specifically, or for any of the other three, view and the slots?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
If you want, we can have a talk. We can organize a talk to talk about this. We can organize a call to talk about this, because I think there are. I didn't expect this question, so I didn't prepare it, but I'm sure I can give you feedback for codecs.
Thank you for being early about
it. Awesome. Any other questions? All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, Jeffrey.
The live demo of this. So I did not bring popcorn. So go ahead and get
It should be linked in the spreadsheet. It's a Google slide.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
But before we begin, anyway, raise your hand here if you have experience with LLMs, not just using ChatGPT, but like from a technical perspective. Okay. All right. So I'm going to cater this this presentation to be a little bit more beginner friendly in that case. Thanks for letting me know when the lead's back. Yeah. And does anyone here work at Google by chance? Okay.
Are you about to say something negative about Google?
I would say please shorten the Google Drive links, like they're too long. If Ryan types even one character wrong, he has to start all over again.
Yes. And clearly, like looking at the number of bits in there are clearly that many Google Drive files that you need, like 1,000 bits of random hash.
Wow. Is there an email or Cindy said there's a spreadsheet?
It should be in the spreadsheet.
Well, the thing is, I don't have the spreadsheet on this laptop because it's not signed in.
Google also gives you like 12 digits of latitude and longitude. You know, like, lifelong thing.
Could you? That's what I clicked on. We could get share
45 base 36 digits.
If you want me to just copy it like that, so you know. Same thing. Yeah. Alex, anyone want to view?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Where is the spreadsheet that you have?
Where can I send it to you?
That's the thing, it's not signed into anything. Sorry, remote viewers, we are looking into getting this presentation up for you.
In the meantime, let me see if I can start the presentation without the slides.
Right, where can I send it to you so that you can access it?
Can you post in single?
Let's start with an exercise, if that's okay, if I can just start and y'all can, thank you so much. So let's say we want to make a AI chatbot for MediaWiki, right? And it needs to be able to answer questions for all the content that's on the wiki. Where should we start? What should we do? And as a reminder, there's a few things that we need, right? We first of all need an LLM to be able to do the chatting. The second thing is we need access to that data. The third thing is the data itself, right? And then the fourth and last thing is the query itself. So let's think about it. I have a MediaWiki instance and I have the LLM. How am I going to ask this LLM a question and be able to have it retrieve data from the wiki? Yes, Eric.
So OpenAI has a plugin thing, right? So you could
Okay, no. Let's not go there. No. I'm not talking about like the easy way out. I'm talking about let's implement this from scratch.
Well,
Yes, you're on.
well, MediaWiki has an API that lets you get the list of all pages on the wiki.
That's access to data. That's one of the four I listed. Great. So we can use the MediaWiki API to access the data, right? But then how are we going to be able to read the pages on the wiki? Because you have so much data, how are you going to search through all of that data?
One page at a time.
Yeah, are you gonna train your language model?
We can train it. We could read it one page at a time. We could maybe feed the LLM everything, right? Yeah, Brian?
Create a vector database of.
Yeah, you can go to your vector database as well. Yeah. So let's see. So the top button is the laser pointer? Yes. All right, let me put that and get arrested real quick. So this is my presentation about standing up MyWiki. So my name is Jeffrey Wong. I am the founder of MyWikis. We've been around for 12 years now? Yeah, 12 years. And we have been hosting exclusively for MediaWiki for all of our existence. And we're basically the ones providing professional wiki hosting for MediaWiki. We have a wide variety of clients from small, passion projects to large companies. So yeah, I'm super excited to talk about the chatbot now with just presentation slides. So because we don't have a very, this is not an AI conference, I want to kind of revisit these terms so I can use them in my presentation. So the first thing is context, and that's what we call the text to search in. Second thing is the question. Third thing is the answer. I think those are pretty self-explanatory. It's important to note for the wikis that the page is the context that we're thinking about. Question answering model is a class of models that are designed to give answers to prompts. So ChatGPT, the GPT model has been trained to do that. And then an LLM is the large language model. And everyone knows what GPT is. There are also some others made by competitors to OpenAI. To recap from 2023, I know a lot of you were not in Austin, so I wanted to kind of give you a throwback. So when I was in Austin last year, I presented an experimental QA chatbot that MyWiki's worked on at MWCon 2023. But there's a lot that's changed since then. There have been releases of new versions of GPT, Gemini, Claude, and more. We've had lots of refinement in the approaches that we're using to, have these chatbots work and work efficiently. Companies, everyone's been experimenting with them, and the industry is slowly converging. I shouldn't say slowly, quickly converging actually on the approaches that work really well. And the good news is that OpenAI and Google and Anthropic, et cetera, they have been increasing the input token size or the context window size in major LLMs so they can input more text all at the same time. And that makes them more powerful, obviously. So we just did this brainstorming exercise. Thank you for going through that with me. So then the main challenge becomes, because we just have, we could do vector data, so we could do embeddings, we could do, train your own model. But what's the best way to do it? How do we deal with searching a large amount of text when LLMs can only set limited input tokens and be paid by the token, right? So let's take that brute force idea that we had and kind of think through these things. So I'll save you the time to think about it. There are some approaches that we want to avoid. The first one is training a special model for a wiki. I promise you, I've done it before. It is not worth it. It takes way too long to propagate updates. I'm talking about hours of training on a CPU to propagate one page update. That's not going to work for Wikipedia. That's definitely not going to work for any other wiki either. It's way too much computation for infinitesimally small ROI because you just have too many changes that you need to make in a timely manner. And if the training takes several hours, how are you going to be able to use a chatbot to make have near instantaneous updates? Another approach that we could do, like Yaron was saying, is you can use the API to retrieve the data, all the pages, and feed the entire wiki into the input. I don't think that's going to work for Wikipedia. It has well over 128,000 tokens. Used to be the token limit was like 4,000 last year. Now it's going up and up and up. But just because they exist does not mean it's a good idea to use it. Remember, we pay by the token, right? As I said. So, whoops. We accept limited input tokens and we pay by the token. So this is a very limited resource that we have to be careful with. So MyWikis has been doing some research in this. Okay, yes, I need to be in the camera. Well, maybe I'm shy. Our approach is an RAG-based approach. RAG does not refer to a cleaning cloth. It means retrieval augmented generation. And that's just a very fancy way of saying, let's search for stuff, use that search data, and then feed that limited search result into the LLM to get a certain response. So we're going to leverage an existing LLM. We're not going to reinvent the wheel, but we're not going to be using an OpenAI plugin because trust me, I work at Microsoft. I know how things are shifting with OpenAI plugins. It is not the move right now. Semantic search or reasonable alternative is a great way for us to be able to turn that query that the user gives and parse the meaning out of it so that we can search for the appropriate text in the wiki to then feed into the LLM to finally formulate the response. And we need to use prompt engineering here to ensure that the search that we're searching among the retrieved text only, the reply is friendly, helpful, and relevant, and we want to minimize hallucination and minimize inappropriate language. So I'm super happy to announce that MyWikis is releasing a new product called WikiChat. It's your wiki's dedicated, friendly AI chatbot. With it, you can ask questions about anything on your wiki. You can actually use any language you want to acquire.
and it'll respond with information on your wiki in the language that you want it to. So how would you use it? We created a special ask question page on wikis enabled with wiki chat. And you can just type in a question, wait a few seconds, and out pops the answer. So the approach that we took is based on what I kind of described earlier. We are leveraging the benefits of cutting-edge LLMs, and with this, we can actually update the latest models with relative ease and speed. We don't have to retrain anything. We can make sure that this LLM is using its broad corpus of knowledge still, but it's only using that to be able to parse the data that we're feeding into it and respond to it when we're only searching within the wiki. And that's great for privacy. We're not mixing other, or at least we're trying not to mix other existing data into it. An analogy that someone came up with is that like an LLM is like kind of like a judge, right? The judge can make decisions about individual cases based off of just the information that the case has. The judge is highly trained. They probably have a Juris Doctor, right? And they have all this previous prior knowledge that they use to make the decision, but that doesn't, it's not supposed to impact their final output, which is their decision on the case. So WikiChat is capable of searching both public and private wikis. So we're not leveraging like Google's API or whatever. We're leveraging the internal MediaWiki API and authenticating it only to WikiChat. And there's no need to retrain this model with every single edit because updates propagate as quickly as the search index updates. And it's very low cost. Magnitude is lower than April 2023, in fact. If you take a look at the cost of each token used, and a token is a word, by the way. Like, we're not a word, but like, it's basically, think of it as like a character count for LLMs. They have like at least gone down by 10 times, if not more, since April 2023 because of all the optimizations that have been made to LLMs. So it becomes very feasible to actually use this. And yeah, it supports hundreds of different languages. So I could have an English language, and I could type in Devanagari script in Hindi, and I would be able to get a response in Hindi. I could do it in Chinese, I could do it in French. All these are options. So here's an example. I'm gonna do some static examples first, and then we can try with the live demo. Sales tax. What is the sales tax in Texas? So people will say it's 6.25 or it's 8.25. But fun fact, at MyWikis, we are a data processing service. So the state of Texas says that we only have to pay 80% of the sales tax of our revenue. I don't know why, but hey, we have to follow the law. So the correct answer is 6.6%. If this search, just from a broad corpus of knowledge, it'll say 8.25 or 6.25%, depending on where you are in the state. But it's not, because for us specifically, it's 6.6%. And it explains exactly why. It takes the data that is from our Help Center page, and it explains that, okay, it's even though the standard tax rate is 8.25%, where MyWikis is incorporated, we get 20% off on sales tax. And it applies uniformly to all Texas customers, regardless of where they're located. Nonprofits and public institutions are exempt from paying it, etc. So this is all accurate data, by the way. And we have another very common question that we get asked is, how do you link a custom domain? So we can now tell them like, hey, you just follow these instructions, point a CNAME over here, and you're done. And then I also tried to ask you a question in French. Puis-je payer avec euros pour mon wiki? So can I pay with euros for my wiki? And then it says, here's a response based on the information that I found. Yes, you can pay with euros for your wikis on your wiki on MyWikis. MyWikis accept payments from a variety of payment methods, currencies, notably the euro, for EU clients, and that applies to MyWikis Europe because, as Bernard said, right, MyWikis Europe is our set for European clients. So yeah. And then here's a question that my good friend asked. He asked on the Help Center page, who was the first U.S. Secretary of Defense? So I was like, thanks for wasting my tokens. And also, but it's good that it didn't give a response, because we're not trying to be a free ChatGPT website you can go to. We want to respond based off solely of the information on the wiki. So it gave the correct response. So now I want to try it. We have a few wikis I've loaded up over here. Let's start with the abnormal psychology wiki. So I took this course in college, and AbPsych is basically to study mental disorders and things like that. So I would like to open it up to the floor to ask a question, and I'll type it in.
Hold on a bit. Let me make sure that it's going onto the stream. I might need to reshare the window.
Oh, oops. How do I do that? There. So anyone has a question to ask? Yes, James. Sorry, you were just first.
What is a cluster C personality disorder?
Cluster C. Okay. I think it's actually on there. I think it is.
I wonder why he's asking that question specifically.
Let's see if it answers it, because it could very well not. You know, he's not a plant, by the way. It doesn't work. Oh, all right. Alrighty. Sorry, I should have brought the popcorn. Anil?
Yes.
What are the current therapies for mild depression?
Let's see if it says it. But this wiki doesn't have that much information on it. Okay, this is not working today. That's fine.
What is a question you can answer?
Yes.
Well, what is the difference? It should be able to answer this one at least.
Oh.
Not today. It's sleeping. All right, let's try the help center. But I wanted to basically, I don't care if it's failing right now. The point is that this is real, right? So how do I migrate to my wikis? Okay, now it's actually spending some time loading, so that's actually good. Okay. Unfortunately, it's asking for it in, is that
Portuguese?
Yeah, it's like Portuguese. Oh my goodness.
Double down on Portuguese.
So it's a feature for Chinese languages?
Okay, so it's very clear that Anil and James were not planted, because this is not helping my cause. Okay, here we go. So now I can say, like, you know, how can you migrate to my wikis? And I don't know if this is exactly the correct information. This is about if your wiki gets suspended because you don't pay. But that's okay. You know, the thing is that we are constantly iterating on this, and yeah, just terrible luck today. Let's see. So another one would be the Plano Asia Fest wiki, and so
just put that in the same Chrome window as the other
okay.
one.
Okay. Or let me just copy this. So let's ask this a question. Where is the festival? So this is a festival in Plano, Texas. That's where I was born. And it's happening in a few weeks. So I gave them this chatbot, and it says that it's located at Haggard Park in Plano, Texas. Anyone else has like a generic festival-based question that
What is the festival about?
What is the festival there? I don't think it's going to answer that actually, because I don't know if we would put it in there. Is it? Let's see what it says. we overcorrected on on being able to answer multiple. This is the joy of chatbots, right? So this is why I want to do a live demo. It's fun. I don't care if it's not working properly. You know very well that, AI could be finicky sometimes. But, we can always try to redo it. There we go. Okay. This is about the festival parking situation. It's because I know why though. This is because we don't have a description of what the festival's about on this wiki. It's on it's on the event's main page. That's why I don't have it on the wiki. But that was a good question to ask. Yeah. And so you'll see that it does try to take the meaning of things and try its best to find something in the wiki. Yeah. Alrighty. Well, let's head back to this. I'll just switch it over to here to make it easier. Okay. And you can feel free to go back there. I'm going to fix the app site. I don't know why that's broken, because I do want to answer both Anil and James's question. Anyway, where does this apply? So the beauty of the chatbot is that it applies to all of our wikis. You can use it for your personal wiki. So if you had a family wiki, which we have some people doing, you can ask, who was the second aunt of Uncle John's wife? For gaming wikis, right, we can try to see what the drop rate of rune armor is in the wilderness. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about. Topic wikis, what's there between AD and ADHD? And then enterprise organizational wikis, I think this applies to a lot of people here. For a law firm, they will want to be able to find all their prior cases that they defended in court, and they want to be able to use precedent and their old case text to be able to build that, so we could use this to find it. If you work at NASA, you can maybe use this to look up, summarize the Artemis launch dates and provide that information for you. You could also summarize the NASA upgrade procedure if you wanted to. And we have quite a few things down the road that we can develop on. We have been working on adding image support because some AI chatbots are now able to, you can pass in an image and it can use that to answer. We want to add conscious or chat histories, dynamic chat-based UI, just like ChatGPT has. Perhaps some cross-wiki knowledge synthesis if there's demand for it, and then speed improvements would be great as well. And let's add respond to the correct language. And what else was there? Yeah, just don't mess up, I guess. So those are all under development. So I'm super excited to announce that if you are a MWC's client in the not in the US, but if you're on our .com service, WikiChat is immediately eligible for you to use immediately. We're going to start with some very nice introductory pricing for the first few months as we continue to get feedback on this and just have this for your wiki. But yeah, we'll start with these prices. And if you are here today in Portland and you want to sign up for MyWikis, we will give you a 1-month free trial for a wiki and add WikiChat onto it for free as well for a month. Yeah. Awesome. And then the best part is, I would love to work together with y'all. I know that this has, massive ramifications because being able to use a chatbot on your wiki is super important, right? And we're constantly iterating to improve what this is. We're going to learn from these mistakes today. And I would love to show you guys examples of where it works more effectively than it did today. So please feel free to reach out to me either at the conference or email me. We are happy to work together with you to bring it to either you or your clients. So if you are a consultant and you know a client who wants to incorporate LLM-based technology into their wikis, please contact me as well. We can work together. If you yourself have a wiki and want to install it, also talk with me and we can, work together. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any questions? Oh my goodness. All right, I think I saw Rich's hand first.
So I understand it might not be in your business model, but in theory, would it all work in a private network that didn't have access to the World Wide Web?
I have literally thought about you asking this question too. And absolutely, as long as there's a way to use like an offline LLM. So I know like large companies like Microsoft can have this. We have our own private LLM because we pay so much. We basically sustain OpenAI, so we can do whatever the heck we want. I don't know how that works for the U.S. government though, because you wouldn't be able to use that and just connect to OpenAI's APIs, right? Like I wouldn't be able to sell this to you immediately, but we can work together because this underlying technology, I'm happy to work with you on getting it as long as you can provide the underlying LLM somehow. And let's see if the government has that. All right, Anil?
Two-part question. One is about LLMs. So right now, if you have a chat bot, it kind of understands basic English. In med school, it's a whole different language. And so it's a medical LLM. And above that, maybe a neurosurgeon has a whole different vocabulary. So the pyramid goes up like that. So if we created, I think you were answering that, if we created a LLM that was more like a med student, we could use it here.
Yeah, absolutely.
The second part is quaternary care facilities, meaning MD Anderson, Hopkins, research facilities. They have all this proprietary data. They would like to monetize it. They want to use their data to build a graph that is unique to their specialty. So Mayo, for example, is very good in rare diseases. They've seen most of, more than the other facilities. So if they built a small graph, a small wiki, is it reasonable to think that a patient could say, this is my profile, but I'm going to query the Mayo wiki versus the Hopkins wiki, and there's a paywall on each, meaning, you were saying that you can query a public wiki or a private wiki. What if the wiki is behind a firewall for a hospital with different domains, different expertise? Is that a use case for this?
Well, I think I said earlier about we could theoretically support cross-wiki knowledge synthesis, and that would include just querying across different wikis. Because right now, this would only query across one wiki. And so it is possible, even with a paywall, I think it does add a wrinkle to it, but it's still possible to add that. And you could say oh, you wanted to query from XYZ wiki, but you don't have access to it yet. So pay first, and then we'll tell you the answer. That's possible as well. I think the challenge there then becomes, how are we going to know which APIs to query? Because each wiki has its own different API. Are we going to have to move to some sort of other, search engine or semantic search index that we have to do? Things like that. I'm not going to go into the proprietary information that we have for WikiChat today, but just know that we are using a lot of MediaWiki, what MediaWiki already uses, so it's actually quite lightweight. We just have to work our magic to make use of it, because there's some reverse engineering we have to do. And that's why you saw the somewhat irrelevant answers, and I can explain this later if you guys want to hear about it, but that's what happened. So anyway, yes, you can do cross-wiki querying if you wanted to. It would just be a lot more involved, and probably it would be more work on the search side than the retrieval side, rather than the generation side, if we look at the RAG.
Makes sense, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't have time for any more questions now. We've answered it all. Next.
Okay, all righty. Ask on Signal or Elements, and I'll respond to you if that works. Okay, thank you everybody so much.
Jeffrey, I can actually relate to stuff going wrong, because last time I tried to do a demonstration here, it failed, but mine didn't work at all. Yours at least had some cool results. Like mine did not start speaking Portuguese.
Hopefully this yours works better than mine this time.
No demonstration involved in ours.
Oh, I brought this on myself.
There was a reason why we said live demos.
It works half the time, but it was so much fun.
It was.
I'm looking at this box and I'm saying like, wow, looking on a big screen, you really see a lot more. Oh, this is kind of like, yeah, we just put this together. All right, so I'm Tina. I've been at some of these before. This is my friend Mark, and we occasionally have worked with some museums to do small interactive displays and similar projects. And one of them recently asked us to provide a MediaWiki. No, they didn't say MediaWiki. They just wanted to have a kiosk for for displaying their information. So what we will cover today is what we were trying to build, what hardware we use, what software we use, and how we set it up. It's a little bit more of a how-to than the other stuff we've heard already. How we turned it into an offline kiosk as opposed to mostly these are on the internet. How we populated it, how we hardened it for use, backup and maintenance scripts, some performance testing. And it is not meant to be a here, just take this, follow it step by step. This is just sort of some of the general steps. Yeah, as I said, they asked us for a kiosk, and the thing that actually motivated them to move now was that they had been given a series of photographs with some metadata, and they wanted to be able to show them in their actual museum rather than in the online setting where they were available. There were a few more than 100 images. They do not have Wi-Fi or any other collection where they are. They also wanted to be able to start showing some stories. Because one of the things that they do is they get emails from people saying, hey, do you have any information about my grandpa's grocery store that was at the corner? And because they have a bunch of historical information on paper for the area, they would be able to look at voters list, council meeting minutes, etc., and put this together. But rather than just sending back an email, they wanted to be able to start saying, yeah, we're going to put this on this wiki as well, or on this kiosk as well. We wanted to be able to show audio and video just in case they will add that later. They need to be able to update and edit stuff themselves. I did not want to be one of those contractors who build something that cannot be locally maintained. Must be inconspicuous because the rest of the place is all full of old artifacts, so we didn't really want to put a bright, shiny aluminum box in there. Need little to no maintenance. And one of the things with these museums is often they get grant funding rather than operational funding. So we wanted to be able to give them something where once it's up and running, they don't have to pay either us or someone else every 5 minutes to do changes to this thing. And they wanted it to be relatively secure. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to.
So basically, everybody's heard of Raspberry Pi. We built it around one of those, Raspberry Pi 4. The 8 gig model because there have been horror stories in the past about Raspberry Pis being slow for this kind of thing, so we thought we'd go with the top spec that was available at the time. Instead of using the SD card, we went with external USB to SATA bridge with a 500 gig solid state drive hanging off it. Since there would be no network connection, and since people like knowing when they are editing and being able to look back through the records, we had to add a real-time clock to it. These modules are very inexpensive. They're available everywhere. Went the safe route and stuck with the official power supply. Just used this is the display that we used in this case, but anything up to, I don't remember the resolution, they're fine. With a passive cooling aluminum block case and no fans, and then you saw our beautiful 3D printed and laser wood cut piece of the front. And then just some extraneous things to connect things to the front. The operating system and the software, we tried to make it as simple as possible so that if we aren't around or if something happens and we do get called back 5 years from now, we can take a look at it and it's as close to stock as possible. So just a plain Jane Raspberry Pi OS. And then you can see the stack here for MediaWiki, and we ran 1.39.5. We know that's not the newest version, but there was a reason for that. And then we stuck with newer versions of the Raspberry Pi OS, give you the option of running X or running Wayland. We stuck with X because it gave us more flexibility for screensavers and other customizations. So again, not an exhaustive list, but disable the Wi-Fi, disable the Bluetooth, and with those aluminum cases on it, usually the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth don't work anyway. But yeah, they want sound for some of their videos, so send the audio out through the HDMI port so it's picked up on your monitor. Set the Firefox to be the default browser because we're using kiosk mode in Firefox, and have it automatically log in as the user so that if the power gets bumped or something happens, there's no interaction required by the staff. It just logs in automatically. And this was kind of a key thing here. With the Raspberry Pi setup, you have the option of having it log you in automatically. We want it to log in automatically, but we don't want the person logging in automatically to be the administrator of the system. So we create a second account, and then you remove all the groups, all the admin groups, take them out of sudo so that the original account can't do any of that anymore. But before you do that, you make sure you create a second account with those groups and with those rights. Do that first. Again, we wanted, since we were locking down the kiosk, we wanted to leave it as simple as possible. We wanted to set it up so that people could come in off the street, sit down, and do searches for stuff at the stuff through the wiki. But that limits what the staff there can do as far as editing, because we've locked down function keys, we've locked down Control, Alt, single tab, because it's kiosk mode. You can't break out of Firefox. So our solution to that was to expose the Ethernet port and allow them to hook up an external laptop so they could come in and browse to the kiosk over the network there and do the editing like that. That's great, but then you need a DNS and DHCP server, or you have to convince a bunch of volunteer retirees who may look at doing this once or twice a year to set a static IP on their laptop, right? Yeah, so disabling Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, making sure that the only functions, the only permissions that the logging in user has are the ones that they absolutely need to use Firefox and to browse and have permissions to read the files. And here, Xmod map, I'm not sure how many people here are Linux people or Unix people or anything yet. This is a tool that you use. There's a laser pointer. I don't need to use my fingers, but that's a tool that you can use to remap keys. So again, somebody goes and tries to Alt F4 and close the window. You Alt, you F4, and you just send them to nothing. So they can't do it. The problem with this, well, we'll talk about that in a minute, but PCMan FM, Alex panel, so that if something does happen to Firefox, does crash out, all they're left with is a blue screen blank. There's nothing for them to click. There's nothing for them to open or run. And yes, the bottom point here is very important. We configured this with the strict condition that it's offline. If you're connecting anything to the internet or any other public network, you need to do a lot more configuration than this. So.
Yeah, so one of the things that we had thought about was trying to, what do we do to make it so that museum visitors can't edit it, but museum staff or any volunteers can edit it as necessary. So we were initially thinking about going with something more complicated, like having a switch somewhere where you can use the GPIO on your Raspberry Pi to make it now editable. We ended up going with the plugin largely because we wanted to keep it as simple as possible, not add anything else for this additional hardware if somebody else wanted to build this thing. We also were initially thinking about making it so that once you log in, you are able to edit locally. But again, it just leaves, yeah. Again, for simplicity, we decided to just keep it so that they can plug in and edit via the Ethernet port. We thought it was going to be simple, but we figured out that a lot of people on their home laptops, these again are mostly retired people who volunteer there, have never used the Ethernet port on their laptop. So one of the things we fell into was actually somebody plugged in on both sides and the Ethernet port wasn't working as it should be, which they would have not known in the 2 years of owning that computer. So yeah, we tried to keep it simple, but it didn't necessarily make it any more simple. We were not sure initially if making something where you can just plug in your Ethernet cable to make it accessible was actually a good idea from a security perspective. And then we thought, well, this is a tiny place. You can see the whole thing. Unlikely that somebody has an Ethernet cable in their pocket or has the motivation to come there with it. So we decided that was probably safe enough. And also, even if they do plug in, they still have fairly limited access to it without having accounts on there. Also, as Mark had already said, thought about requiring a starting IP address, but don't really want to make this harder on those volunteers if necessary. And like in a bunch of other setups, we decided to set it up to run cron tab with run jobs.php with a cron tab, because the traffic that this thing would get would be kind of unpredictable and light. So if they, because of the way we set up some data structures around it, if they edit one template, it could take them weeks to actually graze down that PHP, that jobs queue. So that's why we set it up that way. So for the wiki content, not going to go into too much details, but we made templates to have collections of the images and to be able to annotate the image descriptions with templates. And then we add the templates that would allow them to list collections. The whole idea being that adding one more collection is just building one more page, and then it pulls in that page into the dropdown for the collections for page forms, so that they can extend this thing as they want to. We ended up using Python scripts to scrape the repository where the images were. This was something that they had the rights to do, to work with these images and to store them. They just were stored in a sort of inaccessible format. And then we had another Python script to upload and provide the template data for the images. I tried to use PyWiki, and I kind of had no luck with it, so I ended up using the Selenium library and did it through Windows interface automation. We started this thing by putting this on I have a shared hosting site where I have a bunch of wikis, so we just put up one more wiki on there so that we were able to collaborate with them and use a wiki, how it's supposed to be used, collaborative editing, for doing the initial setup. And then when we were kind of happy with what we had, we added images there, then we set it to read-only, dumped it all, and restored it to the Pi. We had some work around with that, but it worked out for us. And so I changed, one of the things that we needed to do is we needed to change this. I was looking at this up here, but okay. We had to change the MediaWiki comment. How did we go back with this? Comments in order to hide some of the stuff that they did not want to have visible, such as the talk pages. I mean, there's no relevance to the talk pages in this kind of setting. So that's the second part there. The first part was they did not want us to show main page. They wanted us to show the name of their organization. So we had to work around some of the showing the organization name as instead of the main page with a redirect, but then we did not want to show the little redirected from link on there, so we could change that out. Removed tabs for talk and protecting things, like a lot of the tool tabs essentially. We changed some of the toolbox stuff because some of the toolbox contents won't make sense in a standalone setting. We made the links bold. I don't know what happened at some point. People decided it isn't pretty when you have links that are visible as links. But in this case, we wanted to make it, well, I think the way that MediaWiki these days shows links, it's so subtle that I often cannot see that from black versus, especially once they've turned purple, I almost can't see links. So we made those bold. And we hide it, we had to hide the history in the image description pages because there were some ways that you can click on the image to show it as the big image only. And because we had locked out the user interface for Firefox and the keys to get back out of that mode, those were dead ends. So one of the things that we realized that we were running into with kiosk mode and with trying to secure and harden this thing a little bit is that there are definitely portions of the way that you can travel in MediaWiki which leave you at dead ends unless you have a back button or another way to get out of it. So those were some of the changes we made there. We got rid of the help page, the help link in the toolbox because again, it's an offline wiki and if you click it, you're going to just go to a dead page. And what I've kind of wondered about since then is like we ended up having to do a bit of this stuff to make it work as an offline wiki or make it work as a wiki where you want to make it as a kiosk. So it's almost something where I wish this was available just as a prepackaged thing, like an extension or a setting where I can say, get rid of every link that goes to the internet from this particular MediaWiki, because like, not from pages. I mean, that's by design, whoever uses it. But if it was the tool itself, at least I could tell it, this will be offline. None of these links work. You guys must see this all the time. So that would be kind of nice. Yeah, and then we had some fun with the footer icon. So the obvious one is the powered by MediaWiki, and that's fairly well documented. You go into local settings, you add one line, and you get rid of it. But we used Debian, so I'm gonna hand this to Mark because he has fun with that.
So everybody knows the Powered by MediaWiki icon. Anybody knows the Powered by Debian icon? I see one hand. I see a bunch of shaking heads. Yeah. There's a story behind that. But we'll get to that tomorrow.
but as just sort of a quick thing, when you run it as an apt-get, which is one way to install stuff on a Debian server, you end up getting a Powered by Debian icon in the bottom corner.
Yes.
And it's not so intuitive to get rid of that one.
So backups, pretty simple. We wanted to set it up so that if they sit down and spend an hour or an afternoon editing, that they can just go, come in the next day basically, and browse to the kiosk itself and download a file that is a backup. So because this machine is sitting by itself, there's no tapes, there's no network, nothing. So yeah, we just clear out yesterday's backup and dump the database, copy local settings, grab everything in the images folder, and then tar it all up, and then throw it in a location that is browsable at the kiosk/backups link. And then it just shows up there's a single file, they download it, and or if we're swinging by to take a look, we download it, and they can bring it home. So
yeah, well, so we set up some maintenance cron jobs. One of them being the run jobs of PHP that I already mentioned, because we don't know how much edit traffic it's going to get. We ran that as a cron job. And then there are some other things where I have found stuff does not update very well. And maybe some of these things have actually improved over the years. Like I have this weird collection of maintenance things that I run in my cron jobs because at some point MediaWiki 1.25 did not do something properly, and I've never gone back through and said, oh, I wonder if it does this properly now. So I just, whenever I set up a wiki these days, I seem to also run a bunch of maintenance things overnight in a scheduled way. So that's the clean up empty categories, update special pages, and rebuild all. And we will have to change how that file works once we go to 4.0, or if we go to 1.40 on a different kiosk, because they now require this run.php thing instead. And then we had the extension specific stuff where I've just had some difficulty with cargo data not updating as I would expect, and maybe this is actually fixed. Maybe this would no longer be a problem now, but I run these three every night as well. That's just one of the ways to keep them going nicely. Yeah, so when some of the pitfalls along the way were that we had some consequences out of limiting the keys. I've already mentioned some of the stuff about like if you get to the point where you view the image file itself rather than just the image file description page, then you cannot get back. So we had to make that unavailable.
I will say that was particularly embarrassing because we were very proud. We delivered this and said, good luck, have fun. And like 2 hours later, we had a phone call saying, I'm stuck.
Yeah, reboot. Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so then there were other things where, because of the way we had it set up, we were running into some errors. The wiki was appropriately throwing an error, but because of the inability to go back, we were now at a dead end. So they would just, nice thing about a Pi is you turn it off, you turn it back on, and the way we set it up, it boots, but that's not really a nice way to back out of an error. Well, yeah, when we moved the images folder from the online wiki to the kiosk, didn't have the right permissions.
The bottom two are things that I messed up.
Yeah,
Really.
they were more just general setup things where we fell into
Yeah.
some traps.
It is surprising how much latency you can put into page loads if your DNS is not working. So we did a little bit of performance testing. Don't like doing it on the equipment that we're giving to people. So like we set up a second Pi with the same, pretty much the same specs. So yeah, Raspberry Pi 4B version 1.5, I believe, with 8 gig of RAM and 139.5 and 139.7. We know that there are newer versions out there, but these are LTS. And we tried out 4 different storage options and created a test wiki with 100 pages, with each page had the first chapter of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein and 100 images with 1 thumbnail per page. As you can see on a Pi 4B with 8 gig of RAM, there is a lot of extra horsepower available. This is not taxing the machine. When they're loading pages, when they're watching videos, it's fine.
I actually was amazed, like I was playing with this thing, it's like I've only ever used wikis online, and this was like, you hit save and it's there. You hit load and it's there. Like there's just no delay in it. It was really nice to use.
Yeah, and you could probably, if it's a small, like smaller than what we have, you could probably get by with 2 gig ports. Might run into some problems with buffers and cache, but the 4 gig port for most installations should be just fine. And the Pi 5s are out now. They're faster. Yes, so if things are slow, we ran into this DNS. Just don't, yeah. Disk access can be a problem. Link speed and duplex, what Tina was talking about earlier with plugging in an Ethernet cable, there was a link speed and duplex mismatch between the client laptop and the kiosk, and half pages were loading because it was trying to renegotiate all the time. You want to check and see if you have enough power, a little lightning bolt icon at the top right. I want to see what the RAM's doing, and then the logs are your friends for this. It's very, stuff stands out. This is also after the DNS and host file stuff. This is probably one of the easiest ways to kill performance or anything if you're using an external USB drive. There are different chipsets. Again, here, you never know exactly which ones you're going to get. You can buy the same part number from the same manufacturer and get different chipsets in the same batch. So the bottom point here, don't trust if it works in Windows on your desktop PC that it's going to work in Linux or on a Raspberry Pi or on any other SPC. Some hints that the USB side of Ridge isn't working well. Basically, if it sucks, check the logs. That's kind of where things go. There are something called quirks, USB quirks, for the SATA bridges. You can try doing that. You can try plugging in the USB 2 port if you're stuck with a particular chipset. That may help. If you see this is a good example. If you see this in the logs, red, bad. Extra red, even more bad. If you see this when you're trying to run any kind of command, usually indicative of a problem. So, yes, check the logs. So we did testing with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different setups. Sorry, combination of these elements within however many setups. We had an SD card, which is what the standard is, and then we had a 870 Samsung 500D, lower cost Kingston A400 240, and the JMS 578, and the AMS 101350. So set this up to do fetch from the Pi to the Pi. So on the kiosk machine, how fast can it fetch pages using one thread, basically, one set of commands. So you can see here that actually the less expensive solid state with the ASM can pull two pages per second, whereas the 870 with the JMS chipset can do about half that. So still, 2 pages per second is faster than most people I know can read. But if you hammer it, this is where things start to change a bit. The better hard drive with the better chipset, the more supported chipset, can handle a lot more requests per second than the SD card can. This is also just to clarify, again, the only thing that was changed here was MariaDB max connections was increased to a ridiculous amount, so that it didn't end up, basically we wanted the hardware to be the limiting factor here, not MariaDB saying too many connections. And then from the user's perspective, this, I had fun doing this one. Set up a camera, some screen capture, and a stopwatch, and just created pages and timed how long it took to create the pages. So from the user's perspective, you can see that it takes about half the time with the solid state, with the USB 3 ASM chipset, than it takes to do it with the SD card. And the one on the farthest right there is the shared hosting that Tino's talking about. It's not too bad, but it also varies widely based on, how the internet is at any particular point in time. And that is pretty much that. So if anybody has any questions, or we're here all week.
Did you use a touchscreen display?
No,
Okay.
but we just got one. Yeah, that's, yes. Touchscreen works. The particular, what's the brand?
Beatronics.
Beatronics. So they're meant for POS terminals and stuff like that. And they seem to be nicely supported. Everything works right out of the box.
One of the things we found on a different project with the museum stuff is that it was really important to get an IPS one, just because depending on the orientation and how people are able to look at it, it really didn't work without that. So these guys are all IPS, and
yeah,
they work nicely.
Quite easy to see. I can't remember who was next. All right.
Rich text. When the retirees plug in their thing, are they just editing plain text descriptions? Are they using Visual Editor or something? How did you teach them wiki text? I'm just curious.
Oh, that is a really good question. So no, we did put forms in front of it, hoping that all they would have to do is have plain text inside of forms. So far, they have not added too many stories, and if they did want to add stories, they would have to know such things as how to add headings and whatever if they chose to do that. We had initially installed a Visual Editor, and that ended up being sort of all together a different nightmare. It seems like once you start to do templates and Visual Editor and maybe a little bit of form stuff, they all kind of don't play too nicely. So we turned. There's a whole thing tomorrow about the how we decided to use Visual Editor and how we decided to turn it back off.
I was gonna ask, first, this is very interesting. Did I hear correctly, when you're trying to do maintenance on it, the only way you can connect is with the Ethernet cable?
That's correct.
That was more by us deciding that.
Okay, because this is a new computer from this year. I don't have an Ethernet.
Yep.
Right.
That's a very good point. And there are USB Ethernet adapters, and
okay.
But
I was just wondering what prompted the choice Ethernet.
yes, we didn't want to set the Pi up as an access point because it is in a network desert. It would be the only thing there, and the people are gonna see it. People are gonna try to connect to it. that was the big concern there.
It's also an easy way to make it secure by just being, not having a cable there, right? Like, I mean, that's a pretty big obstacle for people to try to connect to it.
Not to mention, you said that the heat sink would disrupt
Yes.
the network, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Early user feedback, what are the thoughts so far?
Well, after we solved I have to unplug it every time I go and look at an image. It's been quite positive. We've had other museums expressing interest in it now. So we're kind of hoping to mock up a demo with the touchscreen shortly. So
yeah.
This is a minor point, but you can change the wiki's main page to be something, the name to be something other than main page without a CSS tab.
I believe it was by doing a redirect, right?
No, you just edit, I believe just edit the page called MediaWiki : main page.
To be a redirect.
No, well, yeah, to whatever you want them to.
But if you edit it to be a redirect, then you end up.
No, it's in the MediaWiki namespace. The name of the main page is a message, which is what's.
Oh, the MediaWiki main page.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, there. That makes a lot of sense.
last 3 slides, we don't have to do extra.
Yeah.
Do you make pictures?
Not good ones.
Well, the thing is, ideally, the little box should be invisible, right? Like,
Not of the time. Some of them are,
how it looks like. Of the whole little museum?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could have.
Yeah.
But the whole point was for it to be conspicuous. So I mean, well, how inconspicuous can make the monitor? They had their monitor bought already and had their mindset on that monitor and keyboard, so it wasn't very.
All right, thank you very much. We are going to take our last break of the day until the half hour. You guys back here?
We have salad still left over, please be healthy.
Can I do presenter mode on that and see my notes on this screen? It's the drop down under my slideshow.
At the end,
Can you share that window and leave the other one? Usually can you drag it over to that window and full screen it? Not a Mac person.
I don't know Macs. Where's James?
Sounds like you went up the stairs.
I did not, but somebody warned me before, so I thought it was over here. That's right.
If you can't, I can also just do my notes on my own laptop.
We'll figure it out.
I don't know how many cards.
Here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, I have heard of people that are running
It just doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much. I don't think we'll ever, foresee like, but for the museum, we can use it for, graphic displays, training. Yeah.
So you could put it's just, there's so much that just what I would have done was kind
It doesn't do everything, but it doesn't necessarily do it fast. Right. It'll do it.
It's not pausing, it's like, it's a very complex, so specifically,
you're not careful, you're
involved with,
Yeah,
charging costs.
yeah, in the first world, that's not a problem.
So like,
Oh, is that state? State inside the state? That's an excellent idea. That's great.
My role, I was.
So, I'm thinking tomorrow, after the keynote, maybe we all go out there, get somebody to take pictures out there. The alternative is we could force the, remote people to, you know, do the Hollywood
It's better than you this all this are there and going on. You never get to find the page on the person.
Let everyone grab their last minute coffee. Hey, look, I'm probably all set up. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Scott Mananian. I am the tech lead for Parsoid on the content transform team at the Wikimedia Foundation. My first logged in edit to Wikipedia was back in 2005, and I've been employed by the foundation for for 11 years now. I define most of the low-level APIs that add like so much for the table of contents. Although the folks in the web team did the nice templating stuff, the skin side. I'm thrilled to be part of the MediaWiki Users and Developers Conference today to talk about something that we haven't often talked about outside the Wikimedia projects, which is how we maintain content on our wikis as our software continues to evolve. So let me start by introducing my team and our work, broadly speaking, Parsoid and Wikitext. We're going to train our joint LLMs on some specific vocabulary first, which is probably stuff we all know. Wikitext is the markup language used to write articles on MediaWiki wikis. What the browser actually displays is HTML, and the parser is the component that turns one to the other. Parsoid is the new parser we've been working on since 2012. And the original impetus for Parsoid's creation was Visual Editor, which was a new way at the time to edit MediaWiki articles. So visually, the text on the left is Wikitext. Is what I think we'll hear tomorrow scares people. And the stuff on the right is the HTML that the browser actually used. Somewhat interesting here, this is Parsoid's output, and we have some things like meta tags here, which are invisible to the reader, but do correspond to semantic information, which was in the original Wikitext. And that semantic information can be used by gadgets on the page, which are client-side, as well as editors like Visual Editor or various tools. So in general, this is the main feature of Parsoid compared to the old parser, is it preserves all the information from the original Wikitext, including the template boundaries, comments, other invisible metadata, and markup. And this enables round-trip conversion from Wikitext to HTML and then back to Wikitext, which allows us to edit Wikitext with an HTML editor, which is what Visual Editor is. But in the process, we've also, by necessity, had to grapple with the wild and woolly world of what Wikitext actually is, documenting and standardizing it, and often cleaning up its rough edges. Although we began Parsoid for use by editors, its use has grown over time. So it now powers a content translation tool, Flow, the Wikimedia Enterprise product, discussion tools, Kiwix, our mobile apps. But the HTML, which desktop users see, has still been generated by the old legacy parser. Obviously, maintaining multiple parsers in parallel isn't sustainable in the long run, and we began the parser unification project to gradually replace all uses of the old legacy parser with Parsoid. And in 2024, this year, we finally began to actually roll out Parsoid for read views to generate the HTML that you visit on an ordinary article page when you read it. And again, just visually, this is Visual Editor, right? This version of it has always been generated by Parsoid since the beginning of Visual Editor. And it does have some metadata involved when you're doing a Visual Editor, like the translation markers. This is article view. In this particular case, because I grabbed it from my laptop, this is Parsoid's rendering of the article view. But when we talk about read views, this is sort of what we're looking at. When you're not editing the page, you're just reading the page. Historically, that's been still the legacy parser because that's the thing which is indexed by Google. It's got a lot of high impact if you screw that up, right? So the first kind of announcement in this context for third-party wikis is that the parser migration extension, which we're using to start rolling out Parsoid for reviews, is not WMF only. You can install it on your own third-party wiki. You can opt in your third-party wiki to using Parsoid, either for all users or for admins first to figure out whether the extensions that you're using on your local sites are going to be compatible with Parsoid. Most cases, we expect this to be super boring because Parsoid is literally pixel for pixel identical to the legacy parser in almost every case. But of course, the places where that's not true are the interesting ones. And that's the point of opting in. So right now, the parser migration extension sort of looks like this. You get a user preference. You can configure on a wiki basis whether or not all pages default to using Parsoid or whether they default to using the legacy parser. But then each individual user can also opt in to always using Parsoid, opt out to never use Parsoid. Perhaps you've got an important business case that this person does that's not compatible. And then on an individual page basis, each individual page, you can also opt in and opt out at this point. It's mostly set up for doing this transition and finding these problems. Okay, so now we're 10 slides into the talk, and you know about wiki text, you know about parsing, and this new thing called Parsoid. But the title of my talk promised something about square brackets. So what's up with that? So let me tell you an ancient tale. A tale so old, browsers were still using HTML4, and no two browsers displayed HTML in exactly the same way. Especially if there was broken HTML on the page, and of course, browsers also different about what broken HTML was. There was this upstart called XHTML, which said that the right thing to do if you forgot to close a tag was just to stop and display an error message, right? And that was like, there are people who seriously believed in that belief system. And in those dark days, MediaWiki introduced an HTML4 based library called Tidy to MediaWiki, and Tidy's job was to make sure that the output of MediaWiki was always perfect, pristine HTML that would satisfy even those XHTML purists. And whenever it was given broken HTML, it fixed it. Of course, there wasn't a standard for how it should fix it, so it just sort of made up its own rules about. The important thing was that it was always correct at the end. But gradually, those fix-ups became part of Wikitext. And making a long story short, after a walk in the wilderness, eventually the same problem was solved in a different way by the WG working group with the HTML5 standard, which finally said exactly how you should fix up various forms of broken wiki text and what that should look like. But of course, now that didn't match what Wikipedia did, what MediaWiki did with, when an editor forgot a tab or put something that wasn't permitted inside the table or whatnot. Oh yeah, sorry, I skipped. So 2004, Tidy, 2015, it started to become obvious that there was this mismatch. Editors started complaining things displayed differently when they wrote HTML inside Wikitext or when they did certain things on Wiki. In 2016, we did some initial tests. We found out that about 93% of the pages were unaffected by the shift to HTML4 or 5. But that's still 7% of all pages on all WMF wikis is a huge number of pages which needed to be fixed up somehow. And this process took 3 years, more or less. It was not a short fix. So how did we manage it? Basically, 3 things: tools, a lot of community engagement, and a phased deployment. We're going to mostly talk about tools in this talk, but I'm going to pause here to underline that getting community involved and on board was a really important part, and that an orderly process for rolling out changes instead of breaking everything all at once is also key. The result was that we could finally unblock new innovation in Wikitext, right? Starting with the template styles extension, which was the first thing at the time. Visual Editor was also using HTML5 syntax from the start, so there were differences that were starting to appear between how Visual Editor showed something and how it actually rendered on Wiki. And this was the first step towards the parser unification project that I started out by discussing. So the thing to underline is the goal of content migration fundamentally is to enable new features, right? If you need to make an omelet, you have to break some eggs kind of thing. In order to actually do new things on Wiki, you have to take into account that sometimes those new things are going to be incompatible with the old things and have a process in place for fixing that. So square brackets. So here's a list of things which use square bracket syntax in Wikitext. WikiLinks. 2001, use mod wiki developer and Wikimedia participant Clifford Adams invented the square bracket syntax for WikiLinks to replace the older camel case style links which Ward invented in '95. So this was a feature of Wikitext which was not as old as Ward's wiki, but older than MediaWiki itself. Interwiki links were actually added in 2002 as with the first version of modern MediaWiki, and this is slightly older than Brook, but other than that, now we're back to the rest of the room. Now we get to category links. Unlike the others, those are invisible on the page, and their placement in the wiki text doesn't matter, although people have very specific opinions on where they should be. And as a result, they're quite problematic in modern MediaWiki. A lot of tools have to tread carefully around them, and there are special tools and gadgets like Hotcat, which allow you to edit the categories as if they weren't part of the wiki text, more or less. And the modern consensus is roughly that they shouldn't be in the wiki text at all, but instead maintained as separate metadata somehow, which is indeed how editors like Visual Editor present them. Enter language links. Like category links, are invisible on the page. They point to equivalent versions of the same article in other wiki projects, typically in other language. They have been replaced, but for all practical purposes in modern Wikipedia, by equivalent information source from Wikibase. And now we get to our third invisible square bracket link, the semantic MediaWiki property annotation. So perhaps you're seeing a pattern. Past this point, all the invisible things are all things that we really, at this point, sort of wish didn't work that way. There are alternatives in semantic MediaWiki, which use this parser function syntax, which is the standard way to do extension points in MediaWiki, modern MediaWiki. So we could spend a lot of time here debating like whether or not we should go back and make this work and add a new extension point, which currently doesn't exist in Parzoid, just for semantic MediaWiki, which is more or less the last holdout of this weird internal parse before links extension point. But in order to sort of, we can have that debate later over at the bar or something. We're going to go with this for now. Take this as our use case. Oh yeah, right there, right on the second talk of the day. Okay. But so assuming we want to get there, and we can disagree about where there is, but there is some place with more modern wiki text syntax. It might not be square bracket syntax we're talking about, maybe something else. How do we get there from here? And again, this is only our example. We're going to use it as a running example because it's convenient for a lot of ways. But maybe you have a different problem, right? Maybe there's some cargo migration that you need to do, or some other tool that's specific to you where you need to migrate content. So we're going to talk about tools that are available that can help, and broadly, like what process we could figure out together to make this a more routine task. Oh, good. I'm on my time here. So talking about tools. So we're going to start with the original content migration tool. I didn't go do the research to figure out exactly when the tracking categories were introduced, but they're super simple. So from semantic MediaWiki, there's this internal parse before links hook, which is on my bad list.
Your request from the right that you face this way.
That I face this way when I'm talking. Where's the actual microphone? Is it there? Okay. My notes are there. That's convenient, but the slides are back there. So it's right. So internal parse before links in semantic MediaWiki. Adding a tracking category is one line of code, right? When you add that tracking category, it shows up on a special page, which lists those tracking categories with localized information about them. And from that point, it's just a normal MediaWiki category. Your editors and admins can click on the category, they can see all the pages in it, methodically try to fix them up. A big limitation in the traditional tracking categories is that often the problematic markup is generated by a template, and you'll see 1,000 pages added to the category because they all use one template, which just happens to have something bad in it. And this can be really hard to see from this sort of view. So in part to address this, there were other reasons as well, but in part the linter extension was created. Originally part of the HTML5 migration project that I discussed earlier. It's not quite as simple to create a new lint. Let's see, while still facing in this direction. This is a lint which was recently added to try to add night mode support. So a lot of MediaWiki templates set colors, they don't set background colors, and so when you can make the page night mode, suddenly you can't read the stuff because the colors are wrong, right? So the web team is working on trying to use the linter to help editors update their templates to be night mode compatible. So most of this is their logic. They're looking for a style node that has a background color but no color, or maybe it's the other way around. Yeah, background color, no color. The actual lint is the last 3 lines or so, which find an enclosing template name and generate what we call DSR, which is the DOM source range, where on the page that particular problematic thing is, and records it. The linter extension displays the lints by category on a special page, somewhat similar to the tracking categories page, but at the bottom you can see that we actually track the template which generated the lint as well. And when you click on edit, you're brought to the editor with the problematic source range highlighted and ready for you to edit. Again, so I'm abbreviating a lot, but community participation is really vital. Like I'm showing the bare mechanics of how this works, but the volunteers have created innumerable help pages and FAQs and guides to what this lint category means and how typical fix-ups look and whatnot, which is kind of really important to making this work past the technical level. Okay, but at this point, past this point, there are dragons. So we generally don't use automated edits on Wikimedia wikis. We have thousands of volunteers, and they really want to look at everything to make sure that the correction which is being done is correct. For this audience, it's not clear that all of your wikis have thousands of volunteers willing to do this, and the idea that an admin is going to have to deal with a category that's got 1,000 pages in it and manually fix them up is pretty untenable. So these next tools are really what I came here to talk about, is what tools can we give an admin of a third-party wiki to do automated fix-ups in a way which might not be appropriate for Wikimedia wikis, but will help us make these sorts of things routine and easy for an admin when they upgrade to a new MediaWiki version. Yeah, if you're wondering, right there is apparently where the dragons are. It's the Isle of Dragons. So I'm quickly going to run through 5 different tools that do automated or semi-automated edits to content, which could be used for mass content migration on wikis which don't have a large linting or a cleanup community. On a wiki browser, 2 frameworks, PyWikibot and MWBot, and 2 extensions, Max, Edit, Regex, and Replace Text. For context, as we start out, a key challenge is going to be how we reliably recognize the old markup that we want to update. So here's a story from an old versions of Dungeons and Dragons, which was published. It had numerous instances of something, the word "the wizard," in the core rulebook. Does anyone know that story and know what went wrong? Whoa. Anyone guess? Without spending too much time. Turns out there's another word for magic user is a mage. And so we did a search and replace just before publication, changing all the mages back to wizards. And so the wizards are now the wizards now be the wizard when they use their spells instead of damage. So, and this is also the key issue we need to keep in mind when we're doing automated transformations. And one reason why the WMF wikis are very reluctant to do that. We want to accurately recognize the pattern that we want to replace in the presence of templates and modules and other advanced wiki text techniques. So let's start with Auto Wiki Browser. And I'll just say, in this case, the square bracket example from Semantic MediaWiki is very convenient because currently Parsoid does not parse that, right? So it's a good example of something which you really do have to look at either use Semantic MediaWiki itself to flag it, like I did with the tracking category example, or use some other pattern. In this case, you can't use Parsoid to say, show me the thing which you don't support yet, right? And you could argue that maybe the right way to do this is get Parsoid to reliably recognize it and then replace it. But let's start with Auto Wiki Browser. It's a desktop application, which is really custom built for this sort of task. It does regular expression search and replace. It will let you write your custom code that plugs in to do page transformations. It will even do semi-offline edits with database dumps, so you can You can find a list of what pages need to be updated offline and do other offline processing before actually making the edits. And it looks like this, which is something. There's a huge amount of functionality there, and it is clearly carefully built to purpose. And it's a good example of the sort of semi-automated technique, which if you maybe feel less certain about letting automated script run rampant on your database, maybe something like this would be more appropriate. PyWikiBot is the oldest bot framework for MediaWiki. It dates to 2003, so only 1 year younger than InterWikiLinks. And it's got a large collection of existing user scripts for various common wiki tasks. So it's probably pretty easy to write new bots. The actual main stuff here is just these 2 lines. And it's worth noting that this TextLib add text, primarily what it does is deal with category links, right? Because you don't want to like add the text at the end after the category links if the category links were already at the end, because category links should always be at the very end. So it takes out the category links and then adds your text at the end and then puts the category links back in. That's what TextLib does. So like, yeah, invisible links, they're a problem. One disadvantage is that PyWikiBot doesn't have a real wiki text parser, although it has something called MWParser from hell, which despite its name is pretty good, actually. The API is great. But it does rely on a large number of somewhat opaque regular expressions to parse stuff. On the pro side, these are very well tested obscure regular expressions. MWBot is a newer framework, and one of its distinguishing features is that it can use the parsoid parser to actually do something structured with your text. So if you want to, yeah, it's Rust. It is Rust. This is what Rust code for reading a page looks like. You can actually look at like a paragraph tag, and if you want to save the page, it is 1 line. There's also functions that transform from HTML back to wiki text. So if you wanted to do a more structured transformation, you want to avoid the wizard problem, right? And be sure that the thing you're changing is actually a link, not just something which happens to share some characters with a link. This is the way to go. There are also automated tools which are extensions native to MediaWiki. So replace text is one. And this one, did I skip a? Yeah, this is just talking about. So replace text is one. It has both a special page. It doesn't have a command line script too, which is a little bit unique. So you don't have to do it via the web interface. It does rely on SQL query support to actually do it, and so it's incompatible if you are storing your revisions in compressed form, because SQL won't go inside the compressed field. So that's a little unfortunate. But this is basically what it looks like. It gives you a special page. You write your regular expression. This is the regular expression to match that semantic MediaWiki property syntax, and then your replacement is #set. When you do it, it attributes the edit to somebody, probably the admin who did it, and gives a reasonable explanation of what happened. It also works in the command line, like I said, which is kind of nice. I can't say it's more readable, but that's the exact same thing as a command line. And it will let you do a dry run and other things like that. The nice thing about this is it could, for folks who have like a wiki farm or something, this is something that could be plausibly automated. You could do this on your wikis. You just have to get that command right once, and then it's easy from there. Mass edit regex is almost identical to replace text, but the underlying technology is different, and so it's compatible with compressed revisions. And the user interface is very much the same. I'm searching for the square bracket syntax and replacing it with the more modern #set syntax. And it has a nice preview where it shows the changes that it's going to make before it actually makes them. That's very nice. So both these tools are very promising. Here are some thoughts I have about how they could be made better for the content migration task. And this is something I'd really be eager to work with people on Friday about. So first thing is, if a new tracking category or linter rule is added for deprecated syntax, how do we communicate that to you all, right? How do you sort of say, oh, we need to update from where you're at MediaWiki 133, go to 143. Here's the wiki text you should look at, which might be relevant, or at least here are the tracking categories that you might
discover are going to show up on your wiki now. We talked before about hopefully there's not a lot of rich text on your wiki, so probably some of those problematic things won't happen. But I don't think that right now our process for writing release notes is geared towards including information about content migrations to let admins know like what things they should look out for. And then, how can we make the substitutions a little bit more robust to the point where we can actually sort of say, this is a database migration or something that you should feel comfortable running on your wiki, because we are sure that it's never going to do the wizard thing, right? It's only going to replace the actual incorrect markup. And can we get it good enough that we can give you, again, we have a bunch of maintenance scripts that do database updates that we don't use at the foundation, but we still distribute, right? And they are like, for you, when you upgrade your wiki, these are the things that you should run that will update the schema. Can we package a wiki text migration in the same way? And then, maybe there's more of a middle ground between the all manual and completely automatic migrations. Something I'd love to brainstorm about. It seems like there's a big gulf between like, here's a bunch of broken wiki text, find someone to do something about it, and the one where like does magical things to your database behind your back. So that's what I came to present. I'm sure I missed something, and this is the other thing I'd really be interested in talking to folks about. Are there other tools that people are using to do content migrations of various sorts? Like, I don't know anything about how you would migrate a cargo schema or semantic media wiki properties, although I poked your brain about that a little bit. And what are tools that we could imagine building that would make this process easier? Because my goal is to make content migration like boring and routine, right? It should be something that if I change, I'll just, parser functions have a weird colon, right? All the rest of the arguments for everything are separated by vertical bars, but after a parser function is a colon. Why? What if I change that tomorrow? How would we do that, right? I guess questions, and you've got your hand up, so jump right into that.
Okay. Well, so you were soliciting, what can we do to help? There's a number of times where we've either gone, too much depth in our templating, and suddenly it's in a category called maximum templating depth exceeded, right? If some of these syntax issues were to be detected by the parser, and it would automatically put them into a category that you could just check and say, oh, my page needs linting, category is empty, so my raw text is okay, or these 10 pages have issues.
Right.
Is that straight?
Yeah, no, it is. And the thing, right, the reason I'm here is because that's basically what we've been doing. Like, if you look at these linter categories, like this is, I guess you have to install the linter extension in order to get them. But if you install the linter extension, these start getting populated automatically. But I don't know that we've previously communicated to people like, this is something you could do, and you could actually these actually have reasonable documentation for what actually needs to be done to fix them. Same thing for
so maybe
for
that
the tracking
extension
categories,
become
right?
part of core.
Yeah, that is, again, there's some history why it was separate in the beginning, but that history doesn't matter anymore. So yes, tracking categories are part of core. Like special tracking categories is on everyone's wiki already. But again, I don't think we communicate very well when a new thing is added there, or which of these you should really care about fixing, versus which of these are just sort of normal, like broken link kind of things. Right? Yeah.
So you were talking about the migration and how to address things that are going to be broken. I've come across various extensions on MediaWiki.org that have a big red banner that says this extension relies on parsing being done in order and will not be compatible with parsoid. Variables.
Yeah.
Variables is the example that comes to mind. Can you talk about if you are going to entirely remove the old parser and require parser to be used, is there no plan to support extensions that currently rely on a sequential parser?
It's a good question for 1 minute left. Roy, try to. Yeah. Oh, look at the time. No, I can give a short answer. The short answer is, at some point, we expect the legacy parser to be a sort of community-supported extension. If you really need the legacy parser to work, it will probably always be there at some point. But at some point, the foundation itself will probably not maintain it anymore, right? So make of that as you will. The issue about out of order execution of the page is a big performance improvement that will help you all. Trust me. Which is to say, right now, when you've got 1,000 templates, every page of that parts of that page is going to reevaluate from scratch that 1,000 template mess, right? The idea is to reuse the previous version. If nothing changed going into that template, we're just going to take that text from the previous time we rendered it and stick it into your new renderings. But that means that if your extension relies on the fact that it set up some state here, which then is going to use down here, I'm not guaranteeing that we're going to run that part of the thing anymore. We might just be slapping it in from the previous version of the page. So that is a serious issue. There are probably going to be migrations because WMF extensions also have this problem. So we might have a special slow mode for your pages that will still make them work. But the long-term desire is to try to get to the point where we can render parts of the page independently, so that it can be cached independently and composed independently. And that sometimes just means you have to do a different data structure thing, right? So instead of numbering everything sequentially, give them a unique hash ID when you come up with them, and then do a final post-processing pass at the end, which hopefully is very fast, that just does the numbering, which is more or less what Site does these days.
There is one question online about, and I'm not sure if anybody in the room knows the answer to this one, but is there a performance difference between the parser function set syntax and the square brackets syntax for setting a property in Semantic?
I saw that in the fab discussion. I don't know, and if I did know, it would probably be different with Parsoid. So, there are a couple parts of I don't know there, but it's something we should work with. Like, if that's the only problem, we should fix the performance problem.
Right. All right. We should probably move on, but thank you. And yes, the Create Camp on Friday.
Yes, I want to hear more from people. I want to work on stuff.
Yep. While your road is getting set up, I'm going to let you guys leave for the happy hour without getting you your drink tickets.
How many do we get?
Two tickets each.
Can I buy something?
If you don't want your drink tickets, once everybody who wants them has them, I will have extra.
You don't let people extra. Sometimes there are non-makers. Muslims is very popular at these events.
Everybody can decide whether they think Jeffrey needs extra.
Oh, yeah, right.
It would be fun. I have 100 profiles.
Nice.
Oh, this is good.
Okay.
Aim it this way.
What? Aim it. Oh, aim it there. Oh, that's convenient. Oh, and I can see it. Okay, so there's no problem. Why is everyone turning around? Hi everyone. I'm Yaron Koren. I'm the founder CEO of this company, WikiWorks. My talk is called "Creating a Directory of Extension and Skin Usability." I just want to warn you that there's no grand solution presented here. It's just a collection of my thoughts. Otherwise, it might have just been called, a directory of extension and skin usability.
Speech is a little bit weird. Let me just see if I can fix that real quick. Sorry.
Okay. And it's great to be here at the first ever, I guess we can call it MWCon. I'm not sure. Sure. All right. First ever MWCon.
Cindy called it in.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah. Okay, so here's a little graph of the extensions on MediaWiki.org by status. Hopefully you can see the bottom. It goes from 0 to 3,000, and the thing that obviously pops up right away is just how many archived extensions there are. About 2,700, which is pretty amazing because to archive an extension requires a fair amount of work for each extension. You need to establish at least some consensus that nobody wants this extension to stay. But on the other hand, this is 20 years worth of extensions, so there is that. But just to make this a little easier to see, let's remove the archived extensions from the graph. So it's still a ton of extensions. Even just among stable extensions, which is the highest grade for an extension, there's about 800 for people to choose from. If people are setting up a new wiki, there's 800 extensions that pass all the tests for extension quality. And here's skins on MediaWiki.org by status. It's sort of a similar story, except a lot fewer archived skins. But I mean, it's almost 70 skins for people to choose from. So how can MediaWiki administrators know which of these hundreds of extensions and dozens of skins to install? Well, one option is this book, Working with MediaWiki. Seems like a good resource. If you want the Bible. Well, okay, yeah, I mean, said it. Yeah, so there's other individual resources that you can go to that have their own opinions. But I feel like what's needed is a dedicated resource that will help people make that decision. So the sort of pie in the sky complete implementation is I have MediaWiki version something with a certain operating system, a certain version of that operating system, a certain web server in its version, a certain database system with its version, a certain PHP version, and finally you want the wiki to do some specific feature action. So what's the set of extensions and skins that you can install, and more specifically the version, the commit ID, and the required libraries for each that you can use for that purpose. But I feel like a minimum implementation would be something like if you have the current long-term support version of MediaWiki, which is right now 1.39, running on all the recommended PHP, MySQL, Apache, and we'll say Debian or Ubuntu versions. Then what's the set of recommended skins and extensions? So there's nothing dynamic about this. This is a static list that would exist for every long-term support version of MediaWiki. And then their specific recommended commit ID and required libraries. So there are some resources that can help with this. There's a template on MediaWiki.org called On MediaWiki, which denotes the ones that are used on one or more Wikimedia sites. There's a newer extension that was created 2 years ago called Used By, which hopefully some people have seen, which lets you know the same thing, but not for Wikimedia sites, but rather for specific other packages. In this case, there's 5 packages that are covered by the Used By template, and there have been some of the people here and some speakers representing some of these packages, although these are mostly European-based, except for Canasta. And then the following wiki farms, and again, there are people here representing some of these. So what was it? 5 packages and 8 wiki farms. So here you can see an example of both of these extensions on the bottom of the skin called Timeless. The first one is the on Wikimedia template. which says, it's used on one or more Wikimedia projects. So that probably means that the skin is stable and works well enough to be used. And then the second one, the use by template, will list all of the packages and wiki farms that make use of that, in this case, skin. And then going from there, there are categories automatically generated. So here's the category, the top of the category page for extensions included in wiki.gg, which is one of the wiki farms. So you can see all the, in this case, 67 extensions that it includes. So there's some interesting things we can draw from that. There's an extension called Code Mirror, written by a guy called Pavel Astakov. It allows for IDE style editing of wiki pages, which is really neat for pages that include Lua, JavaScript. It's used by 8 of the 13 packages in wiki farms plus Wikimedia. And I think it's actually, for that reason alone, the strongest current candidate for bundling within MediaWiki. So if anyone here is part of that decision-making process, let me put in my vote for the Code Mirror extension. And another example, the cookie warning extension written by Florian Schmidt and a few other people. It displays that site that I guess because of European regulations have become a lot more ubiquitous around the web, which is, there's always a pop-up warning saying this site uses cookies. Are you sure you want to, or please agree or something. It's used by, again, 8 of the 13 packages in wiki farms, and I think it's another strong contender for bundling or maybe even integrating into MediaWiki. And this is a case, maybe it's obvious that something like this would be useful, but I think this is the case where that used by template really points out extensions that otherwise might have gone unnoticed, that no one would realize just how popular they are. I just went through, here's some more unexpectedly popular extensions. These are all, oh, are you laughing at the sad faces? Well, yeah, I put sad faces next to the ones that, per the previous talk might become unusable when the parsoid switch happens. I call these unexpected because none of them are bundled within MediaWiki, so they're just independently, a bunch of people have decided to integrate them and have decided they're useful. It's not an indication of quality per se. I personally happen to think Cargo is a better choice than Semantic MediaWiki, but the crowd has spoken on this one, I guess. But it's still interesting to see, I think. Finally, one more example. There's 3 different extensions called Dynamic Page List. Was there anything else I want to say? Is there anything else I want to say about this? No, okay, fine. 3 different extensions called Dynamic Page List. One is the official. The first is the official Wikimedia one. It's used by Wikimedia, but nothing else. The second one is sometimes called DPL2. It's not used by anyone, and the third one is called DPL3, and it's got 6 used by calls. So if you're trying to figure out which of these 3 to use, this would be, a simple heuristic to figure out that you should be using DPL3. I hope no one disagrees with that.
I would disagree.
You should use none of them. That's the correct answer. No, yeah. So it brings, I was able to get this by just running a little script, but should there actually be a public listing of these extensions? Like, should there be a category on MediaWiki.org called extensions used in 6 of the catalog MediaWiki packages and wiki farms, or 7 or 8 and so forth? It would be useful because it would let people see the popularity at a glance. On the other hand, it could lead to groupthink, where a certain extension's popularity leads to increasing popularity, and again, regardless of its actual quality. So, so-called group thing. So I don't know. It's an interesting idea. So what, I have no idea, it's funny. So I want to talk about canasta. It's a special case among the, I'm sort of moving topics among all of the packages that exist and that are listed via the use by template, or that make use of the use by template. In my biased opinion, it's the best MediaWiki package to use. Is that what was funny? It is the best? Okay, fine. All right. It's a complete Docker-based solution. You'll be hearing more about it in Jeffrey's presentation tomorrow. I just want to get to how it's relevant to all of this stuff. It's fully open source, fine. Interestingly, I mean, I think it's the only one that uses a consensus-based methodology for determining which extensions and skins it includes. So the entire community, or anyone in the world, can potentially weigh in on including it. So it's really meant for the community as opposed to the opinion of the specific company or organization that is putting it together. So here's a little screenshot from the GitHub page for Canasta. Here just a bunch of issues on the GitHub page, each of which has to do with adding a specific extension. So different people propose them, and then there's a discussion that happens on the GitHub page. And of course, it's GitHub, so anyone can jump in. Okay, well, so if you look at the set of Canasta, of extensions and skins within Canasta, I think there's an argument that that's more indicative of something than inclusion in other packages and wiki farms potentially. So how do you choose the best version down to the specific commit ID of an extension or skin? Again, to show how Canasta does it. Sorry, this font is getting a little small, but the Canasta approach is, if the extension is bundled in with MediaWiki, then it's simple. Just go with that exact code, because presumably that's well tested, and if there were a problem, it would have been fixed. For the other Wikimedia Foundation maintained extensions, just go with the branch for the current MediaWiki version, like 139, and the latest commit in that branch, and that seems to work quite well. For other extensions that have version releases, go with the latest released version. And then finally, for all other extensions, just go with the latest commit. That's the basic methodology. Okay, so that's great, but what if that version contains bugs? So a word about bugs. This is not a surprise to anyone who's ever done development, but every piece of software contains bugs. If it's, does something beyond, just typing hello world, or, some other small thing. And it gets worse because if you're talking about MediaWiki extension or skin, they don't even necessarily have to be in the code itself. They can appear when it's interacting with MediaWiki or all the so-called LAMP stack, Linux and the rest. With Docker, in the case of Canasta, with the libraries that it includes, and with other extensions and skins. So it's not even, it can be perfectly written and still not work. Well, it wouldn't really be perfectly written in that case, but so what do we do about bugs? Well, they can range in severity from, it adds some warning signs, messages that no one will ever see, to, delete the entire database. And that's not even obviously the full end of the spectrum for how much damage a bug can cause. So yeah, I mean, it becomes a choice of what do you do. Major bugs have to be dealt with. And in the ideal case, if you're running a wiki farm or package or just a random wiki, if you encounter a bug, it's already been fixed in the extension, and you just need to upgrade to that later code. But what do you do if that's not the case? If the bug is still there and it's severe? Well, so you have three main options. You can try to get the bug fixed somehow, report it to the developer, or try to fix it yourself and send the patch. You can just apply a local patch, or you can get rid of that extension. This isn't terribly mind-blowing stuff. So this happened for us with Canasta. Let me. I'm sure Pavel Ostakov will be surprised that I'm name checking him twice in one talk, but they were running a Canasta-based Docker image. He discovered a bug in the Maps extension. It wasn't working with Visual Editor. It was submitted to the Maps extension and committed by Jeroen right afterwards.
Just clarify, this is submitting a patch to the Maps extension?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you said submitting.
Oh, submitted a bug. Yeah, there's a missing word there. Submitted patch. Submitted fix. So there it is. You can see that he committed it there at the top, and all was well. And then the version of Maps was then updated in Canasta. So that's a straightforward recounting of how this bug fix was handled. And here's the fix in the Canasta code to change the commit ID, the exact version being used. There are, I mentioned that you can apply local patches. There are currently 5 patches in Canasta that are all related to composer-based auto-loading of semantic MediaWiki related extensions. There's the listing of the 5. And here's a little screenshot of one of them, just a small change to composer.json. Why haven't they been added? It's they're all still waiting. And here's not to cast doubt on the semantic compound queries developers, but this is still an open patch, just waiting for someone to merge in or at least review. So what about non-major bugs? I think there's a strong case for not trying to fix those in the standard release. As I think a lot of developers would agree, every bug fix is an opportunity for additional bugs. The fix itself can introduce new bugs, and of course, if a bug was added at some date and the bug fix was added 2 months later, then if you just go right to the bug fix, then you also have to worry about all the other code that was merged in, that was checked in those intervening 2 months. So yeah, I mean, consistency is an important feature. Generally, the fewer code changes are made, the more confidence users can have that it works as intended. It's nice to be able to run a version of the code that thousands of other people have been using. There's much more guarantee that it'll work and won't break than if you switch to a newer version, even if you know that it fixes one specific bug. Yeah, any changes to the code will remove some of that confidence. So that's my thought about bugs. Let's move on. Okay, yeah, many bugs should simply wait for the next major version, next major release to be fixed, and that's how we do it in Canasta. There's a sort of major set of changes and updates to all the extensions and skins with each change from one LTS long-term support version of MediaWiki to the next. So right now things are stable at 139, and then it'll move presumably once MediaWiki 143 is released. So yeah, so that's it as far as bugs. Here is what the how Canasta defines the set of extensions and repositories and commits to use. It just uses this YAML file with a certain syntax, and there's a lot that's basically a lot of default behavior there. So for instance, at the top there's media uploader. It doesn't specify the branch or the URL. It knows if no URL or branch is specified, it just goes to the Wikimedia Git repository and uses the rel 139 branch, so on. So there's a lot of omitted information here. And Canasta isn't the only one. There's a package called Mezzo, which I didn't mention before, although that was covered a little bit earlier, and I think will be covered more tomorrow. It too has a YAML file. It's a little bit of a different syntax, but it's the same kind of idea. And I think this seems like a really good approach to any sort of general solution for coming up with a best practices or recommended set of extensions and skins for any specific MediaWiki version. And my only other thought about this whole thing is you know, I talked at the beginning about the complete set of recommendations as far as beyond just the minimum one. So what would be the most useful parts of that? It's not like people are really going to ask for you know, the best extensions to use with MediaWiki 1.10 and you know PHP 3 or what have you. But there is a good chance that people will ask about non-long-term support MediaWiki versions, like the current one, whatever it is, 140, I think, or 141.
142.
Or 142. That's recent.
Right.
Okay. Well, okay, yeah. All right, yeah. And then non-MySQL database systems, Postgres and SQLite, those definitely have their users. And specific feature needs. So if you want to create a wiki that does content publishing, for instance, or you know, and so on and so on, you want one that does a lot of mapping, then it would, I think, be useful to have some kind of resource that ties these extensions and skins in some cases to specific content, to specific feature types. And I think that's it. We have a few minutes for questions or thoughts. Yeah.
Has anyone ever done like a web-based, you know, package manager interface for something like this? I feel like on WordPress, if you're using like the WordPress.com thing, you can go in and like install plugins from the web UI. I mean, maybe it would make sense for that to be handled by like a particular wiki farm, because maybe the server maintainer would have a list of packages that they're willing to install and deal with. But I just wonder, has anyone ever done that, put it in the web interface itself?
I'm aware of a failed project that tried to do that around 2010 or something like that. But something like this might potentially be the missing link there, to have a public YAML file or whatever it is, so it sees your MediaWiki version and then it knows which extensions and skins to make available to the user. Potentially that was one of the missing ingredients before that prevent from really working out. Yeah.
I was under the impression that maybe Lex Sulzer worked on it. Doesn't like Manage Wiki have some sort of thing that lets you do that? I'm not familiar with it, but
I think Manage Wiki, the Manage Wiki extension only lets you enable or disable extensions that are already installed or already downloaded, but I could be wrong.
But nothing like arbitrary?
I don't think.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
I don't know if anything that goes out and gets code. I mean, there's obviously security issues with that also, but
secure. I feel like that already counts then, right? And then my wiki is we have our own custom self-service portal.
Does it let you download arbitrarily from
Obviously
GitHub
not,
or whatever?
because as you said, it's insecure. We would never allow that.
Yeah, well,
We do, yeah.
It does set up branches, so it'll pull commits from a couple of base commit on a certain branch.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but having something like this also could potentially take care of security issues if you know that the code is only going to be able to go out to these 100 URLs to get code. There's potentially less of a problem there. Sorry, yeah. Go ahead, Rich.
Well, I was just going to go back to something you said in your talk about the challenge of trying to find not just the right version to the commit level of an extension for a particular version of MediaWiki. And then you also talked about the complexities of making sure that any two extensions are compatible.
Sure.
But then there's a third problem, and that is that the exact configuration of each extension is also a variable in the compatibility matrix. And so
Yeah.
I like what you showed there with the YAML files, because they not only do they specify the extension where you're getting it from, what version you're getting it from, but in the Meza case, I don't know if this is the case for Canasta as well, it also allows you to capture the configuration as text, so you can manage your extension configurations as text.
Yeah, that's one thing where I think Meza does a better job than Canasta. Canasta doesn't have something like that, and yeah, it's certainly helpful, especially for extensions where you have. It's kind of weird that there's some extensions where you have to set some settings at the beginning, like it doesn't work by default. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
This is just more of a comment that MWCon does have a sort of an undocumented departure function, shows how many people are actually using the extension, who have actually bothered to turn it on. So we can get a little more like, so variables right now is 632, so about 10% of the farm. Arrays is 339, so about 5% of your use. So it's not as bad as it looks compared to like, more common site phone.
That's interesting.
There's more data available if people need it or want to look into it. I can help you.
Yeah, that is interesting. I didn't know any wiki farms published that information. Maybe there's a way to.
Well, it's not published.
Oh, okay.
but it is public, so I can tell you how to do it.
Cool. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Last talk of the day.
Is that good?
I don't think so.
You're between us and Maxwell.
The tickets.
Please stand up. This is a good user interface. Ready? All right. My name is Ike Hecht. I am the CTO at WikiTech. And what we do is we install, maintain, service pretty much custom wikis. We don't have a wiki farm really. Everything we do is customized. Sometimes it's very, very individualized for a customer. It could be behind a firewall, intranet. So we've seen a lot of strange things with wikis. And because of that, over the years, we've developed, I think, best practices for maintenance. Now, I'm the last presentation of the day. Your brain is probably ready to explode. And you're thinking about happy hour, because that's much more interesting. You're looking at this topic and you're thinking this is probably going to be really boring. Correct. We're talking about maintaining a wiki. However, it's really important, so listen up. All right. So, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to talk about. We're talking about MediaWiki maintenance. How do you make sure you keep your wiki running the right way? And we'll talk about sort of what has to be done and a little bit about how to do it, but not so much in depth. This is going to be very non-technical, but there'll be some technical stuff. If you really need it, you can read it up there. 4 years ago at MWCon Zoom, #1, I spoke about maintaining wikis as well. And there I got into specific topics and some of the technical details. This is going to be more of an overall presentation about wikis in general, how to maintain them, and specifically a calendar for maintaining them, which we'll talk about. So why is maintenance important? So it makes sure that your wiki is working, which is very good. Make sure it's working well. We spoke about risk mitigation. If your wiki is unmaintained, you have a bigger risk. If you don't want that, you got to maintain your wiki. And it's an absolutely necessary thing to do. It's not something you can skip, even though you'd really like to do so. Now, I'll tell you off the record, that's not really true. There is a cost-benefit analysis. If you are maintaining Wikipedia, you'd better be making sure it's maintained well. If it's a hobby wiki, it may be super important. I'm not downplaying it. If it goes down for 5 minutes, the world will continue. If Wikipedia goes down for 5 minutes, the world ends. So you have to do a cost-benefit analysis. You're going to see it's actually a lot of work to maintain a wiki. And if you don't think your wiki has to be maintained properly, don't worry about it. Think about happy hour. Why is maintenance such a challenge? The time constraints, you're busy, you got a lot to do, you don't want to do maintenance. It's not easy. It takes certain expertise, which you may not have and may not want. And even if you have the expertise, that's this week's expertise. Things change. What happens next week? You may not want to keep up to date with all those things. So I'm a little bit of a car guy. If you're in this room, there's a good chance you know me. You probably don't know much about my family, but you might know about my cars. I don't have expensive cars. I just think they're very cool, so I'll talk about them a lot. You probably know about cars I might have owned in the past, and you may know about ones I wish I did own right now and don't. So most of you have a car. If you do, hopefully you're maintaining it. Well, how do you know what to maintain and when to maintain? Chances are you probably don't know much about cars, but your car is still maintained. So one of the key components of that is the maintenance schedule, right? You know, every 3,000 miles, maybe 5,000 miles, 3 months, 6 months, depends on the car, the oil, whatever it is, right? You know you have to come in for an oil change. You know every 75,000 miles, you must change the transmission fluid, right? Or whatever it is, the differential. All these things are laid out for you. This is what you have to do. You may not know how to do it, but at least you know, if I follow this schedule and I don't drive a import, my car will keep going, right? It's gonna be great, right? Everything is going to work well. It's gonna be a literally well-oiled machine. But you have two things there, really. You have a list of things that you have to do. You know you don't have to do anything else, because if you follow that, you're okay. And also you know when to do it. So what I was thinking was, can we do the same thing for a wiki? Have a similar schedule. That was sort of the model that I wanted to follow. So the structured schedule will make this, you'll see there's a lot to do. It makes it less overwhelming. And if you follow it, you know, I know I have a recipe and I followed it, I'm gonna be okay. And you're gonna have a stable wiki. LTS, I know it seemed like you were feeling guilty that you installed version 1.39. Don't, you absolutely did the right thing. If you're in this room and you don't work for the Wikimedia Foundation, as far as I'm concerned, any version of MediaWiki that isn't LTS does not exist, all right? There are reasons for that. Watch my old presentation, I go through it. So the only version of MediaWiki right now is 1.39 as far as I'm concerned. All right, so that's LTS, long-term support. Those are supported for 3 years. All right. Now, I'm gonna take a quick poll, sidebar. If I told you, at WikiTech, we have meetings bi-weekly. We don't, because I hate meetings. But if I told you, we have meetings bi-weekly, do I mean that we meet 2 times a week? Or do I mean that we meet once every 2 weeks? Okay, they got the question? I'm gonna take a quick poll. You ready? If you think we meet 2 times a week, raise your hand. If you think we meet once every 2 weeks, raise your hand. Okay, so the answer is, maybe some of you got the answer and raised your hand twice. The answer is it could mean either one. If you look up the definition of biweekly, you will see that it has 2 definitions. And if it has 2 definitions, it has no definitions. And therefore, you should never use that word. Biweekly, bi-monthly, never use that word. It means nothing, okay? So I had to come up with new words, as you'll see. All right, semi-annually, not biannually, semi-annually, okay? That's a word, is it? That means every 6 months. Quarterly, we know that, every 3 months. This is the nice one. Monthly, and I think that's pronounced bimestrially. There's another word that actually sounds even worse, but that means every 2 months.
Not twice a month?
Not twice a month, okay? That's what it means, all right? Look it up. You can also look up the synonym, not as good. Yes, and there's no better word. I was like, there's gotta be something. There's no better word. So monthly and bimestrially. So those are the rings. Obviously, not every part of your wiki has to be done at the same interval, right? Some things you don't, some things you're gonna wanna do every month, some things quarterly, some things twice a year. So those are the rings we're working with. By the way, in case you think my topic is boring, my slides are absolutely fantastic. The reason for that is I didn't create them. They were designed by Anton, a member of the WikiTech team. And if you don't think maintenance of wikis are interesting, learn from his slide design, incorporate it into your presentation. It's awesome. And I should mention also that really anything I'm presenting on is not really my findings, a little bit, but it's really the whole team working on wikis, finding the problems and figuring out how do you make sure a wiki stays maintained. And Yaron, I should mention, that includes Pavel Astrikov. All right. So this is high level what we're going to talk about. The monthly and bimestral tasks, server package checks, updates to extensions and skins, log reviews. I know you don't like that word. But the other one is worse. Quarterly tasks, site analysis, security updates on core, check backups and caches monitors, and semi-annual tasks, site performance and security checks, disk space cleanup, general wiki maintenance, and testing and restore from backup. That's what we're going to talk about. We're going to take each one individually and talk about how that works. Memorize this chart right now. The visual maintenance timeline. This probably looks a little bit like what you got in your car manual. So you'll see that you have the months here, and these are the things you do most often. These are the things you do least often. And you can see some of them are monthly, bimestral, quarterly, and semi-annual. Let's walk through some of them, and this is the approach we're trying to take. So this is something that happens monthly, updates to extensions and skins. Yaron went through it well. Proceed with caution. You want to make sure if you're updating that you're not making things worse. And newer versions of extensions often introduce bugs. A great way to do that is stick to the commits of Canasta or some similar project. If it was up to me, everybody in the enterprise world, besides for running LTS versions of MediaWiki, would also run the exact same commits of every single extension. And a way to make that happen is, even if you're not running Canasta, look at what Canasta is using and use that. Because there's a better chance that that doesn't have bugs, because it hasn't been reported, than another version. And there are other packages, and I wish that all the packages could convert and use the same versions. All right, so you have to check what extensions there are, which ones have been updated, and make sure they're secure. There are security problems in extensions. You got to stay on top of it. And that also includes updating the composer dependencies, and that has nothing to do really with the MediaWiki ecosystem itself. Those can also have security issues, those can have bugs. You got to keep them updated. And make sure always back up, which we'll talk about that as well, but back up again here before you do any updates, and use version control. This is something I also pushed many years ago. Every single change in your wiki, in the configuration, should be in version control somehow, right? And that's something we do even if you don't use Docker. But if you do use Docker, of course that's going to happen. And that could be a Canasta image or one of the other Docker images. Anything that you do, you need to know what was done. If you have a Docker wiki, it's very simple. Instead of updating all the extensions and skins individually, you just point to the latest tag and you have the latest version of your image. So that's great. If you could do Docker, do it. I will warn you, always when you're trying to solve problems, you create new ones. If you're using Docker, you're going to create new problems. At a minimum, the fact that you're going to need to know Docker, which can be a problem. Okay, update server packages. Those are, you know, if you're having an operating system, if you use Windows, why? Then you're going to get a pop-up every once in a while. It's going to say, you know, you need to update, or it's just going to update itself. It's not working, whatever it does. Linux, you know, you use Yum or whatever your flavor it uses. You got to keep the server packages up to date. Crucially, our security packages. Security packages, we actually use Yum-Cron to update the security fixes automatically because they're very important. But everything else, even though in theory we could do it automatically, we want to make sure that we're not doing anything wrong. So we update them manually every month while it's being monitored by a guy who can fix anything that goes wrong. And if you need a reboot, make sure you schedule that right. If you have a very fancy server setup, you don't have to worry about that because you're going to have 100% uptime even when you're doing updates. Chances are you don't have that, so schedule your reboot in an appropriate way, which you wouldn't be able to do if it was automated. Okay, good. Check the server logs. This was mentioned. I think everyone slipped in that nobody's ever going to see the server logs, not intentionally. But somebody should see the server logs. Check what's going on. There's often some very interesting things in there. All right, and you're going to find, see, the thing is, there's a separate component of this, which I'm not talking about, which is support. Every wiki needs to be maintained. It also needs to be supported. When you have problems, then the support kicks in. You don't want it to kick in. You know, I don't want to start getting buzzes in the middle of a presentation that we have a wiki down, right? Because that's a problem. So if you do the maintenance right, hopefully, you don't have to worry about the support side. The server logs will tell you about the problems before they become such a problem that they bring down your server. So that will tell you the system health. It will tell you any error messages. And using Docker, check those logs. Mail system audits. These are very hard to tell. It's very hard to tell when the mail system stopped working. The only way I found that you're going to find out is somebody tells you, I sent myself an email, or I was supposed to get an email. I'm trying to reset my password, and it's not working. So you have to check the logs to make sure the system is working. Like if your wiki went down, you would know, because hopefully you're monitoring for that, which we'll talk about. You would know. But if the mail stops getting sent, it may even be, depending on how busy your wiki is, it may be hours or days or weeks before somebody realizes that mail's not working. So check the logs. And it can highlight performance problems. I don't know about you guys, but we have been having an absolute nightmare on all of our wikis, really, where there's these spiders that are coming in, these crawlers, and I think it's all AI people that are to blame, including some very allegedly reputable AI people that completely ignore your robots.txt and will maliciously, literally do a DDoS attack on your wiki, okay? And we have systems in place to block them, and it's still not enough, all right? We have Cloudflare or whatever it is trying to mitigate, and it's the last couple months have been an absolute nightmare. So if you're checking your server logs, you're going to see there are IPs or user agents that are causing you problems, and before they start bringing down your wiki, because they're only requesting 10,000 pages a second, you know, shut them down and figure out how to block them in the future. This is quarterly comprehensive site analysis. A system health check. So this is something that you're just looking, this is holistic. You're looking at the whole system and trying to make sure that everything is working. That includes your extensions are working. And we have a system where I only recently saw one wiki that has this. And I don't know if they borrowed the idea from us, but we have in every wiki a extension test page. And it does minimal tests to make sure that every extension is functioning. So it has a list of extensions and says test expected. It's literally a wiki page. And you know, if, let's say it's parser functions, it'll say expression 4 + 6, expected 10. It'll run the test and show you the output, and you know parser functions is working. We have that for every extension installed. So it's not obviously perfect. You're not going to test every function of every extension and to make sure they work with each other. But at least we know it's installed. We know that in theory, it might be working. Media handling, this is a common thing, right? Uploads, you mentioned, right? The permissions aren't set correctly. Make sure that you do a test upload. And even if MediaWiki tells you, yeah, well, it's a 10 megabyte upload limit, well, your web server may have a 2 megabyte upload limit. So that doesn't help you that it says 10 megabytes. So try to upload something that's near the limit, make sure it actually goes, it doesn't time out, anything like that, and that the thumbnails are getting generated. That's also a common issue. And the email sending, search indexing. Make sure your Elasticsearch is actually indexing, because that's also something you won't notice for sometimes months, right? That the new edits haven't been indexed until somebody does a search on something that they expected to find and it wasn't there. And they might be like, okay, maybe it's not really there. How are you going to know? So make sure your Elasticsearch is actually indexing. Visual editor. Ever since we moved to Parsoid inside PHP, then this is much better. But there are still sometimes visual editor sometimes causes problems. Make sure it's still working. And Cytoid, that's really an example of an external service. Anytime you're relying on an external service, you have to check that. Make sure it's still working. Checking backups. You have automated backups. That's great. I hope you have automated backups. But how do you know that they're actually happening? You have to check quarterly, right? Make sure it's actually happening the way you expect. Check that it's complying with your policy. If you're saying this is the rotations, if you're saying it should happen this often, that's actually happening. Make sure you have enough storage space. You don't want to find out too late that the backups were failing because you didn't have enough space on the drive. And prove that they can be recovered. This is not a full restore. We're going to see that later. But just extract it and make sure, yeah, the backups are running. It's being stored. It's being offloaded. That's wonderful. What's inside? I don't know. Make sure what's inside is what you expect. Checking the cache systems. You may have a great cache system in place, but if it's not caching anything, then it doesn't help you. So make sure the Redis is actually filling up with stuff. It's serving a significant percentage of the pages. And your Docker cache checks and varnish, whatever cache systems you use, make sure they're doing what you think they should be doing. Security updates on core. This happens quarterly. The reason is that's actually when they get released. Sometimes more often than quarterly, but as a general rule, every quarter you're going to get a new dot release. So like 1.39.6 to 1.39.7. So you just schedule that. I know it's going to come out every quarter. So that's just on your calendar. You know you have to update. That's core. That's the submodules. And it is not necessarily the bundled extensions. You're going to have to treat them separately. And we have a separate task for that. All right. And the benefits of keeping the LTLS release are right there. Check monitors. So this is on the support side, obviously. Monitors are for support. Think something goes down, it alerts you. But you're only going to get those alerts if the monitors are in place and working. So that goes on the maintenance side. Make sure the monitors are working. We use Uptime Kuma. You can see a really nifty dashboard there that shows us all the Wikitech servers. Are they actually up? And if they're not, it will say it's not up. We also use Monit. I think that's how you pronounce it, because it's short for monitor, I'm guessing. And that's a really cool utility. It runs on the server. It can monitor a ton of things and tell you if there is something going wrong. It does, you'll see here. This comes from our Slack channel. Right here. That comes from our Slack channel. You can see that it's telling us Elasticsearch has gone into read-only mode, which, like I said, it's very hard to check, right? It's very hard to find out about it. It doesn't get reported, but if you have Monit installed, it will tell you that it's in read-only mode if you have it configured correctly. It will tell you if something went down. It will tell you if your certificate is expiring, all kinds of really cool stuff. We get those alerts on our Slack channel so that we can get right on it. And check your site performance. This happens semi-annually. And you'll see the less frequent tasks are not as critical, right? The critical tasks you're going to do more often. Here, this is something you just have to do once in a while. Check your CPU load, which could be an indication of something causing problems, or it could be an indication that you just don't have enough resources. So you need to add resources. It'll tell you that before that becomes an issue. Job queue monitoring, that could be a problem. For some reason, job queues are always getting into trouble. There are stuck jobs. You may have, if you have a low traffic wiki and you're not running the jobs overnight, or we use a job queue running service that just runs all the time. Whatever it is, check your job queue and make sure it's not filling up and not emptying. And doctor health checks as well. Security checks. We do an SSH key audit just to make sure. We want to know that the SSH keys that are on the server are supposed to be on the server, that nobody has access who shouldn't. Now, how would that happen? Well, somebody was working at Wikitech and then they left. So maybe we have to remove their key. Brian, why are you smirking? All right. We have to remove their key. Make sure the keys are correct. Obviously, we do that as a routine when somebody leaves, but you want to check, make sure you actually did it correctly. Sometimes clients add weird stuff. We are not the only people in charge of these servers. Who knows who they put in there and why? So we have to check with them. We see this weird key. Tell us who it is or we're getting rid of it. Network services check. Make sure the networks, you want to make sure there's no ports that are open that don't have to be open, which is extremely common. This is related to mail servers also. And security scans. We do automated security scans. That's on the, I guess that could be considered the maintenance side also. But it checks for security problems. It checks the CVEs, etc., to see if anything needs to be updated. But again, you have to actually make sure those are running. And that makes sure your wiki is secure, and that's good. Disk space cleanup. You don't want to run out of space. The worst errors to recover from are the ones that are caused by running out of space, because you're going to go into the wiki and you're going to go into the server. Strange things are going to happen because the server can't write to itself, and you're not going to have any clue why that's happening, because you're going to be like, I'm just writing, and you're not going to get like input-output errors necessarily. You're like, strange things happen when you run out of space. You don't want that to happen, so monitor for it, but also do periodic cleanup. Check for large files, get rid of them. Sometimes you have backups from years ago, just nuke them, and prune old Docker images saves a lot of space. That makes sure that your system is responsive. It'll save you some money also, and reduce risk of major problems that you won't be able to figure out. Then we have another semi-annual task. Here, you buy one, get one free. We test to restore from backup and we update staging. So for our clients, besides for the production wiki, you have at a minimum one staging wiki. And we want the staging wiki occasionally to have the production database moved over there, so it's a more recent copy. The way we do that is we actually take a backup of production and we restore it as staging. So we make sure staging matches production in terms of the software that it's running. And we do some checks, and then we restore it. And now we have a great production and staging wiki that match each other. And we know that the backups are actually able to be restored. And that means all of the above. It means it's running. It means it includes what you expect. And just as important, that there's a guy who knows how to retrieve it and actually get this done. And sometimes you can have a restore, you can have a backup that nobody can actually access. Maybe the password was in the wiki, and then the wiki went down, and then you can't get into the place that you actually have the restore. Not speaking from past experience, why did you say that? Okay, and that makes sure that you can recover your data. General MediaWiki maintenance. This, you could think of this sort of like a miscellaneous thing. This is all kinds of stuff. I actually just added the tracking categories to our processes. As I saw that, I was like, hey, why don't we do that every 6 months? So I literally just added that as a step. This is everything else that MediaWiki should be done. You mentioned some maintenance scripts. Those should all be done as part of this, unless you have it on a cron running nightly. That deals with everything. Yeah, the OS, the MediaWiki stack, the wiki itself. We look at the wiki pages and make sure they're actually looking the way they should. System updates, we make sure the monitors are good and the maintenance scripts are running, and the recent changes doesn't look like it's been overrun by a bot or spam or whatever. Now, this may be overwhelming. I have a very easy maintenance plan. This is super simple, one step. It's reliable, professional, the simplest thing possible. You saw it coming. Yeah, I mean, it's a one-step process. It's set and forget, right? You don't have to worry about a thing. We follow this calendar, and we're constantly improving it, and you don't have to worry about a thing. And you can sit at MediaWiki's conferences and not worry your wikis are going down. Okay, I'll get the question. What? Okay, go ahead, Pablo.
No, please.
Okay, conclusions and takeaways. We spoke about maintenance being a priority. We spoke about a proactive approach. Don't wait till the problems happen. And we came up with an excellent solution that will solve all problems for you. And now, Pablo, go ahead.
So I completely understand why you and I get along. I have no idea how you get along with the rest of these guys. Or this guy.
I guess I adapt. I think that's what it is.
Sorry, that's not really a question.
Okay. Yes.
I have another maybe not. What's the biannual process? So given that LTS releases are every 2 years, what's the biannual process for that?
Did you just say biannual?
Yes, I did. Because you already had semi-annual.
Yeah.
Clearly it's not semi-annual.
Okay, I got where you're going with this.
And I'll add my own plug. I said the Parser migration extension is available today. It's available in December, which is when the next LTS release comes out. So there you go.
Okay, fantastic. So then that's when
For
it actually comes out. Yes, correct. Yes.
How do you commit someone to actually invest in maintenance or plans to invest in maintenance instead of just say throwing hard drives around the phone?
Like it depends on who you're talking to. So me personally, how do I convince somebody else besides for like giving presentations like this? I would go through certain specific instances where major problems happened because things weren't maintained. You know, like the car example. What's the worst thing that can happen if I skip one oil change? Nothing's going to happen if you skip an oil change. Why do you do it? Because it's an investment, it's something important, and you don't want to take any risks, right? So if your wiki is not important, don't worry about maintenance. If it is important, then yeah, 99% of the time you're not going to have a problem. But let me tell you about some of the 1% of the times when, people lost their jobs, people lost data, when there were nightmares, and hopefully that scares people into doing something and not gambling. Daniel?
So I know that the foundation has 2 different data centers that they switch between every 6 months to test that they have a backup, like a full redundancy.
Semi-annually.
Has Wikitech considered having other servers that you switch to as part of your regular maintenance to know that you can switch if your hosting provider goes down for some reason?
Have we considered it? I think you just did.
I'm asking you my non-employee.
The answer is yes. I mean, we're most of the time we're working on client infrastructure. So if they want that infrastructure, then sure, we'll do that. Maybe that is something we should do regularly. We don't have an unlimited supply of servers, but yeah, we can talk about it. How many what?
How many points of presence do we have? In order to have multi-site redundancy, you need to have multi-sites.
41. I have no idea.
I mean, there was a real question in my before. I was kind of curious what your experience was with upgrading long-term releases.
It's an absolute nightmare. That's why. I mean, it's horrible. Long-term releases. So anytime you're upgrading, this is why we stick to LTS versions. Everything just seems to go wrong, right? When we're doing long-term releases, literally, even wikis that aren't that complicated, it takes us 40 to 50 hours to upgrade them. And we really know what we're doing, and we've seen everything, and just everything seems to go wrong. Why? You have new versions of extensions, and there are bugs in there that maybe we didn't see on any other client because they're using them a little bit differently. I don't know, just it's a pain in the neck.
Are clients willing to pay for it, or like how?
Not really, but as part of the maintenance agreement that we have with them, they get LTS upgrades automatically. So we don't have to tell them we need funding of 50 hours to be able to get your upgrade. And we actually start the upgrade like right away. Like we're constantly working on the upgrade. So for example, they're using extensions. It's one of the reasons it takes 40 to 50 hours. They may be using an extension that's unmaintained, or an extension that on your own chart was marked stable. It's unmaintained. And you know, you install it on the new version, it's not working. And now you have to update an extension. And that's a huge pain. And sometimes it might be multiple extensions. So that's why we get started right away, making sure that whatever extensions you have, they're going to be compatible with the next MediaWiki version, right? As soon as we start getting to like beta, we start testing it, and we start updating it and making sure it's going to work.
Yeah, there's a real trade-off. When I was at MITRE, we had a more delayed upgrade schedule. At that point, it wasn't really LTS, but what we found was those big upgrades were incredibly painful. And so we actually did track the MediaWiki releases. We didn't stick to the LTS schedule. It was still painful, but it seemed like those bumps were a little bit less. But since leaving there, I've noticed that more of the community does seem to be sticking with LTSs. But it is a real trade-off, because if you just stick with the LTSs, those can be really painful upgrades. Well, Mesa, you've lived that too.
Yeah, but we have yet to live it in a way that relates to this talk, because we were dealing with 8 years of deferred maintenance.
Yeah. Well, which is what the situation was when I first took over the key infrastructure at MITRE.
Okay.
It was about that.
Yeah.
It was very, very far behind. And at that point, we're like, we are never letting this happen to ourselves again. So as soon as there's a new release, we're switching. That had its own issues.
Yeah, right.
But so the LTS is it's a compromise.
Stick to LTS.
Yeah.
Well, certainly from one LTS to the next, it can be, like from 131 to 130. Wait, 133 to 135 was the big jump. 35 to 39, not so much, right?
Yeah, but usually what we're looking for is
All right.
Yeah, anyway, do we have any questions for?
Let's talk about happy hour.
Yeah, we should probably wrap it up. Thank you to the 8 to 10 people who are still on the YouTube stream. We appreciate you sticking with us today. We are wrapping up the online conference for the day. And I'll talk a little bit about the rest of the evening and how we get started. Oh, I'm not in the cone of video. I'm now in the cone of video. So at any rate, yes, thank you. Thank you to those of you who are online, and we will see you hopefully bright and early tomorrow morning, or whatever time it is where you're watching this from. So for those of you in the room, we are breaking now for the evening. It is 10 after 5.